We are reporting out of Surat, the Surat court holding Rahul Gandhi guilty in a criminal defamation case. The Congress remaining defiant, the BJP of course saying it's a time for Congress and Rahul Gandhi to learn a lesson.
Yes, see, look, the freedom of speech and expression guarantees everyone to express opinion, but that opinion should not cross the limit by virtue of which one the penal provisions attacks. Here, see, liberty is given to criticize in a healthy manner. But calling somebody thief, saying that how come all the thieves have Modi as the common surname. So it is a deliberate, knowing attempt to defame the people who have Modi in the surname. And the message was clear that he was trying to hit the Prime Minister of this country. This is one. Second, 499-500 IPC is very much clear. So whosoever deliberately, knowingly try to disrepute anyone, then of course there are the penal provisions which will attract. And that is why in 2019 case, when this attempt was made, a complaint was filed, court found him guilty and have pronounced today the judgment. He has found guilty, and yet it has to be taken what would be the quantum of punishment. But the thing is clear. The political rivalry should also be within in a manner which is not detrimental to any law, which is within the permissible limit of Article 19(1)(a) of the Constitution of India. Anyone has a right to express opinion, but that opinion should not defame others. And that is why that there are courts who look into if any offense is committed. Courts look into it, whether it is any political party, chief of any political party, whoever is there, either he is from the judiciary, he is from the bureaucracy, he is from the political arena, or a common man. And that is why I think that the court has given a right verdict in this thing, and people will now be cautious, will use their the constitutional right in a dignified manner. Yes.
Right. Mr. Dubey, thank you so much for joining us. We are taking a very short break with that. Be back in a while.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right, and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear.
The big breaking news story we're tracking: Rahul Gandhi has been convicted by the Surat court for his Modi surname remark in 2019. Megha joins us in the studio with the latest update. Megha, we're awaiting the final order, but what have you heard so far?
Well, there are, reports. We are awaiting a confirmation right now, Parmeshwar. What we are being told is that it looks to us that there is already a verdict that has been pronounced. We are perhaps in a minute or so, we will have a confirmation on that. Remember, the maximum sentence that is permitted under the sections under which he has been convicted is about 2 years. Has he been handed over the maximum sentence of 2 years? That's the confirmation we are awaiting. There are certain reports suggesting that, but we are holding on that. We will, of course, be hearing officially from one of those agencies inside as to what the court has said. But these are the reports that are coming out at this moment. Big development here: Rahul Gandhi being indicted, being convicted by a Surat court in a criminal defamation case, a case which pertained to a statement that he made about the Modi surname.
સસ્પેન્શન કર્યું છે 30 દિવસમાં અપીલ કરવાનો ટાઈમ આપ્યો છે ને જામીન આપ્યો છે જામીન જે છે આપણે દેસાઈ જે બાજુ નૈશિક દેસાઈ અને હસમુખ દેસાઈ કોણ 10,000 ના હશે મને બહુ ખબર નથી પણ 10,000 થી વધારે ના હોય आज का राहुल जी को आईपीसी के कलम 490 ने और 500 के नीचे सजा सुनाई गई है, उसको कन्विक्शन कर दिया है और 2 साल की सजा फरमाई गई है, 2 साल की सजा दी गई है और उसको जो 2 साल की सजा है कोर्ट ने सस्पेंड कर दिया है 30 दिन के लिए सस्पेंड कर दिया है और जामीन दे दिया है.
તો જામીન છે આપવામાં આવી ચૂક્યા છે અને ત્યારબાદ વંદે માતરમના નારેબાજી.
All right, what we can break right now is these are two confirmations that's coming in. Rahul Gandhi convicted, sentenced for 2 years. That is what we are hearing now. He's been sentenced for 2 years. Let's hear in to the reaction. Right, there are reactions coming in from outside the Surat court. Let's just hear this.
देखिए, कोर्ट का डिसीजन है, अभी उस पर तो हम कोई टिप्पणी करना नहीं चाहते, लेकिन अपील कोर्ट पर विश्वास है पार्टी को और जस्टिस पे विश्वास है. कोर्ट का ये जजमेंट पे अभी हमें कोई टिप्पणी नहीं करनी, पर अपील कोर्ट में.
All right, Alok joining us in the studio, I beg your pardon, on the phone line. Alok, can you please just take us through the details of the case that was filed against Rahul Gandhi, the hearing in which went on for a good long 4 years, and finally, of course, he is facing conviction and the sentencing happening for 2 long years.
Well, yes, you are absolutely right. And just for the benefit of our viewers, I'm just going to start by recapping the news that you just broke on air, Megha, which is that Rahul Gandhi has been sentenced to 2 years imprisonment by the Surat courts that earlier convicted him in the criminal defamation case. But at the same time, the court has suspended the sentence for 30 days. And that, in a way, is procedure also. Generally, this is what happens if you have a section where the maximum sentence is 2 years or less. And the court has suspended that sentence for 30 days pending or allowing Rahul Gandhi to appeal this sentencing or the conviction. Now, just to go back to the issue of what the case actually is, because, you know, it's one thing and there's so much of, for the want of a better English word, I'll say halla happening about this conviction. So one also wants to understand what the case actually is. So, Megha, the case actually is a case where a BJP MLA, a current Gujarat BJP MLA, and a former cabinet minister of the Gujarat government, Purnesh Modi, filed this case in the Surat court. It was a criminal defamation case where Mr. Purnesh Modi essentially alleged that Rahul Gandhi had made a defamatory remark against the Modi surname. And of course, our Prime Minister also is Narendra Modi. He had made a defamatory remark against the Modi surname at a Karnataka election rally ahead of the 2019 national election. So the lawyers for the complainant, which is Mr. Modi, Purnesh Modi, had argued in court that this was something that was a very serious issue and that at the end of the day, Rahul Gandhi should be given the maximum possible sentence and fine in this case. Rahul Gandhi's lawyers had argued in court that the proceedings in the case were flawed. That's what they said. And that at the end of the day, this is proper procedure was not followed. Also, Rahul Gandhi's lawyer had argued in court that if at all somebody had to complain, it should have been the Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, because Mr. Rahul Gandhi, most of the speech that Mr. Rahul Gandhi made in that Karnataka election rally was targeting the Prime Minister, because the Prime Minister was the one who was leading the BJP's charge in the election, and Mr. Rahul Gandhi was the one who was leading the Congress's charge, so to say.
Alok, hold your thoughts there. We have a reaction coming in from outside the court. Let's hear that.
निपेश
Well, Megha, I'm just going to return to what I was saying as we look at those visuals on our screen. So just to also bring our viewers up to speed with what's happening on your screens. So the complainant in the case, Mr. Purnesh Modi, who, like I said, is a former Gujarat cabinet minister and also a BJP MLA, a current one, he is giving a reaction, but obviously it's a chaotic situation there outside the Surat court, so we've not been able to hear exactly what he had to say, but I'm sure we will get to hear that. So I was just talking about what the arguments of Rahul Gandhi's lawyers were in court, and they said, like I was just mentioning, that they said that if anyone had to complain, it had to be the Prime Minister, and their reasoning was that, look, it was an electoral atmosphere, all leaders were campaigning, and the Prime Minister was leading the BJP's charge in that election, and it was Rahul Gandhi who was leading the Congress's charge in the election. So if at all anything was said, it was said with the intent to target the Prime Minister and to target him politically. And if at all somebody had to complain or somebody felt aggrieved with this,
Alok,
it had to be.
these are visuals of Rahul Gandhi stepping out of the Surat court there, where he just heard for himself the verdict that was pronounced, 2 years sentencing for him. But thankfully for Rahul Gandhi again, it has been suspended. So he, of course, does not go to prison right away. Usually when you have a sentence of this nature, people are taken into custody right from the court premises. But his sentence has been suspended. There's another lawyer speaking. Let's hear what he has to say.
सर आपका नाम और डेजिग्नेशन बताएं। बीए मांगूखिया, मैं हाई कोर्ट में वकील हूँ, कांग्रेस का लीडर भी हूँ।
सर आज कोर्ट में किस तरह की कार्रवाई की गई, क्या सजा हुई और फिर आगे आप लोगों की क्या प्रक्रिया रही?
कोर्ट को आज ज्यादा मतलब सुनवाई की कोई गुंजाइश नहीं थी। जो प्रोसीजर है, तो जैसे राहुल जी कोर्ट रूम में एंटर हुए, 2 मिनट के बाद कोर्ट ने सजा सुना दी कि मैं आपको आईपीसी के कलम 499 और 500 के तहत आपको गुनहगार करार देता हूं। बाद में उससे पूछा गया कि तुम्हारे सजा के बारे में क्या कहना है, तो राहुल जी ने ये बताया कि मैंने पॉलिटिकल लीडर की हैसियत से जो करप्शन देश में हो रहा है उसको खुला करना ये मेरी प्राथमिक फर्ज है, इसके अलावा मैंने कुछ नहीं किया। फिर दलील हुई हमारे जो राहुल जी के ओर से एडवोकेट अपेयर था, उन्होंने बताया कि हम कोई कोर्ट की माफ़ी नहीं मांग रहे, हमें कोर्ट की कोई दया नहीं चाहिए, लेकिन जो कुछ हुआ है वो हमारी फर्ज के मुताबिक हमने किया है और मिटिगेटिंग सर्कमस्टेंसेस भी बताए। और उसके बाद कंप्लेंट के वकील ने दलील की उसके मैक्सिमम सजा होनी चाहिए, और दोनों की दलील सुनने के बाद कोर्ट ने 2 साल की सजा सुना दी। सजा माफ़ी की मुलतवी की जो है उनकी एप्लीकेशन दी गई और सेंटर से सस्पेंड कर दिया गया और 30 दिन का टाइम दिया गया कि आप अपील कर लो, और जामीन लेके उनको छोड़ दिया गया।
आगे की क्या प्रक्रिया की जाएगी आपको?
आगे 30 दिन के अंदर अपील करनी है।
और किन आईपीसी के तहत की सजा सुनाई गई है?
499 और 500।
Senior colleague Sunil Prabhu also joining us on the broadcast. Sunil tracks Congress really closely. Sunil, what's the political reaction from the Congress's side on this development today?
Well, they are going to legally.
Right. We'll try and reconnect with Sunil, but we've been speaking to leaders there in Gujarat also. All right, we can go back to Sunil Prabhu. Yes, Sunil, you can continue. Right. I think, I'm afraid our connection right now is not there with Sunil. We'll try and reconnect with him. But leaders in the Congress in Gujarat, the local GPCC leaders, we've been speaking to them since morning. They have only one thing to maintain, that this is the BJP trying to go after us. Strangely, though, they are terming a court sentence into something what they claim is BJP is doing. Well, the complainant, of course, happens to be a former minister and a BJP MLA. But at the end of the day, it is the court's verdict that has been pronounced against Rahul Gandhi and not the BJP's. Sunil Prabhu is back on the line. Yes, Sunil, you can continue with the answer.
Well, there are 3 or 4 important points to be considered. One, what is it going to be legally? Now that he's been convicted and he's been given bail for the appeal for the next 30 days, his legal team will be requesting the appropriate court for a stay, as well as, to challenge this entire verdict that has taken place in the Surat court. So that's the legal challenge. Politically, as you heard the lawyer himself say, Rahul Gandhi making that point consistently, that he has made it very, very clear. This is something that he has stayed down and he has fought tooth and nail right from the time that he has been taking on Prime Minister Narendra Modi, that this is an issue of corruption. This is an issue in terms of how things need to be corrected. There have been a number of, what they call corruption cases, according to the Congress party. And in this context, they are not going to be cowed down by this conviction. So politically, this is going to be seen as an attempt to really ensure that anybody who talks in terms of whatever they say.
All right, we are having a bad connection with Sunil, but like he said, Rahul Gandhi maintaining that he is going to raise his voice against corruption, and perhaps the statement that he made, which was because of which he was dragged to the court, was in that context, and that he will continue his fight as far as the corruption, quote unquote, what he calls corrupt practices and corrupt people in the country. So those were the first reactions that we heard through, of course, Sunil. He has spoken to the Congress. The Congress officially yet to react to what has happened. We of course heard from a couple of them since morning, every time only suggesting that this is a part of a bigger political game that the BJP is trying to play. Alok is back with us on the phone line. Alok, you were taking us through the details of the case and the arguments that have been made from both sides. Remember, it was, all right, we have the former minister, Mr. Naqvi, also reacting on the story.
और उसमें जो है वो जो कानून है अपना काम भी करेगा। दिक्कत यह है कि आज तो पूरी दुनिया तो आर्थिक मंदी से जूझ रही है और ये अपने दिमागी तंगी से जूझ रहे हैं। तो दुनिया की आर्थिक तंगी की तो मंदी की जो समस्या है उसका समाधान तो हो जाएगा। इनके दिमागी जो तंगी और मंदी आ गई है इनके दिमाग में, उसका समाधान तो देश की जनता करेगी या कानून करेगा। और अनफॉर्चुनेटली जनादेश में पिटे हुए लोग हुड़दंग और हंगामे से पार्लियामेंट को हाईजैक करना चाहते हैं। तो ये आप ये समझ लें कि आपको जनता ने जनादेश में पीट दिया है, तो आप जनता से बदला लेने के लिए हुड़दंग और हंगामे से पार्लियामेंट को हाईजैक करने की जो कोशिश कर रहे हैं उसमें सफल नहीं होंगे।
All right, that was Mr. Naqvi reacting on the developments in the Congress and not on the verdict against Rahul Gandhi. I'm going back to my colleague Alok Pandey, who joins us on the phone line. Alok, you were taking us through the arguments being made from both sides. Remember, it was the Congress's lawyer who said this in the court today before sentencing, that the statement of Rahul Gandhi has not caused anybody any harm, so he should be handed over the least sentence possible. But the court did not adhere to that. The court, of course, did not find any merit in this argument, handing him over the maximum 2-year sentence.
Well, you're absolutely right, but I was very intrigued by Mr. Naqvi's statement because one expected that he would come out on guns blazing on this. But I think, make no mistake, this is a big political tool in the hands of the BJP. And while Mr. Naqvi at the moment may not have said anything on this, but you can expect top BJP leaders in fact, perhaps the top leadership to now come out and renew their attacks on Rahul Gandhi, because already Megha, and it's important for us to also discuss the politics of this. In the last some time, in the last week at least, when Parliament has been stalled, the top BJP leadership has been gunning for Mr. Rahul Gandhi politically and attacking him over his other remarks that he allegedly made in London on democracy being under threat. And now they have more ammunition in terms of this conviction, because a court has held that what he said in that election rally in Karnataka ahead of the 2019 Lok Sabha election is defamatory in nature. To go back to what the case was, just to refresh our viewers, the memory of our viewers as we continue rolling coverage on this story, basically what had happened was that ex-Gujarat cabinet minister and a current BJP MLA there, Mr. Purnesh Modi, had filed a case basically alleging that Rahul Gandhi had defamed or had carried out criminal defamation by targeting the surname Modi at an election rally before the 2019 Lok Sabha polls in Kolar in Karnataka. Now, while we are not going to repeat the remarks that Mr. Rahul Gandhi made, they did target, they did mention the Modi surname, so to say. And this MLA had said in court that, look, the maximum possible sentence should be given to Mr. Rahul Gandhi because these remarks are constitute criminal defamation. Now, that's something that the court appears to have agreed with. We await the full order, of course. Now, Rahul Gandhi's arguments, or the arguments by his lawyers in court, were basically that, number one, the case was not being tried or had not been filed under proper procedure. Legal procedure was not followed. And the more important argument, perhaps politically or otherwise, if we can interpret it like that, was that Mr. Gandhi's lawyers said in court that, look, if you have to file a case, it has to come from the Prime Minister, because this was a political slanging match, so to say. That's not the word he used. I'm paraphrasing it. And they basically said that, look, if at all there was an issue somebody had, it should have been the Prime Minister. Why should anyone come and file a case? And they said that this was politics, this was an election. And that's where the remarks were made. And like you said, Mr. Gandhi's lawyer also said in court that, look, at the end of the day, the remarks did not cause any, did not cause any physical violence, etc. But the court has, in its wisdom, convicted Mr. Rahul Gandhi and sentenced him to 2 years imprisonment. That sentence has now been suspended for 30 days, allowing Mr. Gandhi to appeal in a higher court, which basically means in layman terms that he's not going to jail today.
Absolutely, Alok. You put it very correctly that he is not going to face prison. So despite this 2-year sentence that has been handed over to Rahul Gandhi, he is not going to jail today. We have Sunil Prabhu back on the line. Sunil, my question to you is the Congress seeing this as an embarrassment for the leader and for the party?
Not really, because they have consistently held, and that was an entire election campaign about Prime Minister Narendra Modi. As you're well aware, Chokidar Chor had, and the whole Rafale controversy. So there was an entire election campaign that had happened. So it's not seen as an embarrassment, one, for the party per se. As I explained to you, there is two processes. One, the legal process, which will be challenged now. His lawyers will appeal to the appropriate court for staying, as well as going ahead with pleading against the verdict that has taken place in the Surat court. The second most important point is the political part. The political part, it will just bolster for those who are within the Congress party the simple point that anybody who speaks anything in whatever manner will definitely face the wrath, especially in the state of Gujarat. And it's in that backdrop that they will continue to stay their position in terms of how they were going to politically challenge it. As you heard, Rahul Gandhi himself very categorically tell the judge in no uncertain terms that he had said what he had said, and he said it in what he believed is a corruption issue that had taken place. And as his lawyers had argued very emphatically during the course of the hearing, then this is an old pending matter from 2019 that they sincerely believe. What will it mean for the opposition, for the treasury branches, in particular the BJP? That here is a man who has been convicted for using Modi's name, and this is a clear clean sheet for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and it's in that context that they will continue
All right,
to
the
spread.
complainant in this case is speaking to the media. Let's hear him.
कर्नाटक स्टेट में बेंगलुरु से 100 किलोमीटर दूर कोलार में कांग्रेस के तत्कालीन प्रमुख श्रीमान राहुल गांधी द्वारा जो सभा आयोजित की गई उनमें उनका भाषण था। सभी चोरों का उपनाम मोदी क्यों, और भी ढूंढो कितने मोदी निकलेंगे। इस अनुसंधान में यहाँ सूरत की कोर्ट में फरियाद की गई। आज उनका जो फैसला आया है, मैं उस फैसला का स्वागत करता हूँ।
क्या कुछ वहाँ कोर्ट में क्या कुछ कहा गया राहुल गांधी? आप भी अंदर थे, जज ने क्या कहा राहुल?
देखिए, ये कोर्ट का न्यायिक प्रक्रिया है, जो भी फैसला है उनका मैं स्वागत करता हूँ।
All right, that was Purnesh Modi, the complainant in this case, a former minister in the Gujarat cabinet, also a BJP MLA. He was the one who decided on dragging Rahul Gandhi to the court 4 years back on this objectionable statement about Modi's surname. And this Rahul Gandhi had said, in a speech in Kolar in the run-up to the 2019 election. So the big news that we are breaking in the last hour, 1 hour on NDTV is this, that Rahul Gandhi has been sentenced for 2 years. He's been convicted and sentenced for 2 years in this criminal defamation case, but his sentence was almost immediately suspended by the court that handed him over this sentence, and he has now been given 30 days time to appeal in a higher court against this order of the Surat court. We have with us Alok. My colleague Alok is there on the phone line. Alok, there are too many questions right now about what does this mean for Rahul Gandhi going ahead. Politically, we understand for the Congress, it is a reason with which they will go back to the BJP claiming that it is another vendetta politics from the side of the BJP, not even wanting to, see this as a legal verdict, only calling it a political gimmick and a political game and an attempt to browbeat the Congress by the side of the Bharatiya Janata Party. But legally speaking, Alok, what does this mean for Rahul Gandhi from here on?
Well, you're absolutely right. In fact, also just to alert our viewers that in case you want to know what the case actually is, we are putting out those graphics on our screen right now, and one can take a look about what the case actually is by looking at that screen. So basically, I think what it means for Rahul Gandhi, if the sentence is suspended, then he has the option to appeal in a higher court. So at the moment, I'm sure a legal expert will be able to tell us better, but then perhaps because the sentence has been suspended also by the court, and that is what we heard one of the lawyers say, then he will not be in any immediate danger of losing his Lok Sabha membership. At least that is how I understand it. Of course, legal people or legal lawyers or can talk about this aspect a little more. But the Congress is also gearing up for that big political fight, like you and I were just discussing that, Megha, and you were saying it also. So now, it seems that the Congress is also going to hold press conferences. So Abhishek Manu Singhvi is likely to address a press conference in Delhi at about 4 p.m. in the afternoon, while the BJP is also expected to go out, like we've been discussing, all guns blazing against Mr. Rahul Gandhi, because, it's just added ammunition for them, right? I mean, they've already been targeting Mr. Gandhi over the remarks he made or in London, which they say was in bad taste. Rahul Gandhi says, I said nothing wrong. But there is that entire political fight or political war going on over that. And now this essentially is more ammunition for the BJP also in that sense. To target Mr. Rahul Gandhi. In fact, Rahul Gandhi's team, according to Arvind, our correspondent, is saying that the 2-year sentence has been suspended for 30 days to challenge the trial court order, which essentially means that if the sentence is suspended, he is in no immediate danger of losing his Lok Sabha membership. I think that point is now clear. Of course, he will have to appeal in that 30 days' time, and then he will have to take these legal proceedings further. So whatever happens to the legal proceedings in terms of what happens in a higher court is different, but the political aspect of it, which you have been so fluidly pointing out, is also very important. The fact that the BJP now has more ammunition to target more or less the Congress. Number one, I know he's not the Congress president as such, but he's their biggest face. So they are going to target him. In fact, some people are already targeting him. You've just shared a tweet of a top BJP leader who is saying that the remarks that Rahul Gandhi made were casteist and defamatory, targeting a section of the society.
Right.
He's dangerous, etc., etc.
Right, Alok, thank you for joining us. We will continue our coverage on this big story, but right now, taking a short break.
Nice. When the first camera phone was introduced in the early 2000s, nobody thought this technology would evolve to the point that smartphone cameras would slowly compete with high-end cameras. It's happening now.
So I was traveling, I was backpacking across Europe, and at that point in time, I happened to be in Iceland. I saw Aurora, which is also called as Northern Lights. My interest towards the astroimaging or nightography completely developed because of that particular moment.
We met Amit to know more about how he got into astrophotography.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right, and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebrations.
When the first camera phone was introduced in the early 2000s, nobody thought this technology would evolve to the point that smartphone cameras would slowly compete with high-end cameras. It's happening now.
So I was traveling, I was backpacking across Europe, and at that point in time, I happened to be in Iceland. I saw aurora, which is also called as Northern Lights. My interest towards the astroimaging or nightography completely developed because of that particular moment.
We met Amit to know more about how he got into astrophotography.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly,
the big story we're tracking at this hour, Congress leader Rahul Gandhi has been found guilty and sentenced to 2 years in prison in a 2019 criminal defamation case over his remarks about Prime Minister Narendra Modi's surname, and this happened in a court in Gujarat, Surat. Now he has been also granted bail for 30 days and allowed to appeal the decision as well. My colleague Megha now joining us for more on this. And Megha, what have been the reactions from the BJP and the Congress party on this till now?
Well, the Congress is, of course, quick to react, and this is what we are hearing from the Congress leaders. In fact, the first reaction, Priyanshi, came in from the Congress leaders in Gujarat, and I'm just quoting one of them. He said this could be used as a tool by the BJP in a state where there's going to be a direct face-off. So this will be the backdrop where we are expecting a direct face-off between the BJP and the Congress there in the state of Gujarat. But the Congress, like I asked Sunil Prabhu also, a colleague who follows and tracks Congress very closely, he says that the Congress has absolutely no plans of, either backing down or seeing this as an embarrassment, or even for Rahul Gandhi to go to apologize for what he has said. So yes, the Congress deciding to remain defiant as far as this case is concerned, and maybe, turn it into a political spectacle, which they are, of course, expected to do. We have with us, in fact, Sunil is back with us, and he's joining us live on the broadcast. Sunil, thank you for being there. Now, you were saying that the Congress, of course, being completely defiant, not seeing this as any sort of a, some sort of a remark by the court where this could be construed as a failure of their own leader.
Well, not at all, because it's in the context of an election campaign that it was said. And there was a lot of to and fro within the Congress party about what exactly should be done, what should be the strategy adopted at that stage. But it's in that context that they definitely feel, one, as I said, politically, this will only bolster Rahul Gandhi, that he's been made the victim. He's the one who's standing up against Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the BJP, talking route to power, as they may put it, as the Congress puts it, and saying that he's been consistently raising the issue of corruption to a great extent. What does it mean politically and legally? First, let's get to the legal aspect. Since the suspension has been stayed, nothing really happens to Rahul Gandhi. He's on his way back to New Delhi. He will consult his lawyers. He will approach the appropriate court, in this case, the Gujarat High Court, for staying the sentence. And in case the Gujarat High Court does not abide, which is usually 99.9% of the cases, they accept staying the sentence. Still, of course, the matter is finally heard. If it doesn't, then they will have to, of course, approach the Supreme Court. But they will take one step at a time. They have followed the procedure in this case, and they will continue to do so. Having said that, the second aspect, and that is the political challenge. Yes, there have been various fissures within the opposition ranks about Rahul Gandhi and his role, whether he's mature enough, whether he's immature enough, or is he being immature in his comments and everything else. This will definitely be a learning lesson for Rahul Gandhi personally. But having said that, it will definitely be something that will become a rallying point for the opposition to say that you are attempting consistently, even though this is a legal case, to pinpoint and play the victim card on Rahul Gandhi. So this is something that will definitely be an issue. Rahul Gandhi has been consistently on the Rafale issue, been talking about it. The context, of course, here was his comments on Modi, all those who had got the Modi surname. This was, of course, in the context of Nirav Modi, who had taken away and left the country with lots of money in the PNB Bank scam. So it's in that context that entire a defamation case was filed.
Right, Sunil, do continue with us. We also have Arvind Gunasekar on the phone line. Arvind, legally speaking, the sentence that was handed over to Rahul Gandhi, the maximum sentence that he could have attracted in a case like this, he has already 2 years of sentence for Rahul Gandhi, but that was almost immediately suspended by the Surat court, has been given 30 days time to appeal. What next for the Congress party?
Meha, the Surat court in the criminal defamation case under section IPC of 500 has convicted, section 499 of IPC has convicted Rahul Gandhi in a case of criminal defamation. So the maximum sentence that can be given under section 499 of IPC is 2 years, and that has been awarded to Rahul Gandhi. So we did speak to his team, both team members who are with Rahul Gandhi now. What they told us is that after the court held him guilty, the court has also given a sentence of 2 years, which has been subsequently suspended for 30 days, allowing him to move the High Court challenging the trial court order. So the court has given him the option to challenge it in the High Court because the sentencing is of less than 3 years. So he has also been granted bail by the court. So as we speak, Rahul Gandhi will be moving towards the airport, and then he has a flight to get back to Delhi, and he'll be reaching Delhi at around 5 p.m. And what we are being told is that his legal team is already in work. They'll be moving the High Court. We can expect them moving the High Court even tomorrow itself, because they're waiting for the order copy, the written order copy, the signed order copy, which they are expecting that they would be getting it by later today, and then they'll be moving the High Court challenging the trial court order. But coming to a very important question, Meha, whether because he has been suspended, he has been sentenced for 2 years, whether he will be losing his Lok Sabha membership, because under section 8 subsection 3 of the Representation of People Act, the moment a person is convicted in any offence and if the person is sentenced for at least 2 years imprisonment, then that particular person attracts disqualification and he loses his membership either in Lok Sabha or in the Assembly or in Rajya Sabha also. So in that particular context, whether Rahul Gandhi will be losing his membership is something that his legal team is working. But when we spoke to some of the legal minds, what they are saying is that because the sentence has been suspended immediately, that gives room for Rahul Gandhi, so he can challenge it in the High Court. So he does not attract disqualification. Seems to be the larger information, or kind of majority information we are getting from our legal sources in the legal legal side, which is working on this case. But they are not taking any chance. They'll be moving the High Court tomorrow itself. And Abhishek Manu Singhvi, senior advocate, who is also Rajya Sabha member of the Congress party, will be addressing a press conference close to 4 p.m. where he will be speaking in detail about this particular.
Right. So Arvind, they're reporting that just because the sentence has been suspended by the Surat court right after it was delivered, this will not attract a suspension of Rahul Gandhi from the parliament, but they do not want to take any chances. The Congress party and his legal team do not want to take any chance, and hence they are going to move the Gujarat High Court as soon as possible, perhaps as early as tomorrow. Thank you so much, Arvind and Sunil, for joining us. Now we have Mr. Digvijay Singh, a senior Congress leader, speaking to my colleague Himanshu. Let's listen in.
सूरत कोर्ट ने राहुल गांधी को दोषी करार दिया। मेरे साथ दिग्विजय सिंह हैं। आप कैसे देखते हैं सूरत कोर्ट के फैसले को?
ये भी बड़ा चिंतनीय विषय है कि
जी
आज के समय में मोदी जी का मोदी सरनेम का कोई नाम भी ले ले तो मानहानि हो जाती है। ये सोचना चाहिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी को।
सोचना चाहिए। बीजेपी ने ये मांग की है कि और दूसरे राज्यों में भी उनके खिलाफ मानहानि के मामले दर्ज किए गए हैं और इसका असर पड़ेगा दूसरे कोर्ट के।
देखिए क्या होता है।
2 साल की सजा तक का प्रावधान है। सर, आपको लगता है ये एक गंभीर मामला हो सकता है राहुल गांधी के खिलाफ?
ये कोई गंभीर मामला है भाई? उन्होंने किस संदर्भ में कहा नीरव मोदी, ललित मोदी देश का पैसा लेकर भाग गए, तो उसके खिलाफ बोलना भी अपराध है आजकल।
Right, Himanshu has also spoken to the former Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar, also the BJP leader, Mr. Sushil Modi. Let's listen to what he had to say.
सूरत कोर्ट ने राहुल गांधी को दोषी करार दिया है। मेरे साथ बीजेपी के वरिष्ठ नेता और राज्यसभा सांसद सुशील मोदी हैं। आपकी पहली प्रतिक्रिया, आप कैसे देखते हैं सूरत कोर्ट के फैसले को?
देखिए, मुझे बड़ी खुशी है कि राहुल गांधी को
मानहानि के इस मुकदमे में दोषी करार दिया गया है और पटना में भी मैंने भी एक सीजीएम कोर्ट के अंदर एक मुकदमा दर्ज कर रखा है, क्योंकि 2019 में कर्नाटक की एक सभा में भाषण करते हुए श्री राहुल गांधी ने कहा था कि क्या कारण है कि मोदी सरनेम वाले सारे लोग चोर हैं, और इस भाषण के बाद मोदी सरनेम वाले अनेक लोगों ने अनेक राज्यों के अंदर मानहानि का मुकदमा दर्ज किया। पटना की सीजीएम कोर्ट में राहुल गांधी को आना पड़ा था, अभी उनको अपीयरेंस एग्जामिशन मिला हुआ है और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि अगर सूरत की कोर्ट ने उनको दोषी करार किया है तो पटना और बाकी जगह भी इस मामले में उनको जरूर सजा मिलेगी।
किस आधार पर आपने डिफेमेशन का केस फाइल किया पटना कोर्ट?
कहा था कि मेरा भी नाम मोदी है और जब मोदी सरनेम वाले लोगों को चोर कहा तो मैं अपमानित महसूस कर रहा हूँ और मुझे कई लोगों ने कहा कि क्या अब भी चोर हैं, राहुल गांधी तो कह रहे हैं कि मोदी चोर है। तो सही है कि ये मानहानि का मामला बनता था और इसलिए मैंने सीजीएम कोर्ट में मानहानि का मुकदमा दर्ज किया था।
आपको लगता है सूरत कोर्ट का जो ये फैसला है इसके दूरगामी असर हो सकते हैं?
दूरगामी असर तो होंगे ही, क्योंकि अब कितने दिन की सज़ा होती है ये मुझे पता नहीं है कि क्या उनको सज़ा उन्होंने दी है, लेकिन अगर 2 साल से ज़्यादा की सज़ा होती है तो वैसी स्थिति में उनकी सदस्यता भी जा सकती है।
जी, हमसे बात करने के लिए शुक्रिया।
All right, from the side of the BJP, we have spokesperson Rajiv Jaitley. Mr. Jaitley, thank you so much. So what's the BJP's reaction to all of this?
You know, in judiciary, you have right to send your lawyers to defend yourself. But after a long fight, the result has come that Rahul Gandhi was the culprit. He alleged that all people, he in fact targeted community. He in fact targeted one caste, saying like, these all people are in the same category. So I think law will prevail and law has given the best they could give to the Rahul Gandhi.
Will prevent Rahul Gandhi to make similar statements in the future, because Congress doesn't seem to be in such a mood?
No, Rahul Gandhi is always, he gives loose statements. Look at the Rafael case. We apologize in the Supreme Court. Look at the other parts also. So he has a habit of giving all these statements. So I think it requires, judiciary has given, arbitration has given the right decision. Now Rahul Gandhi should control himself, because in Cambridge University also you can see that he's inviting other countries to come and take over our parliament. He is defending Chinese army. He's defending Chinese diplomats. He was saying that China is the best. I mean, they love peace. So all these statements, I think you can easily make out like Rahul Gandhi ji is not having faith on our parliament. He is not having faith on our army. He is not having faith on our judiciary, our agencies. So I don't know why this big man, like who's heading this party, who was ruling almost 70 years in this country, is giving these kind of statements. So I think it's a good lesson to him.
That's a good lesson for him. All right, Mr. Jaitley, stay on with us. We also have Supreme Court Advocate Kapil Madan, who leans towards the Congress. Mr. Madan, thank you so much. Now, this is a lesson for Rahul Gandhi, is what the Bharatiya Janata Party says. That's a political statement, but legally speaking, since you are a Supreme Court advocate, it's quite clear with the Surat court handing over 2 years of sentence to Rahul Gandhi that they did not find much merit into the arguments that were being made by Rahul's legal team. You think he has any hope legally going ahead?
See, I have not seen the order as yet, but what I have learned from various media reports is that, the case pertains to a remark made by Mr. Gandhi when he was doing a rally in Karnataka. And, and if you see the speeches of all the other BJP leaders across the party, these kind of politics rhetoric is very, very common. And what I also understand is that Rahul's legal team has also raised very valid, pertinent legal objections qua inquiry, because the place of occurrence was at Karnataka. How come the case could have been executed in Surat, number one. Second, if at all, if any defamatory remark was made against Mr. Modi, then Mr. Modi should have been the complainant at the first instance. But what I gather from the media is that this particular case was filed by someone else. So I personally see that this order appears to be very harsh, because in a democracy you have a right to free speech subject to certain restrictions. I at the face of it does not agree with the trial court's order, wherein the court has concluded that these kind of remarks are per se defamatory against Mr. Modi. So I am also sure that the legal team that is handling the case would be exploring all possible options, and the appeal is most certain, which will be likely to be
right, Mr. Madan. Mr. Madan, I am requesting you to stay on. We have a reaction from Rahul Gandhi himself. He has tweeted, and I'm quoting him. 37 seconds back, Rahul Gandhi tweeting saying this: "मेरा धर्म सत्य है, मेरा धर्म सत्य और अहिंसा पर आधारित है. सत्य मेरा भगवान है, अहिंसा उसे पाने का साधन है." Translating this, my dharma is based on truth and non-violence, is what Rahul Gandhi says, and he is of course quoting Mahatma Gandhi in this tweet. This is the first reaction coming in from Rahul Gandhi. Mr. Madan, coming back to you, your Rahul Gandhi's first reactions quoting Mahatma Gandhi. Many would read this as an affront to the court verdict. He is of course reiterating that I will continue to fight for the truth, and his way to fight for the truth is non-violence. Mr. Madan, are you there?
Yes. So, what Mr. Gandhi has again reiterated is that whatever he has said, I mean, he is making a statement on fact. I mean, you can counter whatever he has said. I mean, there could also be a possibility that someone will, file a case against Mr. Gandhi alleging defamation, because he has raised an issue of Adani and the, massive scam that was disclosed and exposed in the Hindenburg report. I mean, you could also see that coming. I mean, don't be surprised if that happens. But the fact remains, when a person is making an inquiry, is raising pertinent questions, which has some, credible, factual basis, then rather than, coercing him, threatening him with the false cases, you should counter him on the facts.
Right, you should counter him on the fact. Mr. Madan, stay on with us. I want to go back to our guest from the Bharatiya Janata Party, Rajiv Jaitley, spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party, continues to be with us. Mr. Jaitley, first words from Rahul Gandhi. He's taken to Twitter and he says this, and I'm quoting: "मेरा धर्म सत्य और अहिंसा पर आधारित है. सत्य मेरा भगवान है, अहिंसा उसे पाने का साधन है." This, of course, is a reaction to the verdict of 2 years, a verdict where he's been convicted and sentenced for 2 years.
You can easily make out by this. He requested the Speaker of the Lok Sabha that I want to give my statement. I want to clarify my Cambridge University statement. Now he's saying that I still maintain those statements. I'm still with those words. So he, in fact, abusing our parliament. He's abusing our Supreme Court. He's abusing our judiciary system, everything. So now it is very clear. I think you can easily make out that Rahul Gandhi, what he's trying to say in Parliament, prior to giving his statement, he has clarified that whatever he was saying was right, and he is still maintaining those words and statements. So I think that is the reason why I said that it is a good lesson to him. Even if he continues with this, so we have two systems. By one, people of India will give reply, and the second, our arbitration system, our judiciary will give judgment on this. So I think Rahul Gandhi is going to destroy his whole party by giving this statement. So I think his party is also not with him. You can easily find out, you can easily see that their leaders are defending him, but they do not have any words. So Rahul Gandhi, I think this is a good lesson, I would say only.
Right. We also have a reaction from Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. In fact, Mr. Chaudhary has spoken in Lok Sabha, in the lower house, and I am just reading out what he had to say. He said, Rahul Gandhi से यह सरकार डरती है, मोदी डरते हैं. राहुल गांधी से उनको दबाने की हर संभव कोशिश की जा रही है, चाहे सदन के अंदर हो या सदन के बाहर हो. इसलिए एक फर्जी मामला दर्ज करके राहुल गांधी को फंसाने की एक साजिश है. हमें पता था कि कई महीनों से ये साजिश हो रही है ताकि राहुल गांधी के मेंबरशिप और सदन में उसके कैसे खारिज किया जाए, उसके कोर्ट के जज की भी तबादला किया जा रहा है। पिछले जज को तबादला करके नए जज बैठाए गए हैं। मोदी की सरकार काफ़ी सक्रिय हो गई है, राहुल गांधी की छवि को धूमिल करना चाहती है। दिस इज व्हाट मिस्टर अधीर रंजन चौधरी in the lower house saying about this particular verdict, of course stretching it beyond the legal proceedings in the court today in Surat by suggesting that this is a whole big conspiracy by the Bharatiya Janata Party against Rahul Gandhi, and they are of course attempting to get his membership suspended from the parliament. Remember, just a week back we reported the story how Bharatiya Janata Party's Nishikant Dubey had gone to the speaker there with a request that a committee be constituted against the statement that Rahul Gandhi had made in London and in Cambridge, that his statements need to be investigated, that it, that statement actually amounts to denigrating India, defaming India, and talking ill about the country on a foreign land. And this should attract a punishment which could mean suspension of his membership from Lok Sabha. Now today, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary suggesting that this is not the first attempt and that several attempts are being made by the side of the Bharatiya Janata Party. They are wanting to get Rahul Gandhi out of the parliament, and by one way or the other, and that this is another such move by the Bharatiya Janata Party. And he's of course talking about the verdict today where Rahul Gandhi has been convicted in a criminal defamation case and has been handed over a 2-year-long sentence. This is the big story that we are breaking. We continue with our guest, Rajiv Jaitley, spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and Kapil Madan, an advocate with the Supreme Court. Now, Mr. Jaitley, coming back to you, I just read out the statement that Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has made in Lok Sabha. He's trying to say that this is not the only attempt, but perhaps one of the several attempts that the Bharatiya Janata Party is making, and their intention is to try and get Rahul Gandhi thrown out of the parliament. Mr. Jaitley, are you there? All right, I think we've lost that connection with Mr. Jaitley. Mr. Madan, if you're still there, these are reactions coming in thick and fast on this development. Of course, a very, very big development. Rahul Gandhi being convicted there by the Surat court and being handed over a 2-year-long sentence. It is a huge development politically as well. Both sides, of course, at loggerheads with each other. And now the Congress trying to stretch this beyond the legal verdict and suggesting that this is an attempt by the BJP to ensure that Rahul Gandhi gets suspended from Lok Sabha. We have more reactions coming in. Let's listen in.
राहुल जी को 2 साल की सजा हुई है मानहानि के मामले में, हालांकि जमानत भी मिल गई है। क्या आप इस पर कहना चाहेंगे?
देखो, इसके ऊपर सविस्तार से पॉइंट हमारे लोग प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस
सर, बीजेपी हमला बोल रही है, लेकिन राहुल गांधी पर सजा के बाद
मीडिया के चेयरमैन
राहुल जी को सजा हुई है, उस पर बीजेपी हमला बोल रही है।
इंचार्ज है, वो सविस्तार से आपको बताएंगे इस पे हमला और नहीं कौन सी चीज छोड़ी है, तो वही पार्टी छोड़ के बाकी का और हम यही दिखाते हैं। दूसरों का हमको अंदाजा लग रहा था, लेकिन 4 लोग जब बार-बार बुलाना ये करना कर रहे थे, तो उन्होंने तो उनको शिक्षा दी है, लेकिन हम बेल भी मिला है।
All right, that was Mallikarjun Kharge, the leader there of the Congress party there in the upper house in Rajya Sabha. He said that we were expecting something on these lines, but he also said that, the spokesperson of the Congress party will give an elaborate reaction on the events that has happened today. We still have Mr. Kapil Madan with us. Mr. Madan, like I said, reactions coming in thick and fast from all sides, both the Congress and the Bharatiya Janata Party, but the Congress now suggesting that this is not really about a particular case, that the BJP is not going to stop at this, and that their final goal, their intention really is to ensure that Rahul Gandhi's membership from the lower house gets suspended one way or the other.
See, this entire episode reminds me of an incident where Mr. Manmohan Singh, when he was the Prime Minister, when he was shown the black flags and, those students were detained. I remember very precisely Mr. Manmohan Singh made a statement that I may not agree with your view, but I can't take away your democratic right to protest and criticize me. And those people were released. There was no case that was registered against them. Now, looking at the entire sequence of events in the backdrop of what used to happen in UPA 1 and UPA 2, I mean, as I said earlier, I mean, you can also, safely predict that, these kind of, false cases, motivated political cases with an intent to strike a vendetta on you, you will see, this happening. And in the recent days, what we've seen is an increased attack on Mr. Gandhi, and the reasoning of those protests and the uproar by the BJP appears to be absolutely irrational, because what Mr. Gandhi said in his lecture, that the ruling incumbent government does not allow you to speak, make your points in the parliament, and look what is happening. They're doing the same thing by insisting Mr. Gandhi to first apologize before he should be allowed to speak. Now the proof of pudding is in the eating. I mean, Mr. Gandhi does not even require to make a statement. This demand for an apology itself proves what Mr. Gandhi said there is correct.
Right, Mr. Madan, thank you so much for joining us. In fact, there is, a take on what has happened today. There are, of course, legal experts who tell us that it is quite rare, it's very rare, that you would see a 2-year-long sentence happening in a criminal defamation case. It's rarely happened in the past, but here the court decided on awarding the maximum sentence to Rahul Gandhi. With that, we are taking a short break. We'll continue our coverage on this big story on the other side of this break.
QS in a deeply polarized world where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense-paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
When the first camera phone was introduced in the early 2000s, nobody thought this technology would evolve to the point that smartphone cameras would slowly compete with high-end cameras. It's happening now.
So I was traveling, I was backpacking across Europe, and at that point in time, I happened to be in Iceland. I saw Aurora, which is also called as Northern Lights. My interest towards the astroimaging or nightography completely developed because of that particular moment.
We met Amit to know more about how he got into astrophotography.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
Right, the big story that we've been following all of today morning is Rahul Gandhi's conviction by a court in Surat in Gujarat. The case pertained to a statement that Rahul Gandhi made in Kolar in 2019 during the campaign of 2019 elections, general elections, where he spoke about Modi's surname and made a remark that was, of course, seen as derogatory and objectionable. That is why one of the MLAs from the BJP in Gujarat, who also was a former minister in the cabinet there, dragged Rahul Gandhi to the court. And for the last 4 years, the hearing in this case was going on, which got concluded last week, and the order was reserved for today. Today in the morning, the Supreme Court not only convicted Rahul Gandhi, but also handed him over the maximum sentence that can happen in a criminal defamation case, which was for 2 long years. So that's the big story that we've been following all of today. There are various aspects of it which are now being debated and deliberated upon. One such aspect is this: there are legal experts who are now saying that Rahul Gandhi perhaps can attract a disqualification or a suspension of his membership from the parliament now that he has been convicted in a case. Now, we need some clarity on that. We also want to know, because we are hearing murmurs from the Bharatiya Janata Party's side, that this is an option that opens up. Are they going to move for this? Will they seek his disqualification in the parliament? There is no clarity on that, but there is a buzz that this can happen. That's the clarity we are seeking at this moment, but there are reactions that are coming in thick and fast on the story, both from the side of the Congress and the Bharatiya Janata Party. The Bharatiya Janata Party suggesting that this is going to be a lesson for Rahul Gandhi, while on the other hand, the Congress, of course, in no mood to back down on this particular aspect. Okay, we have the former Chief Minister of Uttarakhand, Harish Rawat, who's protesting there in Dehradun, is also speaking to the media. Let's listen in.
लोकतंत्र के लिए संघर्ष कर रहे हैं, संसदीय लोकतंत्र की आवाज उठा रहे हैं और इस सरकार की विफलताओं को आगे ला रहे हैं, इसलिए उनको लक्ष्य बना करके, टारगेट बना करके उन्हें प्रताड़ित करने की कोशिश हो रही है और उसके खिलाफ कांग्रेस जन और सारी लोकतांत्रिक शक्तियां आक्रोशित हैं और हमारा निर्णय है कि यदि राहुल जेल में तो हम भी जेल में।
क्या मसला था जो जेल में डालना पड़ा उसे?
कुछ मसला नहीं है कि इस देश के अंदर यदि कोई व्यक्ति कभी कोई बयान देता है, कोई मीटिंग करता है, जो विपक्ष वाला है, मोदी जी किसी को कुछ कह दे, सत्ता पक्ष किसी को कुछ कह दे, लेकिन जो है विपक्ष का कोई व्यक्ति यदि खाली जुम्बिश भी लेता है, हम आ भी भरते हैं तो ये कर देते हैं बदनाम, ये कत्ल भी कर दें तो कहते हैं चुप रहो।
Right, so protest has erupted in 2 locations. The Congress workers protesting both in Assam and in Dehradun. We just brought you a reaction from the former Chief Minister of Uttarakhand, Harish Rawat, who said, "Agar Rahul jail mein, to hum bhi jail mein." These are the shots of protest coming in from 2 different locations. On left-hand side, you have the Congress members in Dehradun protesting. Of course, there you can see police detaining those Congress leaders there. Also on the right-hand side, you see the protest happening there in Assam. The Congress in Assam protesting against what they're calling a vindictive approach towards Rahul Gandhi by the Bharatiya Janata Party. The Congress leaders and activists tried to take a protest march from the state Congress headquarters in Guwahati, but they were stopped and detained by the cops. So in both places, you see detention happening. And both are states that are ruled by the Bharatiya Janata Party. Uttarakhand on your left-hand side, Assam on your right-hand side. And these are protests erupted right after Rahul Gandhi's sentencing and the conviction. Saurabh Gupta joining me from Kolkata. Saurabh, you've been tracking these developments about the meetings that are happening. Mamata Banerjee today meeting the Orissa Chief Minister, also expected to meet H.D. Kumaraswamy tomorrow. The coalition the opposition trying to come into a coalition there on different fronts. Of course, another push here in Delhi by Mr. Sharad Pawar has invited lots of opposition leaders. In fact, all the opposition leaders in Rajya Sabha who are floor leaders all have been invited at 6:30 at his residence. Now, how do you see today's conviction and sentencing of Rahul Gandhi play out in this context? Does it sort of affect all these talks and negotiations that are going on between different other political parties? Because Congress, one, has stayed away from many of this. They want a coalition of their own where they are in the center of all of this. But it looks, while, when we talk of G8 here in Delhi, where Kejriwal is trying to be at the center of a coalition, he is not talking to the Congress chief ministers. On the other hand, you have Mamata Banerjee, whose party has visibly, of course, stayed away from any Congress coming together of groups.
That's right. Several of these parties, whether it's Naveen Patnaik in Odisha or Mamata Banerjee in West Bengal, their parties have all chosen to be equidistant from both the Congress and the BJP. Non-Congress, non-BJP formation is what they're looking at. But specifically in the context of Rahul Gandhi, Mamata Banerjee had a very stinging comment to make at an internal party meet, where she addressed party workers, where she said, all this back and forth between the BJP and the Congress is to make Rahul Gandhi the center of the opposition and keep others out. And she also went on to say that for the BJP, Rahul Gandhi is the biggest TRP. So that was a stinging commentary on not only the state of opposition unity, but vis-a-vis the relationship that the Congress has with parties like, say, the Trinamool Congress, who could be potential allies of the Congress. Now, this, particular incident or this particular development of Rahul Gandhi being convicted, there are other cases also. For example, we've seen one case in Maharashtra again, where there was, again, a defamation case. But, there are, of course, these cases that he's been facing for various comments. And in this context, obviously, it remains to be seen what stand the Trinamool takes. But the Trinamool, as far as we know, the latest position that it had on Rahul Gandhi, whether it was in context of its comments in the UK and the holding up of parliament because of that, it said that this was, in a sense, to keep Rahul Gandhi as the face of the opposition, that it directly helps the BJP. That's the stand Mamata Banerjee had taken. So we could see an extension of that position as far as today's development is concerned as well. But there are several Trinamool leaders who we've tried to reach out to, who say that, look, I mean, Rahul Gandhi is, someone whom the BJP also feels is best leads the Congress, because that helps them. That is a view that several opposition leaders have taken. So in that context, obviously the Trinamool parties like the Trinamool are going to see this as a play out of the narrative that they've been suggesting, that this is, shadow boxing, if one can use the term, political shadow boxing between the BJP and the Congress. But this is a judicial development. There was a case, the court has heard it, it has decided on this.
Saurabh, hold your thoughts there. We have Aam Aadmi Party Saurabh Bharadwaj also speaking to the media. Let's listen in what he has to say.
सत्ता में थे, कई राज्यों में दूसरी पार्टियां सत्ता में हैं, आप तो फिर किसी को बोलने ही नहीं देंगे। आपका तो फिर ये मतलब हो गया कि केंद्र सरकार सारे विपक्ष को और हर विपक्षी नेता जो सवाल करता है उसका जो है कुचलना चाहती है। ये ठीक नहीं है। प्रजातंत्र के अंदर ये तो सबसे मूल बात है कि विपक्ष जो है सवाल पूछेगा। अब आप बाल की खाल निकाल के हर एक के अंदर डिफेमेशन केस बना देंगे, कहीं ईडी भेज देंगे, कहीं सीबीआई भेज देंगे, तो गलत है। मतलब ये तो हमने इमरजेंसी के समय में नहीं देखा जो आज चल रहा है।
इस पे कहीं ना कहीं बीजेपी एक्शन कर रही है और राहुल गांधी ने हाल में जो लंदन में बोला उससे जोड़ के भी कहा जा रहा है कि वो लगातार डिस्क्रेडिट करने का ही काम करते हैं। वो चाहे
देखिए, मैं एक छोटी सी बात करना चाहता हूँ। राहुल गांधी जी ने मोदी सरनेम के ऊपर टिप्पणी की, मुझे लगता है गलत थी, मगर प्रधानमंत्री जी ने, देश के सबसे पहले प्रधानमंत्री जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी के सरनेम पे भी तो टिप्पणी की। बहुत ज्यादा मजाक उड़ाया उन्होंने, वो तो है सबके सामने संसद में जो उन्होंने किया, उन्होंने भी ठीक नहीं किया। तो अगर दो बड़े नेता एक दूसरे के उपनाम के ऊपर मजाक उड़ा रहे हैं तो एक को सजा हो एक को ना हो, ये तो ठीक नहीं है। मेरे को लगता है संयम सबको रखना चाहिए, मगर छोटी मोटी त्रुटियों के लिए अगर आप बड़े बड़े पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स को जेल करा देंगे, उनकी आप मेंबरशिप डिस्क्वालीफाई कर देंगे, तो ये ठीक नहीं है। मुझे लगता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी ये गलत कर रही है और एक गलत ट्रेंड शुरू कर रही है। अगर ये ट्रेंड हर राज्य सरकार पकड़ लेगी तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेताओं के लिए मुंह खोलना मुश्किल हो जाएगा अन्य राज्यों के अंदर। और केंद्र आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी का है, कल केंद्र के अंदर कोई और बैठेगा। आप इस चीज को समझिए कि आज जो केंद्र सरकार कर रही है वो इस डेमोक्रेटिक सेटअप का पूरा जो लिहाज है, पूरा जो प्रेसिडेंस है, पूरी जो मर्यादाएं हैं उसको खत्म कर रही है।
जी, मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल ने भी उनके समर्थन में अभी तुरंत ट्वीट किया है और उन्होंने कहा नेताओं को, गैर बीजेपी के जो नेता हैं उनको किसी न किसी तरह से खत्म करने की साजिश है। आपने जो बात कही कि राहुल गांधी से मतभेद हैं, लेकिन उन्हें मानहानि के मुकदमे में इस तरह फंसाना ठीक नहीं है। जनता और विपक्ष का काम है सवाल पूछना।
देखिए, ये चीज हमें अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की पसंद है। राहुल गांधी जी से अरविंद जी के बहुत मतभेद हैं, मगर फिर भी वो हाई मॉरल ग्राउंड लेते हुए आज ये बात कह रहे हैं कि भाई हमारे राहुल गांधी से मतभेद हैं, मगर हैं तो वो विपक्ष के आदमी, सवाल तो वो केंद्र सरकार से कर रहे हैं। अगर सवाल पूछने पे केंद्र सरकार इस तरीके से बहाने बनाकर आपको कन्विक्ट कराने लग जाएगा, जेल में डालने लग जाएगा, तो विपक्ष तो खत्म हो जाएगा। अच्छा, विपक्ष किसका सवाल पूछता है? विपक्ष तो जनता का ही सवाल पूछता है, महंगाई का, बेरोजगारी का, अदानी का, हिंडनबर्ग रिपोर्ट का। ये चीज तो किसी केंद्र सरकार को कभी पसंद नहीं आती थी, मगर केंद्र हमेशा संयम रखता था कि भाई ठीक है, ये चीज इनकी पसंद नहीं आ रही, बट यही डेमोक्रेसी है, लोगों के सवाल तो विपक्ष पूछेगा। और उसके ऊपर अगर आप इस तरीके से हमला करेंगे वो ठीक नहीं है। और मैं बहुत मुझे खुशी हो रही है इस चीज की कि जो काम राहुल गांधी जी ने कभी अरविंद केजरीवाल के लिए नहीं किया, वो काम आज केजरीवाल जी राहुल गांधी जी के लिए कर रहे हैं। उनके पक्ष में उन्होंने जो ट्वीट किया, मैं उसका स्वागत करता हूँ।
एक दूसरा कहेंगे, जो बीते दिन हमने पोस्टर देखा था मोदी हटाओ देश बचाओ से लेकर उसके थीम को लेकर,
अब देखिए कितनी अजीब बात है कि जिस देश की आजादी के लिए शहीद आजम भगत सिंह, सुखदेव, राजगुरु और हजारों क्रांतिकारी हमारे फांसी के फंदे पे झूल गए।
Right, that is a very, very interesting reaction that we are getting from Aam Aadmi Party. Remember, Aam Aadmi Party was attacked by the Congress when the entire liquor scam was exposed, and a lot of developments were happening back then. Congress had taken on the Aam Aadmi Party, they're suggesting that it is an out-and-out a corrupt party. But today, Saurabh Bhardwaj of the Aam Aadmi Party, the statement that he has made is being seen as a very, very strong statement in favor of Rahul Gandhi. In fact, he makes that point. He says what Rahul Gandhi never did for Arvind Kejriwal is doing for Rahul Gandhi by standing by his side at a time like this. In fact, he also went on to say that if this is the trend where Bharatiya Janata Party leaders and in states where BJP is in power, they keep on, taking the opposition leaders, their statements and dragging them to the court every now and then, that it's going to be very, very difficult. And they must remember that they are not going to be in power forever, that the governments change. And what if in the non-BJP states, the opposition parties and those who are in the power there do the same to the Bharatiya Janata Party? It's going to get very, very difficult for their leaders. So that's sort of a mild threat also coming in from Saurabh Bhardwaj of the Aam Aadmi Party. We have Saurabh, who continues to be with us, joining us from Kolkata. Saurabh, what I wanted to ask you, since of course you've been tracking developments about this meeting, the coalition coming together, the opposition parties coming together in an attempt to form a front against the BJP, also keeping their distance from the Congress. But today's conviction of Rahul Gandhi, does that make Congress even more untouchable for the Trinamool Congress, for the TMC?
Well, we're still waiting to hear actually what the Trinamool Congress says, and an official reaction from the Trinamool Congress is likely to come from Mamata Banerjee herself. But if we go by what the comments, that they've made in the past few days, they've said that there has been this shadow boxing between the BJP and the Congress, and that Rahul Gandhi, being the face of the opposition, helps the BJP. That's Mamata Banerjee to party workers in Bengal. But this development of Rahul Gandhi, if the BJP does push for his, losing his seat, given that the conviction has happened, then of course, it is uncharted territory for the opposition, and then you could see perhaps, some sort of stance. But what Arvind Kejriwal has tweeted is a very sharply different stand from what the Congress has taken when other parties, for example, here In West Bengal, when the Trinamool leaders have faced central agency action, the Congress has actually supported it, saying that the Trinamool is corrupt. And Rahul Gandhi himself in Meghalaya, during campaign said that look how corrupt the Trinamool is. So there is, of course, a change of stance as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. They seem to have supported Rahul Gandhi. Arvind Kejriwal coming out with a very clear, strong statement.
Right.
We're still waiting to see what stand the Trinamool takes and whether the Congress can emerge as that fulcrum of opposition unity is still a very, very dicey topic in terms of political narratives.
Right, Saurabh, and you might get a chance, to get a reaction perhaps from Mamata Banerjee herself when she holds this meeting with her counterpart there in Orissa, Mr. Naveen Patnaik. There is a reaction coming in from Priyanka Gandhi. We're breaking that right now. She says, and I'm quoting her, "Dari hui satta ki puri machinery, saam daam dand bhed लगाकर राहुल गांधी जी की आवाज को दबाने की कोशिश कर रही है। मेरे भाई न कभी डरे हैं, न कभी डरेंगे। सच बोलते हुए जिए हैं, सच बोलते रहेंगे, देश के लोगों की आवाज उठाते रहेंगे, सच्चाई की ताकत व करोड़ों देशवासियों का प्यार उनके साथ है." So, like I said, when Rahul Gandhi tweeted and now Priyanka Gandhi tweeted, the tone and tenor of the tweets of both brother and sisters remain the same, that they are going to be taking all of this head on. The defiance is there, quite clear, reflecting in both their tweets, suggesting that they have been fighting for the truth and they'll continue to do so, and nothing will make them back down on this fight of theirs. We are taking a short break. We'll continue with our coverage on the other side.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebrations.
When the first camera phone was introduced in the early 2000s, nobody thought this technology would evolve to the point that smartphone cameras would slowly compete with high-end cameras. It's happening now.
So I was traveling, I was backpacking across Europe, and at that point in time, I happened to be in Iceland. I saw Aurora, which is also called as Northern Lights. My interest towards the astroimaging or nightography completely developed because of that particular moment.
We met Amit to know more about how he got into astrophotography.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on. Right, welcome back. There are reactions coming in from big faces from both sides, the Congress and the BJP. We have Ashok Gehlot, Chief Minister of Rajasthan, as well as the Union Law Minister, Mr. Kiran Rijiju, reacting to this development.
राहुल गांधी जी के ये जो कमेंट है, ये तो पॉलिटिकल कमेंट चलते रहते हैं. हम तो 40-50 साल से देखते हैं ऐसे पॉलिटिकल कमेंट. पता नहीं वाजपेयी जी ने, अडवाणी जी ने कितने किए होंगे, कोई सोच नहीं सकता.
राहुल गांधी जो भी बोलते हैं वो आजकल ऐसा हो गया कि उससे सिर्फ नुकसान ही होता है. उनका पार्टी के लिए नुकसान होता ही होता है, लेकिन सबके लिए, देश के लिए भी अच्छा नहीं है. कांग्रेस के कुछ एमपी और कांग्रेस के कुछ नेता मुझे बताया, आज भी बताया, कि राहुल गांधी का जो रवैया है उसके वजह से सब खराब हो गया. उनके पार्टी भी डूब रहा है और साथ साथ में बाकी को भी नुकसान होता है.
All right, with that, we slip into a short break. More news on the other side.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebrations.
When the first camera phone was introduced in the early 2000s, nobody thought this technology would evolve to the point that smartphone cameras would slowly compete with high-end cameras. It's happening now.
So I was traveling, I was backpacking across Europe, and at that point in time, I happened to be in Iceland. I saw Aurora, which is also called as Northern Lights. My interest towards the astroimaging or nightography completely developed because of that particular moment.
We met Amit to know more about how he got into astrophotography.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense-paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right, and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense-paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebrations.
When the first camera phone was introduced in the early 2000s, nobody thought this technology would evolve to the point that smartphone cameras would slowly compete with high-end cameras. It's happening now.
So I was traveling, I was backpacking across Europe, and at that point in time, I happened to be in Iceland. I saw Aurora, which is also called as Northern Lights. My interest towards the astroimaging or nightography completely developed because of that particular moment.
We met Amit to know more about how he got into astrophotography.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
Let us begin the big fight.
20 years since we started this.
Hello and welcome. The big breaking news we're bringing you right now. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi is found guilty and sentenced to 2 years in prison in a 2019 criminal defamation case over his remarks about Prime Minister Narendra Modi's surname. He was found guilty by a court. He was convicted by a court in Gujarat's Surat. He has been granted bail and Megha joins me in studio to take us through all these developments and what's expected. Now Megha, he has been granted bail for 30 days and allowed to appeal the decision. But the big question now is, and we'll get you all the reactions, but also what does this mean for his member of parliament-ship? Does that now, is that something the BJP could push and ask for his disqualification?
Well, that's something that it is for the BJP to actually respond and, make their stand clear. But the murmurs are this, that, there is a possibility. And of course, there would be some sort of an attempt to find out exactly what this means, this particular conviction of Rahul Gandhi and getting the maximum sentence in a criminal defamation case. Does this give the BJP a chance to push for his disqualification or not? We are just quickly going to take you through something very, very important that has come to our attention, which says that one of these sections, under the Representation of the People's Act 1951, the Section 8, in paragraph 3, it says that 2 years of imprisonment can technically be attracted in a situation like this, and disqualification under this particular section, can be attracted, but he has 3 months to appeal. Now, what happens next? What we are being told is the Gujarat unit of the Congress has confirmed to us that they will be moving the Gujarat High Court as soon as possible. We have Arvind with us and he tracks courts really closely. Arvind will be able to throw some light on this. Arvind, does this mean that Rahul Gandhi can actually be disqualified because he has been convicted and sentenced today in this case?
Megha, before answering that question, I just heard you explaining about subsection 3 of section 8 of the Representation of People Act. In fact, that particular section under the under the Representation of People Act mandates that or gives the ruling that or an order that whenever a person is convicted in any offence and sentenced to at least 2 years, attracts disqualification. Though, like you read earlier, it had the 3 months time for the particular person to challenge the sentence or the conviction before the higher court. That was read down in the Lily Thomas case. Before Lily Thomas case, before the 2013 judgment by Supreme Court, like you mentioned, there was this 3 months time period that was given. So the moment a person is convicted and if he or she if he or she gets a sentence for at least 2 years, the particular person will not be immediately disqualified from either of the house because he or she has 3 months time. But that was struck down in the Lily Thomas case by Supreme Court in 2013, and that's why the moment if a person is convicted in any of the offence and if the person is sentenced for at least 2 years, that very moment the person attracts disqualification. That seems to be the norm that has been read down in the that has been given as a ruling in the Lily Thomas case. So that's why even in this particular case, though the court has suspended the sentence of 2 years for 30 days, but the court has not stayed the conviction. The trial court has not stayed the conviction, and because the conviction stands and the sentence has been suspended for 30 days, legal experts do say that Rahul Gandhi has attracted disqualification the moment he has been awarded.
And Arvind, if you could explain to us, how does that then work, this disqualification? So you're saying there is no 3 months to appeal right now. If wanted, if somebody pushes it, he could be disqualified since he's been convicted for 2 years.
Raji, then there need not be anyone going to the Lok Sabha secretariat with a complaint. The moment he has been convicted and he has been sentenced for at least 2 years, as per Section 8 and Subsection 3 of Representation of People Act, that makes it clear that he stands disqualified, and that's why the Congress leaders are also very awkward. Though the sentence has been suspended for 30 days, but the legal experts that we spoke now, they are saying that no, because Rahul Gandhi has attracted disqualification already. So because it has been the judgment has been given by the magistrate court, Rahul Gandhi cannot move the High Court directly. He has to go to the Sessions Court. So they are preparing a petition and they will be moving the Surat Sessions Court is what we are being told is that. But we'll get some kind of a clarity on the next set of moves by Rahul Gandhi at around 4 p.m. when Abhishek Manu Singhvi, senior advocate who is also a Rajya Sabha member of the party, addresses media. But in all likelihood, we can expect in a day or two, we can expect the Lok Sabha Secretariat acting on this particular judgment, calling him disqualified.
Arvind, just explain this to us. Then the Section 8, Paragraph 3 of the Representation of the People's Act 1951 says that he technically right now, of course, attracts disqualification under this particular section unless stayed by a higher court. Now, that has not happened. That has this conviction that has been handed over to him and the sentencing, it has been stayed by the same court in Surat. It has not gone to a higher court till now. And while the Congress plans to move the Gujarat High Court, it may happen tomorrow, it may not happen tomorrow. Then does that give the window to anybody who wants to push for his disqualification in Lok Sabha?
Meha, that particular 3 months time period that was given in the subsection 3 of Section 8 of the RP Act, that has been written down. So that means that there is no 3 months period. That period doesn't exist anymore. The moment a person is sentenced, convicted, and then sentenced for any period of at least 2 years, then that particular person attracts disqualification. So in this particular case, that the same court has suspended the sentence alone, but the conviction stays, and the sentence is also of 2 years. That means that he attracts disqualification is what even the Congress legal team is also discussing now, because that particular 2 years period is something that they are not very much convinced with, because Mega, when we spoke to his legal team and also when we spoke to some other legal experts or senior advocates who appeared in the 2016 Constitution Bench matter on the same section IPC 499, even they are saying that there has been only one case wherein a person was sentenced for 2 years in a case of criminal defamation under section 499 of IPC. So again, 2 year sentence is something that the Congress leaders are saying that this particular 2 years period means that this particular 2 years period has been given, or in a way this means that he stands disqualified, and that's where they want to challenge the 2 years period is something that they are seeing it as an excessive imprisonment or sentence. Keeping politics aside, Mega and Gargi, the moment a person is convicted and also sentenced for 2 years, that means that particular person stands disqualified. Earlier, the 30 days, 3 months period was given in order to allow that particular person to challenge the order before higher court. But now, Supreme Court has said that is being misused by several politicians in order to decriminalize politics. That's why Supreme Court in Lily Thomas case in 2013 has struck down that 3 months period. So there is no room for the particular person to challenge it in the High Court or some other court. But again, if the particular person, if Rahul Gandhi moves the Sessions Court tomorrow and the Sessions Court stays the entire conviction, stays the entire judgment, by then if the Lok Sabha Secretariat does not disqualify him, then he has the room, then he is safe. But what if he challenges day after tomorrow, and tomorrow Lok Sabha Secretariat disqualifies him? So in that particular case, then Rahul Gandhi will stand disqualified. So it all depends on who moves first, whether the Lok Sabha Secretariat moves first or whether Rahul Gandhi moves first is something that we have to wait and watch for.
So that can be trouble, Arvind, for Rahul Gandhi if the space is open to move for his disqualification in Lok Sabha. You can expect the BJP to jump on that. Yeah,
the BJP would immediately try and have him disqualified, given that he's been convicted in this particular case. And even if the Congress moves fast, I'd imagine the BJP would possibly move faster. Let's take you through the reaction. Perhaps that's why Megha was seeing this, immediate protest. It's obviously something they were expecting, an immediate protest by the Congress. Their protests in Dehradun, in Delhi, in Chennai as well. Let's go across to Tanushree for more. And Tanushree, we've been seeing protests by the Congress workers in various parts of the country. Also, major statements coming by Congress leaders against what is happening. Ashok Gehlot saying this was a political statement that Rahul Gandhi made. Digvijay Singh saying that now you can't even speak in the country.
Absolutely, Gargi, and that's how the entire Congress, starting from the top brass, have been reacting. including Priyanka Gandhi, to this news of the arrest of Rahul Gandhi. Now, and in fact, backing has come from quarters where it wasn't expected. Arvind Kejriwal was the first one to tweet and support Rahul Gandhi, saying that we can have political differences with the Congress, with Rahul Gandhi, but this kind of political witch hunt against big political leaders is not done, is not fair. Arvind Kejriwal was one of the first persons to tweet in favor of Rahul Gandhi as far as the story is concerned. And yes, you're absolutely right. There have been protests across the national capital, in fact, in many parts of the country, by the Congress's workers. In fact, we are also going to see Arvind Kejriwal coming to Jantar Mantar to address the people of Delhi. This was supposed to be regarding the anti-Prime Minister posters and the FIRs which were done. But now we have been speaking to the sources in the Aam Aadmi Party, and they are saying that Arvind Kejriwal is going to also address that how the BJP is pulling off a witch hunt, a political vendetta against all the opposition parties, where they arrest Manish Sisodia, where they threaten Rahul Gandhi that he could be arrested. So this is what is expected at about 2 p.m. at Jantar Mantar, where Arvind Kejriwal is going to come. He's going to address the people, and there are many protests as well by the Congress workers, and all we have been picking up from the Congress's top brass leaders is that they are going to do all they can in their legal capacity. As Arvind was mentioning, that there are many legal nuances to this case, so they are going to do their best to keep Rahul Gandhi out of prison. But as far as the groundwork is concerned, they have asked all the workers to keep up the pressure and be on the streets and protest against the Bharatiya Janata Party, as they have been saying that the BJP is using all the agencies, all the investigation agencies, even the judiciary, against the opposition leaders. That's what the Congress's political line is, and now that's what the workers have picked up who are protesting on the streets.
All right, Tanushree, we will return to you for more. We're also joined by Sunil Prabhu, who joins us from outside Rahul Gandhi's residence. Just to talk about what Tanushree was saying, it's interesting what AAP had said, Megha, with Arvind Kejriwal actually coming out in support of Rahul Gandhi and saying that there's a conspiracy to finish non-BJP parties and leaders by filing cases against them. So interesting to see him speak out. I can see, Sunil, you have a lot of Congress workers there behind you, but also we just, before we just come to you, Megha, we're still waiting for more clarity on whether Rahul is going to be disqualified from Parliament. So that's something, we're waiting to find out more on.
Well, Gargi, I think, this, if at all, any of the parties from the side or the alliance of the NDA or the Bharatiya Janata Party for that matter has to push, they still haven't done this. So we do not know for sure, we don't know for sure if they want to do it, and if the option, even legally speaking, that clarity is not there. It's being discussed, and this whole idea is being tossed over that, it can happen, and people are, of course, citing various rules under which this can happen. Also, like Arvind said, that the 3-month period when it comes to a conviction of this nature has been struck down. That kind of time is not given to people anymore. So the option of Rahul being suspended from the Lok Sabha opens up, as per some suggestions that are coming to us. So we don't know what's the final word, as far as the legal aspect is concerned.
Let's go across to Sunil now for more. And Sunil, tell us, what are the reactions coming there? And the Congress, we're seeing a lot of protests happening in different cities as well.
Well, Gargi, let me just get to that first issue, which is the most important about Lok Sabha disqualification. Please don't, be under any illusion that the BJP will not ask for the disqualification. They will definitely ask for his disqualification. There is no doubt about it. The rule is extremely grey. It depends on whom you talk to and on what context you say it in. There have been various yardsticks. For example, if you are an opposition MP, and in the case of the NCP, Lakshadweep MP, you'll get disqualified. But there have been earlier cases where you have the Speaker or the in the Lok Sabha or in the Assembly have taken their own time to consider the matter before the person gets a certain amount of relief in the court and then ensure that he doesn't get disqualified. Here it will be a test for true democracy in terms of what exactly happens on that issue. As I speak here at Rahul Gandhi's residence, Delhi Pradesh Congress leaders have started coming here to show solidarity. They say, Rahul ji, more power to you. No one can silence Rahul ji. He's the only voice for us. What is the reason for why you all are protesting now? Because this, after all, this is nothing to do with Modi ji. This is done by the court.
Well, I think India is still a democracy where everybody has got, free thinking power and all. But what is happening now? It is like, the law is going and the government is going like my way or highway. These things cannot go like that. I'm a mental health therapist. I'm telling you, we are doing a peaceful thing. We are a part of nation building. Congress is not a new party. It's got a legacy of about more than 125 years now. It is not like if you want to win election, you have got many other ways. But it's not like that. You keep on silencing, one by one other leaders and all. For all the parties, for that matter. So I think it's a vendetta politics which is going on. And everything is being influenced and controlled by, one of the apex single power. So that is a problem before which we are, actually agitating here.
So here you've heard what they have had to say in terms of Congress workers. Priyanka Gandhi coming strongly in support of her brother, making a very categorical statement that he will not be silenced. He will continue to speak truth to power. There is definitely, as we speak, Rahul Gandhi's legal team is looking at all various options to move the Gujarat High Court immediately to ensure that this conviction that has taken place is stayed. For those who are elementary in the, legal students will tell you criminal defamation has to be to a particular person. In this case, it was in a generic term. We'll have to wait and see the judgment on how and on what basis they have gone ahead and convicted under Section 499 and 500. But nevertheless, this is definitely for Rahul Gandhi a big legal setback in terms of how he will have to proceed in terms of not only his possible disqualification from the Lok Sabha, which if the Lok Sabha Speaker decides to act immediately, then he can technically go ahead, or if he does allow him the time that the court has given. It's in this case that you must remember way back, and this is the reason for why Indira Gandhi brought in the law to bring in 2 years when the Rajnarayan verdict took place. Subsequently, that was challenged. There was an ordinance which Rahul Gandhi had literally and didn't physically ever say that it will be torn. It was just a literal statement in the Press Club of India when he said that it should be torn and thrown. It is that very same law that we are talking about to ensure that members of parliament do not get disqualified. This, of course, finally the Supreme Court had its final say and struck it down, which was brought to save Mrs. Indira Gandhi's seat against Rajnarayan at that time in an election petition. So a lot of history being played around here. We'll have to wait and see how things proceed. But definitely this is a huge political challenge. We have seen the Aam Aadmi Party come out in support. They have their own reasons, Gargi, why they are supporting. And you must understand that they have a history of criminal defamation. Arvind Kejriwal has had to apologize a number of times on criminal defamation, be it Nitin Gadkari, be it Arun Jaitley, and that list is endless. And it's in that context that today they are welcoming and supporting Rahul Gandhi. They understand at this present juncture that they need to show solidarity with all possible forces because there is a history behind it. Does it mean that they will politically all work together? Unlikely, but definitely for possibility of Mamata Banerjee, who has been consistently saying that Rahul Gandhi will only help Narendra Modi. We'll have to wait and see what she has to say today to this kind of response that has taken place.
All right, Sunil, thanks so much for joining us with all those details and as well as the reactions that are coming in. Sunil Prabhu there reporting from outside Rahul Gandhi's residence and talking about this suspension, whether he'll be disqualified disqualified from Parliament. That's the big, question right now about who moves quicker, isn't it, Megha? Whether the disqualification will happen or whether the Congress can actually appeal quickly tomorrow and the High Court does, suspend the sentence or stay the conviction for the moment. We'll continue to track all this. We'll slip into a short break. There's a press conference we're expecting by the BJP very shortly. Stay with us.
QSMT.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right, and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense-paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
When the first camera phone was introduced in the early 2000s, nobody thought this technology would evolve to the point that smartphone cameras would slowly compete with high-end cameras. It's happening now.
So I was traveling, I was backpacking across Europe, and at that point in time, I happened to be in Iceland. I saw Aurora, which is also called as Northern Lights. My interest towards the astroimaging or nightography completely developed because of that particular moment.
We met Amit to know more about how he got into astrophotography.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
How come all the thieves have Modi as the common surname? सारे चोरों का सरनेम मोदी क्यों होता है? इसका मतलब क्या है? मतलब सरनेम नहीं, कहीं की मोदी जाति होती है, मोदी लोग स्पोर्ट्समैन होते हैं, पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स होते हैं, बड़े बड़े डॉक्टर्स होते हैं, प्रोफेशनल्स होते हैं, बिजनेसमैन होते हैं, और आपने ये कह दिया तो आपके खिलाफ कार्रवाई नहीं होगी क्या? क्यों नहीं होनी चाहिए? अगर आप एक पूरे सरनेम को इस तरह से इंसल्ट करेंगे कि जिसका सरनेम मोदी हुआ वो चोर होता है, तो बिल्कुल डिफेमेटरी है ना? और बाकायदे सुनवाई हुई, उनको अपना पक्ष रखने का अवसर मिला, उनके वकीलों ने बहस की, प्रोसिक्यूशन के विटनेसेस आए, जो कानून की प्रक्रिया है उसके अनुसार यह निर्णय हुआ। जहां तक मेरी जानकारी है, बिहार भाजपा के नेता सुशील मोदी ने भी पटना में एक केस कर रखा है और वहां भी राहुल गांधी बेल पर है, और जल्दी वो सुशील मोदी के साइड का एविडेंस पूरा हो गया, उन लोगों का एविडेंस शुरू होगा इनका। लेकिन आज कुछ बड़े सवाल मुझे करने हैं मैं देख रहा था कि राहुल गांधी ने कहा कि मैं सत्य और अहिंसा में विश्वास करता हूं। क्या सत्य और अहिंसा में विश्वास करना लोगों को अपमानित करना है? देश को जाति सूचक गाली देना है? जो उन्होंने कहा मैं उसको दोहरा नहीं सकता, आपके सामने है कि कितनी वो भद्दी बात उन्होंने कही। अगर राहुल गांधी को अपने जिद से लोगों को अपमानित करने का अधिकार है, गाली देने का अधिकार है, तो जो उनकी गाली से दुखित हैं, पीड़ित हैं, उनको कोर्ट में डिफेमेशन केस करने का अधिकार है। The law of India is that if an individual or an organization has been defamed by defamatory comment, by abuses, by scurrilous comments, by scandalous comments, then he has got the right to seek redress. क्या कांग्रेस पार्टी को इस पर भी परेशानी है क्या कि वो चाहते हैं कि राहुल गांधी को कंप्लीट फ्रीडम दिया जाए, वो गाली पढ़ते रहें? ये तो नहीं हो सकता ना। अगर देश में कानून का राज है तो कानून का राज चलेगा। इसलिए आज मुझे सबसे आश्चर्य लगा उनके राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष खरगे साहब के कमेंट पर। क्या कह गए कि कोर्ट को बार बार बदला गया। यू डोंट ट्रस्ट द कोर्ट ऑल्सो। कांग्रेस पार्टी एक न्यायपालिका को भी अपने जेब में रखना चाहती है। खरगे साहब कांग्रेस पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष हैं। ही मस्ट मेक रिस्पॉन्सिबल कमेंट्स। क्या कहना चाहते हैं कि बार बार जज को बदला गया? इट इज अ सीरियस इश्यू ऑफ कंटेम्प्ट ऑल्सो। आपको सजा हुई, आप अपील में जाइए, अपनी बात कहिए, बेल आपको मिल चुका है टेम्पररी, आप जाइए अपील में। ये आप कैसे कर सकते हैं? और राहुल गांधी ने कोई पहली बात तो नहीं कहा है। याद करिए, राफेल के मामले पर इन्होंने सुप्रीम कोर्ट के बारे में भी टिप्पणी की थी और बाद में माफी मांगा इन्होंने। इस पर हम चर्चा कर चुके हैं। तो आलोचना का हम सम्मान करते हैं, राहुल गांधी आलोचना नहीं करते। राहुल गांधी देश को बदनाम करते हैं, जनतंत्र को बदनाम करते हैं और देश की जनता को भी बदनाम करते हैं। अब जैसे आपको अभी हाल में लंदन गए थे ना, उनकी तो हमने आपको एक ही बात कही कि भारत में लोकतंत्र समाप्त हो गया है और यूरोपियन कंट्रीज को और अमेरिका को इसका नोटिस देना चाहिए। उसकी चर्चा मैंने यहीं से की थी, तो कितना तूफान खड़ा किया गया, मेरे खिलाफ बड़े अपशब्द कहे गए। फिर हमने उनका वीडियो डाल दिया आपके सामने में, तब कोई जवाब नहीं मिलता। उन्होंने भारत के लोकतंत्र का अपमान विदेशी धरती पर पहली बार नहीं किया है, हमेशा करते हैं और उनको वोट नहीं मिलता। अभी आसाम में, नॉर्थ ईस्ट में हारे, नागालैंड में हारे, मेघालय में हारे, मिजोरम में हारे, तो फिर कहते हैं कि देश में लोकतंत्र खत्म हो गया। If the people don't vote for you, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, don't blame the people of India. Don't curse the democracy of India. न भारत की जनता का अपमान करें, न देश के लोकतंत्र को पर विलाप करें, यह हम कहना चाहते हैं। अब बताइए उन्होंने क्या क्या कहा। नफरत के बीज बोएंगे। राहुल गांधी विदेश गए तो नफरत के बीज तो बोएंगे ही बोएंगे। लंदन में क्या कह गए? भारत यूनियन ऑफ स्टेट्स है, भारत राष्ट्र नहीं है। तो राष्ट्र की समझदारी राहुल को कितना आपको पता ही है। ये तो बिल्कुल माओइस्ट थिंकिंग है ना कि भारत कोई देश नहीं है, एक राज्यों का समूह है जिसको संवैधानिक दबाव में एक रखा गया है। अब बाकी मैंने कह दिया, भारत के लोकतंत्र पर हमले हो रहे हैं, भारत की आवाज दबा दी गई है। उसके बाद उन्होंने क्या कहा? कश्मीर एक बहुत ही हिंसक राज्य है, जबकि वहां हिंसा कम हुई है, वो तिरंगा फहरा करके आए हैं। पुलवामा हमले को उन्होंने लंदन मार्च में कहा कि वो कार धमाका था, कार धमाका, शहीदों का अपमान किया उन्होंने। फिर कहा विपक्षी नेताओं के फोन पर पेगासस लगे हुए हैं। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा अपना फोन तो दे दीजिए, आप तो देने की हिम्मत नहीं हुई। और चीन की तारीफ तो जो उन्होंने किया, आपने देखा ही, चीन सद्भावना बड़ा देश है। 22 में क्या कहा था लंदन में, देश में मिट्टी का तेल छिड़क दिया गया है, चिंगारी की जरूरत है। और कहा मतलब क्या क्या मैं बोल के भारतीय विदेश सेवा की आलोचना उन्होंने किया। और क्या कहा, 2021 में सद्दाम हुसैन और मोहम्मद गद्दाफी भी चुनाव जीतते थे। तो राहुल गांधी वही तरीका अपना ले अगर उनको यही परेशानी है तब। और जहां तक गाली पढ़ने का सवाल है, तो आज तो हमारे पास पूरा रिकॉर्ड रखा हुआ है उनका उनके पार्टी के नेताओं का। मैं बदौनी से कहूंगा इसको रिलीज कर दें आप लोग के लिए। क्या क्या कहा, अभी जो उनके राजस्थान के प्रभारी सुखविंदर रंधावा हैं, उन्होंने पीएम मोदी पर क्या कहा कि उनको खत्म करने की बात कही। जयराम रमेश तो पीएम की तुलना हिटलर स्टालिन से करते ही रहते हैं। शायद कांग्रेस पार्टी के गुणी कम्युनिकेशन इंचार्ज को हिटलर स्टालिन से बहुत प्रेम है? और सुरजेवाला साहब ने कहा मोदी तेरी कब्र खुदेगी। पवन खेड़ा जी ने उनके पिता का अपमान किया। और किसने किसने क्या कहा, मतलब सारा कुछ मेरे पास है। कुछ तो इतने शर्मनाक हैं कि मैं उसको रिपीट नहीं कर सकता, क्षमा करिएगा। तो आप फ्री गाली पढ़ेंगे, आप देश की सेना का अपमान करेंगे, आप देश के शहीदों की शहादत का मजाक बनाएंगे, आप भारत के राष्ट्रभक्ति राष्ट्र शक्ति का अपमान करेंगे, आप देश की जनता के वोट का अपमान करेंगे, आप देश की जनता के जनमत का अपमान करेंगे और कहेंगे हम सत्य और अहिंसा के पुजारी हैं। ऐसा कैसे चलेगा? याद है ना, राहुल गांधी ने एक ऑर्डिनेंस फाड़ा था, याद है कि नहीं? आप लोग भूल गए ना? सबके आपके सामने पड़ा था। इट इज नॉनसेंस। तो जो ऑर्डिनेंस मनमोहन सिंह की सरकार ने कैबिनेट में पास किया, उसको उन्होंने फाड़कर फेंक दिया था। तो देश को कमजोर करना, देश को बदनाम करना और नरेंद्र मोदी के खिलाफ और भाजपा के खिलाफ भद्दी से भद्दी गाली समान आरोप लगाना राहुल गांधी की फितरत हो गई है। इसलिए मैंने सब विस्तार से कहा। लेकिन अब ये हाइट हो रहा है कि अब वो न्यायपालिका पर भी टिप्पणी कांग्रेस कर रही है। राहुल गांधी जी, अगर आप गाली पढ़ेंगे तो कानून तो काम करेगा ना, कि वो भी नहीं करेगा। आप आलोचना करिए, लेकिन क्या सारे मोदी चोर हैं? दिस इज क्लियरली डिफेमेटरी। तो आपको कानून का रास्ता दिया गया, आप वहां पेश हुए, आपने सफाई दी, आपकी सफाई कोर्ट को कन्विंस नहीं हो सकी। और अगर इस तरह से बोलेंगे तो और समस्या में पड़ेंगे आप। तो आरएसएस के बारे में कितने कितने बातें बोलते रहते हैं, आपको मालूम ही है। मैं अपने मीडिया सेल को कहूंगा कि एक बार जरा काउंटिंग कराया जाए कि राहुल गांधी के खिलाफ कितना डिफेमेशन केस चल रहा है देश भर में। आप लोग भी देखते हैं, जाके उनको बेल लेना पड़ता है। तो राहुल गांधी जी, लोकतंत्र लोक लाज से चलता है। राहुल गांधी जी, डेमोक्रेसी अल्टीमेटली इज रन by certain probity and propriety with regard to fair play. Now, the most important element of that is you please respect the popular verdict. अब आपको वोट नहीं मिलता तो देश का लोकतंत्र गड़बड़ है, देश के नेताओं पर आरोप लगाओ, भद्दी भद्दी गालियां पढ़ो, देश का विदेश में जाके अपमान करो, ऐसा नहीं होता ना। और अगर कांग्रेसी समझते हैं कि दरबार संस्कृति में राहुल गांधी के पीछे खड़े होकर वो देश के लोकतंत्र और देश की कानून व्यवस्था को मजबूत कर रहे हैं, तो मेरे ख्याल में वो दिवा स्वप्न देख रहे हैं। और अगर वो ये समझते हैं कि न्यायपालिका पर आरोप लगाकर दबाव दे करके वो अपने पक्ष में कार्रवाई कराएंगे, तो वो और भी गलतफहमी में है। अब आज का भारत 75 ईयर्स ओल्ड है। अंतिम बात मुझे कहनी है और फिर मैं आपके प्रश्न लूंगा। बार बार ये भारत और विदेश में कहते हैं कि भारत में इंस्टीट्यूशंस कॉम्प्रोमाइज हो रहा है, कहते हैं ना। आज आप देख लीजिए कि उनके राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष ने न्यायपालिका के बारे में क्या कहा। मैं फिर रिपीट कर रहा हूं, आज के निर्णय के बाद उनके राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष ने देश की न्यायपालिका के बारे में क्या कहा। राहुल गांधी तो राफेल पर सुप्रीम कोर्ट के बारे में बोल ही चुके हैं। तो आपके पक्ष में फैसला आए तो न्यायपालिका ठीक है, लोकतंत्र में आपको वोट मिल जाए तो लोकतंत्र ठीक है, अखबार आपके पक्ष में लिखे तो अखबार ठीक है, लेकिन आपके खिलाफ कुछ नहीं होना चाहिए। यह है उनका लोकतंत्र और यह है उनका कानून के न्याय, कानून के राज का सम्मान। हम इसकी बहुत भर्त्सना करते हैं। As far as Ravi Shankar Prasad is concerned, he is not a legal advisor of Mr. Rahul Gandhi. I think there are many eminent lawyers in his company. Mr. Baloni, वो उनको एडवाइस करेंगे। देखिए ऐसा है, सेक्शन 8 ऑफ द रिप्रेजेंटेशन ऑफ पीपुल एक्ट में इस बात का प्रावधान है कि अगर आपको 2 साल की सजा होती है तो उसमें कार्रवाई का प्रावधान है। अपील के लिए आपको वक्त मिलेगा, जो स्टे करते हैं उसके बाद वो समय सीमा खत्म होने के बाद। उसके बाद कई ऐसे भी प्रिवेंशन ऑफ करप्शन एक्ट है, होर्डिंग है, भारत के प्रतीकों का अपमान है, उसमें आपको सजा कुछ भी हो लेकिन आप डिस्क्वालीफाई होंगे। अब ये निर्णय स्पीकर का है, मुझे उस पर कुछ नहीं कहना है।
All right, so Ravi Shankar Prasad there hitting out at Rahul Gandhi and talking about this conviction for the kind of statement that he made in 2019 during the Karnataka elections, where he spoke about the Modi surname. And Megha, the big question right now is whether he will be disqualified. Will the Wayanad constituency be vacated? How soon can the Congress get activated and approach the court? The conviction has been sentence has been suspended, or for the moment he has 30 days to appeal against it, but in that much time the BJP of course can move fast and have him disqualified from the Lok Sabha.
So Gargi, to get an absolutely clear picture as to what this means and what can happen on the back of what has the court in the Surat has the conviction and the sentencing, both of them together. What we are being told, and like I said, it's really not for us to come to a conclusion on this, because the legal experts will throw perhaps a much more clearer light on this one.
Because
but
it does seem a bit grey, isn't it?
Yeah,
yes.
What next can happen, as per Arvind, is that perhaps one of the parties, it could be the BJP, any of the parties can move for the disqualification of Rahul Gandhi in the Lok Sabha Secretariat, or the Congress moves before that and gets a higher court to suspend this particular sentencing or the conviction. So that has still not happened. So the sentence has been suspended by the same court. The court that awarded him the sentence or convicted him today in Surat, that very court has suspended the sentence and given him a 30-day time. But like Arvind has been reporting, and there are some suggestions that are coming in from various different sectors that says that the Supreme Court in one of its verdict has struck down the 3-month period that usually a person in a situation like this gets to appeal. So that time is not there with Rahul Gandhi. What does it mean that there is a window open wherein one of the political parties in the Lok Sabha can actually move for his disqualification there, until the time Congress or the legal team of Rahul Gandhi is able to get a suspension over this sentence from a higher court? Does Rahul Gandhi face this entire problem wherein he is open to suspension? Now, we don't really know what is going to happen. You just heard the former law minister from the Bharatiya Janata Party, Mr. Ravi Shankar Prasad, saying that that section is there, that option is open. Are they going to exercise that option is the question.
Right, and perhaps that is this big setback to Rahul Gandhi, legal setback, and we're seeing that Congress workers have taken to the streets. There are protests in several towns in Dehradun, in Chennai, in Delhi as well, and
we have Ms. Anila Singh, I think, on the phone line. We have Ms. Nalini Singh, I beg your pardon, on the phone line, senior journalist Nalini Singh. Ma'am, you heard about the entire conviction of Rahul Gandhi today by a Surat court, the maximum sentence being handed over to him. Of course, the political bickering has started from that time on, but both sides now suggesting that, you know, this is not the end of it, and this entire fight is going to drag on.
Is that Megha I'm speaking to?
Yes, yes,
yes,
ma'am.
okay. Megha, just want to say that, first of all, our political discourse is at a dangerous level now. Whether it is Rahul Gandhi saying, you know, whatever he has been punished for, taking the surname of whatever. So, whether it is that or the extremely objectionable language used by other political parties, including the BJP's leaders, and also even implying that, you know, certain sections of our society, of our polyglot society, are not really worth now taking, that one should take offense at everything they do or say. Now, I think that's extremely dangerous. First of all, it is good that a court has taken cognizance, or cognizance has been brought to the attention of the court. I have nothing to say about the 2-year suspended sentence that they've given, which is now suspended because I believe he's got bail. But I would say that it's good. But I have an absolutely certainly I would like to say that it should apply equally to all parties. I find that our honorable court might be reminded that we're all equal citizens of this country, and therefore it would be great if any infringement is then equally dealt with, or with an equal hand, whether it is this party or that party. And I say this because the public maybe is not confident of that at the moment. Megha, I've just come back from Bihar. In fact, you know, just hours ago, from a village in North Bihar, near the Nepal border, and I can tell you that the foul language being used by our politicians is percolating to the local level. They had their own stock of, you know, sort of foul, at least by innuendo, they were pretty foul to each other. But now it is being given legitimacy from what you may call the central level. And that is having an extremely negative effect on our, you know, on the political discourse at the, let's say, the panchayat level or the block level, etc. So I would caution all the politicians who think that they are making smart aleck references to their rivals, whether it is rivals from 40 years ago, 100 years ago, or whatever, and that they will certainly have short-term gains, but our country's discourse is getting polluted. So this is a very long answer to what you have asked.
Right. Ms. Nalini Singh there, thank you so much, ma'am, for giving us your perspective. And Gargi, there is a tweet from Rahul Gandhi. He's taken to Twitter again, and he says, we are breaking this right now. He says, Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev और राजगुरु को शहीद दिवस पर सादर नमन, सच और हिम्मत का दामन थाम, देश के लिए बेखौफ लड़ने जाना, भारत माँ के इन्हीं वीर सपूतों से सीखा है, इनकलाब जिंदाबाद. So of course,
this
the
conviction
context,
coming
yeah,
on
of
the
course,
same
is
day that
connecting
Bhagat Singh was
with
hanged
this.
by the British, and Rahul Gandhi, you know, referring to that and talking about how he will not be silenced, and we have learned from these brave sons, and long live the revolution. Well, we've been seeing all those reactions coming in, and on the other side, we'll get to more on what the Congress is saying after Rahul Gandhi's conviction in this defamation case. We'll slip into a short break and be back with more.
Years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right, and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebrations.
When the first camera phone was introduced in the early 2000s, nobody thought this technology would evolve to the point that smartphone cameras would slowly compete with high-end cameras. It's happening now.
So I was traveling, I was backpacking across Europe, and at that point in time, I happened to be in Iceland. I saw Aurora, which is also called as Northern Lights. My interest towards the astroimaging or nightography completely developed because of that particular moment.
We met Amit to know more about how he got into astrophotography.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense-paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
When the first camera phone was introduced in the early 2000s, nobody thought this technology would evolve to the point that smartphone cameras would slowly compete with high-end cameras. It's happening now.
So I was traveling, I was backpacking across Europe, and at that point in time, I happened to be in Iceland. I saw Aurora, which is also called as Northern Lights. My interest towards the astroimaging or nightography completely developed because of that particular moment.
We met Amit to know more about how he got into astrophotography.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
Welcome back, and the big breaking news we're bringing you, and all the reactions after Congress leader Rahul Gandhi has been found guilty and also sentenced to 2 years in prison by a court in Gujarat. This is in connection to a 2019 criminal defamation case over his remarks about Prime Minister Narendra Modi's surname, and this was by a court in Gujarat. And Megha, it's a 2-year conviction, which means he can now be disqualified from the Lok Sabha since he's been convicted in this case. The court also had an explanation for why they gave him the maximum sentence.
Yes, and Gargi, I'm just quoting out of the order there that was handed over today to Rahul Gandhi. The court said while giving him the maximum possible sentence in a criminal defamation case, the court said if we let him off with a reduced sentence, it will leave a bad precedent since he is an MP and his conduct in public life can influence people. That's why I have ordered the maximum punishment in this case. So this is one of the points in the final order, and that tells you why the court thought that he deserves the maximum punishment in this particular matter. So Rahul Gandhi at this moment facing 2 years sentencing, even though the sentence has been suspended, Gargi, and he's been given time to appeal.
That's right. Well, let's just listen to some of the reactions. And first off, let's listen to Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge.
राहुल जी को 2 साल की सजा हुई है मानहानि के मामले में, हालांकि जमानत भी मिल गई है। क्या आप इस पर कहना चाहेंगे?
देखो, इसके ऊपर सविस्तार से हमारे लोग प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करने वाले हैं। उसमें हमारे जो मीडिया के चेयरमैन हैं या हमारे जो सेक्रेटरी इंचार्ज है, वो सविस्तर से आपको बताएंगे।
आपकी क्या प्रतिक्रिया सर?
नहीं, मेरा रिएक्शन तो वही पार्टी का रिएक्शन होगा, और हम यही चाहते हैं कि इसका हमको अंदाज़ा लग रहा था कि ये लोग जब बार बार बुलाना ये करना कर रहे थे, तो उन्होंने तो उनको शिक्षा दी है, लेकिन हम बेल भी मिला है। आगे की रणनीति क्या होना चाहिए हम देखेंगे। बीजेपी हर चीज़ पे हमला बोलती है, कौन सी चीज़ छोड़ी है, और खुद को छोड़ के बाकी के ऊपर उंगली दिखाते हैं, दूसरों को एक उंगली दिखाते हैं, लेकिन 4 उंगलियां उनके तरफ दिखाते।
All right, so that was Mr. Kharge's reaction. Now, interesting also, Megha, that Mr. Kejriwal also spoke out in support of Rahul Gandhi, and in his tweet he talked about how the BJP is trying to finish off all other parties.
And his party members going on to make the point, Gargi, that Mr. Kejriwal is doing for Rahul Gandhi, what Rahul Gandhi never did for Arvind Kejriwal. Of course, suggesting that at the time when they needed political assistance or they needed help from other opposition parties, the Congress chose to take the Aam Aadmi Party to the cleaner, especially when it came to the liquor scam and the entire investigation and the arrest of its top leader. So, it's quite unusual that Aam Aadmi Party is standing in solidarity with the Congress today.
Probably because of Mr. Kejriwal's personal experience with defamation cases, having had to apologize to Mr. Jaitley in the past. But let's just listen into what Defence Minister Rajnath Singh said on this conviction.
मैं इतना ही कहना चाहूंगा कि राहुल जी को इस सच्चाई को स्वीकार करना चाहिए कि शब्दों की चोट शस्त्रों की चोट से ज्यादा गहरी और पीड़ादायी होती है और शब्द जब अनर्गल और झूठे हों तब तो चोट और गहरी और कष्टदायी हो जाती है। इसलिए हमारी कानूनी व्यवस्था में अनर्गल बेतुके आरोप लगाने वालों पर सजा का सीधा प्राविधान है और मुझे विश्वास है इस न्यायिक आदेश से सीख लेते हुए हम सभी को यह सुनिश्चित करना चाहिए कि सार्वजनिक जीवन में शब्दों की मर्यादा किसी भी सूरत में टूटने न पाए।
राहुल गांधी जी के ये जो कमेंट है, ये तो पॉलिटिकल कमेंट चलते रहते हैं। हम तो 40-50 साल से देखते हैं ऐसे पॉलिटिकल कमेंट। पता नहीं वाजपेयी जी ने, अडवाणी जी ने कितने किए होंगे, कोई सोच नहीं सकता।
राहुल गांधी जो भी बोलते हैं वो आजकल ऐसा हो गया कि उससे सिर्फ नुकसान ही होता है। उनका पार्टी के लिए नुकसान होता ही होता है, लेकिन सबके लिए, देश के लिए भी अच्छा नहीं है। कांग्रेस के कुछ एमपी और कांग्रेस के कुछ नेता मुझे बताया, आज भी बताया कि राहुल गांधी का जो रवैया है उसके वजह से सब खराब हो गया। उनके पार्टी भी डूब रहा है और साथ साथ में बाकी को भी नुकसान होता है।
सूरत कोर्ट ने राहुल गांधी को दोषी करार दिया। मेरे साथ दिग्विजय सिंह हैं। आप कैसे देखते हैं सूरत कोर्ट के फैसले को?
ये भी बड़ा चिंतनीय विषय है कि
जी
आज के समय में मोदी जी का मोदी सरनेम का कोई नाम भी ले ले तो मानहानि हो जाती है। ये सोचना चाहिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी को।
सोचना चाहिए। बीजेपी ने यह मांग की है कि और दूसरे राज्यों में भी उनके खिलाफ मानहानि के मामले दर्ज किए गए हैं और इसका असर पड़ेगा दूसरे कोर्ट के।
देखिए क्या होता है।
2 साल की सजा तक का प्रावधान है। सर, आपको लगता है ये एक गंभीर मामला हो सकता है राहुल गांधी के खिलाफ?
ये कोई गंभीर मामला है भाई। उन्होंने किस संदर्भ में कहा नीरव मोदी, ललित मोदी देश का पैसा लेकर भाग गए, तो उसके खिलाफ बोलना भी अपराध है आजकल।
सूरत कोर्ट ने राहुल गांधी को दोषी करार दिया है। मेरे साथ बीजेपी के वरिष्ठ नेता और राज्यसभा सांसद सुशील मोदी हैं। आपकी पहली प्रतिक्रिया, आप कैसे देखते हैं सूरत कोर्ट के फैसले को?
देखिए, मुझे बड़ी खुशी है कि राहुल गांधी को मानहानि के इस मुकदमे में दोषी करार दिया गया है और पटना में भी मैंने भी एक सीजेएम कोर्ट के अंदर एक मुकदमा दर्ज कर रखा है, क्योंकि 2019 में कर्नाटक की एक सभा में भाषण करते हुए श्री राहुल गांधी ने कहा था कि क्या कारण है कि मोदी सरनेम वाले सारे लोग चोर हैं। और इस भाषण के बाद मोदी सरनेम वाले अनेक लोगों ने अनेक राज्यों के अंदर मानहानि का मुकदमा दर्ज किया। पटना की सीजेएम कोर्ट में राहुल गांधी को आना पड़ा था। अभी उनको अपीयरेंस एग्जामिशन मिला हुआ है और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि अगर सूरत की कोर्ट ने उनको दोषी करार किया है तो पटना और बाकी जगह भी इस मामले में उनको जरूर सजा मिलेगी।
किस आधार पर आपने डिफेमेशन का केस फाइल किया पटना कोर्ट?
कहा था कि मेरा भी नाम मोदी है और जब मोदी सरनेम वाले लोगों को चोर कहा तो मैं अपमानित महसूस कर रहा हूँ और मुझे कई लोगों ने कहा कि क्या आप भी चोर हैं। राहुल गांधी तो कह रहे हैं कि मोदी चोर है, तो सही है कि ये मानहानि का मामला बनता था और इसलिए मैंने सीजेएम कोर्ट में मानहानि का मुकदमा दर्ज किया था।
आपको लगता है सूरत कोर्ट का जो ये फैसला है इसके दूरगामी असर हो सकते हैं?
दूरगामी असर तो होंगे ही, क्योंकि अब कितने दिन की सजा होती है ये मुझे पता नहीं है कि क्या उनको सजा उन्होंने दी है, लेकिन अगर 2 साल से ज़्यादा की सजा होती है तो वैसी स्थिति में उनकी सदस्यता भी जा सकती है।
जी, हमसे बात करने के लिए शुक्रिया।
Several reactions coming in on the story, but what the BJP says is important. They are saying, in fact, the former law minister saying that you can criticize, but you cannot go to the extent of abusing or defaming. And if you do that, there will be punishment coming your way. Rajnath Singh also saying that you must accept the verdict and understand that in public life, you cannot cross a limit when it comes to your words and your statements. With that,
so Megha, it was interesting what Nalini Singh said to you earlier when you asked for her reaction. She said, while, you know, she spoke about how public discourse has become, you know, very unseemly and of late, and that this should be across the board, and everyone should, you know, face some action for certain statements and obnoxious statements that they may make.
The
but
word
that
she used is dangerously low.
Yes,
public discourse
has become dangerously low, and she said it should be across the board, not just you know, if Rahul Gandhi is specifically being targeted, or you know, or he's facing this conviction. But we'll continue to get you those reactions. We'll slip into a short break and return with more.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV, and the big breaking news that we're tracking and all the reactions to Congress leader Rahul Gandhi's conviction. He's been found guilty and sentenced to 2 years in prison in a 2019 criminal defamation case. This was over his remarks about Prime Minister Narendra Modi's surname, and this conviction was by a court in Surat in Gujarat. Though he's also been granted a bail for 30 days and allowed to appeal the decision. But the big question now that Megha and I have been discussing and getting reactions to is about what this means for his member of parliamentship, whether that is now in danger, and whether he can be disqualified from parliament automatically. And it seems, Megha, for the moment that is a very grey area. The Congress, of course, will be approaching a higher court as soon as possible.
Yeah, it's unclear, Gargi. It's very, very unclear as to what is going to happen next. Politically, of course, you know that the Congress is what they have been saying all along, that this is political vendetta, that they are being browbeaten, and that they will not take this lying down. They'll fight against the Bharatiya Janata Party. Somewhere one feels it's a case of misplaced anger also, because the verdict was not handed over by the Bharatiya Janata Party. It was handed over by a court in Surat. Anyways, they are, of course, going to a higher court to try and get a further suspension over this sentence that was handed over to Rahul Gandhi, that he was awarded today in the morning. But on the other hand, there are legal experts who are suggesting, Gargi, that the option for Rahul Gandhi's disqualification opens up. They're quoting a certain section in the law book, and of course saying that the suspension of this court needs to be done by a higher court, and if that has not happened, then he stands open for a disqualification if anybody in the lower house or in the Lok Sabha Secretariat moves for the same. Now, are we going to see a situation like that? The question was put to the former Law Minister, Mr. Ravi Shankar Prasad, in a press conference today, just a short while ago. He did say that the option is there before them, but he did not sound very committal on, what the next move of the BJP is going to be. But like our reporter has been saying, be under no illusion that if the option is there,
one would imagine that they would move very fast on that. We can go across to Sunil Prabhu, who joins us from outside Rahul Gandhi's residence. Rahul Gandhi, though, I think is leaving Surat now. There were visuals of him at the airport. Also, Tanushree joins us from Jantar Mantar, where Mr. Kejriwal will be speaking. First to you, Sunil, and Congress has got, we can see a lot of protests taking place in different parts of the country as well. And there, outside Rahul Gandhi's residence, we can see a big crowd. Tell us what's happening and what are you hearing regarding this issue of his disqualification?
Well, if I get to the last part, that is the disqualification, as I said earlier, there should not be any illusion. The BJP will use every stick and every rule book to get Rahul Gandhi disqualified, and if it hasn't happened, it should be happening within hours, if not by within the next day. A petition before the Speaker asking for his immediate disqualification. As I said, it depends on who you are and where you are and which party you belong, and that's the power of the Speaker. But technically, he has the power to disqualify him, even without giving him an opportunity to go to the higher court in this case to seek a stay in the conviction that has taken place. Having said that, the Congress party has already, which I said, just as the news came out, will be challenging this in the upper courts. They have said they have faith in the judiciary, but as no less than the Rahul Gandhi's sister, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, making those very strong words, saying nothing will silence Rahul Gandhi. His voice will continue against the Narendra Modi government, and no power can stop him at this stage. But as we speak here, we are having, the protests that continue to take place with various Congress leaders from the Delhi Pradesh Congress continuing to agitate and going round in circles, waiting for Rahul Gandhi to return from Surat. They plan to be here to show solidarity as they have these posters saying in support of him, and it's in that context that these protests here at Rahul Gandhi's residence continue while they await his return from Surat, where he has been convicted for 2 years, as I said, the legal reprieve is there. There is a possibility, but 99.9% is usually stayed, but much will depend on the role of the Speaker and whether he will give some amount of time, because there have been instances earlier where you give time and there have been precedents, but whether he'll follow this or work on an emergency basis to get him disqualified. These are situations which we will have to wait and see. But definitely the BJP has no love lost with Rahul Gandhi. They would like to see him disqualified as soon as possible.
All right, that's right, Sunil. In fact, there were BJP, member had moved against him over his statements in the UK. So now they have this conviction also to use against him. Let's go across to Tanushree, who joins us from Jantar Mantar. Tanushree, tell us what's happening there.
Well, at Jantar Mantar, Arvind Kejriwal is about to come with his counterpart of Punjab, Bhagwant Singh Mann, and they were supposed to come here for a different event. This was about the FIRs and the arrest of people in Delhi for allegedly putting up posters against Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and that is why Arvind Kejriwal and Bhagwant Mann are supposed to come here, address the people and talk about, as the Aam Aadmi Party has been saying, that it's an unsaid emergency. That's what the Aam Aadmi Party is going to talk about. But what we are picking up from our sources in the Aam Aadmi Party, Gargi, is that after Arvind Kejriwal has come out in support of Rahul Gandhi for the case we were talking about, Arvind Kejriwal is also likely, in all likelihood, he's also going to talk about how the Bharatiya Janata Party, as the opposition parties have been saying, that how the Bharatiya Janata Party is using the investigation agencies, even the judiciary, at its disposal against its opposition. Arvind Kejriwal tweeted, in fact, he was the first person people to tweet in support of Rahul Gandhi, saying that we can have political differences, but the kind of the kind of witch hunt the BJP is showing against its opposition parties is it's a clear-cut vendetta. So in all likelihood, Arvind Kejriwal, who is expected here at Jantar Mantar at about 2:30 p.m., he is going to talk about this case as well. Back to you.
Will that...
All right, Tanushree, thanks so much for joining us. With that, so Arvind Kejriwal, who has spoken out, against this action against Rahul Gandhi, in a sense saying that, criticizing the BJP and saying the BJP is trying to finish all non-BJP parties, though, of course, this conviction was by a court. Megha, though, Rahul Gandhi in his first reaction quoted Mahatma Gandhi talking about truth and non-violence. And then in a second tweet, he also spoke about how today is the day that Bhagat Singh was hanged, and that they were revolutionaries. And so in talking about them, he also said on the that I will also continue to fight, holding the helm of truth and courage, fighting fearlessly. We have learned from these brave sons of Mother India. So those were the two tweets so far in reaction to this conviction.
Oh yes, Gargi, in fact, he's invoking Mahatma Gandhi in his first tweet, and of course referring to Bhagat Singh and Rajguru in his second, suggesting that he is too on a path of Satya. That's what he said, truth and non-violence, and his way of fighting against what his party, of course, says is complete vindictive behavior of the Bharatiya Janata Party is through non-violence. So yes, he's trying to make those points and, perhaps portray a picture before the people and his supporters that he is well on the path of peace and non-violence. But is the Bharatiya Janata Party going to draw much inspiration from those words of Rahul Gandhi? Well, no, not at all. And what they have been trying to say, and you heard from none less than the defense minister, somebody very, very senior in the party, in Bharatiya Janata Party, saying Rahul needs to accept this verdict of the Surat court, and also needs to understand that there is a decorum that he needs to, maintain or adhere to when speaking in public, and there are certain limits beyond which a leader, a political leader, especially people who have a public life as well, should not cross. They should not cross it. Like RSP said, Ravi Shankar Prasad said that you can criticize, and we will accept that. Criticism is welcome. It's absolutely fine. But what is not okay is you going beyond that criticism and abusing and defaming. You do that, well, you will attract a problem towards yourself. And you have in this case, which is the verdict, you've been convicted and you've been sentenced for 2 years. So all of this, of course, been happening since morning. There are protests, Gargi, we saw in different pockets of the country. People in Dehradun, Congress supporters in Assam, now, of course, outside his residence here in New Delhi, all coming out in support of Rahul Gandhi. Rahul is also expected to arrive in Delhi by 4 in the afternoon. You also have a Congress presser by that time. Mr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi, himself an eminent lawyer, of course, he will be taking questions on what happens next, legally speaking, what happens next for Rahul Gandhi.
That's right. We're also joined by Saurabh. And Saurabh, we've seen one reaction from Arvind Kejriwal after this conviction of Rahul Gandhi's. Tell us more about what opposition leaders are saying and any reaction from Mamata Banerjee.
Well, not yet, but we are expecting a reaction from Mamata Banerjee sometime this evening. Of course, after that meeting with Naveen Patnaik, if she does address a briefing, then that question will be put to her on what she thinks of the developments that have taken place this morning. But the Trinamool Congress has been pretty clear on what it thinks about the leadership of the Congress party and specifically Rahul Gandhi. It has maintained that Rahul Gandhi is someone who the BJP sees benefit in having as the face of the opposition, as election results year after year have proved. They also say that it is the BJP and Rahul Gandhi the BJP that wants Rahul Gandhi to be the face of the opposition, going on to say Rahul Gandhi is the biggest TRP. This has come from none other than the top leader, the supremo of the TMC, Mamata Banerjee. So in that sense, if anything, is said in support of Rahul Gandhi today after these developments, it will be interpreted as some sort of softening of stand at the TMC. So it really depends on what Mamata Banerjee says, because at the end of the day, these are parties, whether it's here in Bhubaneswar, the Naveen Patnaik-led Biju Janata Dal, or in neighboring West Bengal, whether it's the Mamata Banerjee-led Trinamool Congress. These are all parties that are now maintaining a non-Congress, non-BJP position. And in that context, they also don't want to call themselves regional parties a third front. They want to say it's a governance platform, and they don't want to say it's a third front for obvious reasons. That obviously puts them as a third option, they say. And apart from that, they would like to be ahead of the Congress in terms of their numbers, their performance, and looking ahead to 2024. So whether the Congress can get other opposition parties to back it, at least on this issue, is also doubtful, because if you see Arvind Kejriwal's reaction today, and if you see what Saurabh Bhardwaj had to say after that, it was the Congress that was almost supporting the arrest of Manish Sisodiya, and Saurabh Bhardwaj going on to say that what Rahul Gandhi never did for the Aam Aadmi Party, Arvind Kejriwal has done for Rahul Gandhi. In that context, even Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav a few days ago said that, look, we helped the Gandhi family members win elections in their seats of Raebareli and Amethi, but when our workers are harassed there, the Congress doesn't say a word. You have, again, in an election-bound state in Karnataka, the JDS leader, H.D. Kumaraswamy, who's likely to meet Mamata Banerjee tomorrow. We're still waiting for finalization of that schedule, but Mamata Banerjee did say that some meeting has been finalized on Friday. All these parties, whether they back Rahul Gandhi or not, is still doubtful. Aam Aadmi Party has backed him on this issue, but the others are still quiet. They haven't said anything. And if they do say anything, it would be then interpreted as some sort of a consolidation, at least on one issue. And it would prove that the opposition come together on some issues that the Congress and regional parties can work together. So, yes, this is, in a way, a test of the politics that we are going to see in the days to come, especially as the 2024 elections approach. You have these regional parties that are meeting each other, Naveen Patnaik, Mamata Banerjee. Of course, this meeting of Mamata Banerjee and Naveen Patnaik is being billed as a personal meeting, nothing political about it. But there have been meetings with Akhilesh Yadav and Mamata Banerjee. There's H.D. Kumaraswamy. Mamata Banerjee is also likely to meet Arvind Kejriwal, the Delhi Chief Minister, when she sits on dharna in New Delhi against the policies of the centre on the 29th and 30th of March. So, yes, there is regional parties trying to form a platform, but that doesn't mean that they're coming together with the Congress. And whether they come together, at least on this issue or not, is also yet to be seen.
So just some issue-based support, and that perhaps is what Arvind Kejriwal also, when he supported Rahul Gandhi, supported the Congress over this issue. That's what it seems like. Thanks so much, Saurabh, for joining us with that. And make on the issue of, opposition and opposition unity today. Another very, big news is the meeting called by Sharad Pawar this evening. It was on the EVMs, but now given these developments, it'll be very interesting, to see what happens there.
Oh, it will be. It will be very, very interesting to see what happens in the meeting today, because Mr. Sharad Pawar, the perspective that I'm trying to give here is that in all of these last 7 or 8 days that the parliament did not function, but the session was on, you had meetings inside the parliament where top leaders from the side of the opposition were gathering in Mr. Kharge's room. You had parties like TMC consciously staying away. You had NCP not speaking in support of Rahul when Rahul asked for time inside the floor of the House. You had other political parties coming out with separate demands, not supporting Rahul Gandhi, not supporting what he's been saying. What happens today at Sharad Pawar's residence, one will be very keenly watching, because he has invited all the floor leaders from the side of the opposition in the upper house, which includes the Congress. It includes the Congress. It includes Mr. Kharge, because because the invite has gone on. The letter has gone out to Mr. Kharge. I've seen that letter myself. So Mr. Sharad Pawar is asking all of them to convene. Of course, the issue is EVM, but it's an issue that's done and dusted. I mean, how many times do you really sit down on EVM? And what is prompting us to ask this question, Gargi, is that when was the last time really you had all of these people, sit together wanting to go through a presentation from IT experts or some civil servants, retired bureaucrats on EVMs? This time, there has been no murmur, no questions being asked on EVM's performance. In the last elections there that just concluded in the Northeast, or maybe even the one before that, there was nothing about EVM, no problem that was cited by political parties. So how all of a sudden you want to call all these opposition parties
it's
on
EVM, but obviously it's probably going to discuss many issues. And now with this development, what Arvind Kejriwal has said, it's all very interesting. And given that Mamata Banerjee is going to be holding that protest in Delhi at the end of the month, so all that very interesting this time when you've also seen opposition coming together in Parliament, taking on the government. Yes, you said Trinamool, did not attend those meetings at Mallikarjun Kharge's office, but even so, we've seen them also, targeting the government. So that is, interesting to watch out for. But let's now return to Rahul Gandhi's defamation case and his conviction. And let's just take a look at some of the reactions. Just a short while ago, former Law Minister Ravi Shankar Prasad held a press conference where he hit out very strongly and said, how did Rahul not think, given that what he said about the Modi surname, how did he not think that he would, that he wouldn't face some sort of action over this? You also have Rajnath Singh saying that he should accept this conviction, and given the kind of statement that he made. But then also Ashok Gehlot, the Rajasthan Chief Minister, saying that this was a political statement. It was made in a rally in 2019 in Karnataka when Rahul Gandhi spoke about Lalit Modi and Nirav Modi, and he said why all the Modis are thieves, and he made that kind of a statement. And it was made in a rally. It was a political statement, is what Ashok Gehlot is saying. And Digvijay Singh saying that now you can't even say anything because you're attacked from all sides. Let's just listen into some of those reactions.
कांग्रेस पार्टी बाकी लोग बहुत कुछ कह रहे हैं, लेकिन ये नहीं कह रहे कि राहुल गांधी ने कहा क्या। ये शिकायत इस बात पर थी कि उन्होंने 2019 के चुनाव की रैली में कर्नाटका में कहा था, कर्नाटका में, हाउ कम ऑल द थीव्स हैव मोदी एज द कॉमन सरनेम। सारे चोरों का सरनेम मोदी क्यों होता है? इसका मतलब क्या है? मतलब सरनेम नहीं, कहीं की मोदी जाति होती है। मोदी लोग स्पोर्ट्समैन होते हैं, पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स होते हैं, बड़े बड़े डॉक्टर्स होते हैं, प्रोफेशनल्स होते हैं, बिजनेसमैन होते हैं, और आपने ये कह दिया तो आपके खिलाफ कार्रवाई नहीं होगी क्या?
राहुल जी को इस सच्चाई को स्वीकार करना चाहिए कि शब्दों की चोट शस्त्रों की चोट से ज्यादा गहरी और पीड़ादायी होती है, और शब्द जब अनर्गल और झूठे हों तब तो चोट और गहरी और कष्टदायी हो जाती है। इसलिए हमारी कानूनी व्यवस्था में अनर्गल बेतुके आरोप लगाने वालों पर सजा का सीधा प्राविधान है, और मुझे विश्वास है इस न्यायिक आदेश से सीख लेते हुए हम सभी को यह सुनिश्चित करना चाहिए कि सार्वजनिक जीवन में शब्दों की मर्यादा किसी भी सूरत में टूटने न पाए।
राहुल गांधी जी के ये जो कमेंट है, ये तो पॉलिटिकल कमेंट चलते रहते हैं। हम तो 40-50 साल से देखते हैं ऐसे पॉलिटिकल कमेंट। पता नहीं वाजपेयी जी ने, अडवाणी जी ने कितने किए होंगे, कोई सोच नहीं सकता।
राहुल गांधी जो भी बोलते हैं वो आजकल ऐसा हो गया कि उससे सिर्फ नुकसान ही होता है। उनका पार्टी के लिए नुकसान होता ही होता है, लेकिन सबके लिए, देश के लिए भी अच्छा नहीं है। कांग्रेस के कुछ एमपीस और कांग्रेस के कुछ नेता मुझे बताया, आज भी बताया, कि राहुल गांधी का जो रवैया है उसके वजह से सब खराब हो गया। उनके पार्टी भी डूब रहा है और साथ साथ में बाकी को भी नुकसान होता है।
सूरत कोर्ट ने राहुल गांधी को दोषी करार दिया। मेरे साथ दिग्विजय सिंह हैं। आप कैसे देखते हैं सूरत कोर्ट के फैसले को?
ये भी बड़ा चिंतनीय विषय है कि जी आज के समय में मोदी जी का मोदी सरनेम का कोई नाम भी ले ले तो मानहानि हो जाती है। ये सोचना चाहिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी को।
सोचना चाहिए। बीजेपी ने ये मांग की है कि और दूसरे राज्यों में भी उनके खिलाफ मानहानि के मामले दर्ज किए गए हैं और इसका असर पड़ेगा दूसरे कोर्ट के।
देखिए क्या होता है।
2 साल की सजा तक का प्रावधान है। सर, आपको लगता है ये एक गंभीर मामला हो सकता है राहुल गांधी के खिलाफ?
ये कोई गंभीर मामला है भाई? उन्होंने किस संदर्भ में कहा नीरव मोदी, ललित मोदी देश का पैसा लेकर भाग गए, तो उसके खिलाफ बोलना भी अपराध है आजकल।
सूरत कोर्ट ने राहुल गांधी को दोषी करार दिया है। मेरे साथ बीजेपी के वरिष्ठ नेता और राज्यसभा सांसद सुशील मोदी हैं। आपकी पहली प्रतिक्रिया, आप कैसे देखते हैं सूरत कोर्ट के फैसले को?
देखिए, मुझे बड़ी खुशी है कि राहुल गांधी को मानहानि के इस मुकदमे में दोषी करार दिया गया है। और पटना में भी मैंने भी एक सीजेएम कोर्ट के अंदर एक मुकदमा दर्ज कर रखा है, क्योंकि 2019 में कर्नाटक की एक सभा में भाषण करते हुए श्री राहुल गांधी ने कहा था कि क्या कारण है कि मोदी सरनेम वाले सारे लोग चोर हैं। और इस भाषण के बाद मोदी सरनेम वाले अनेक लोगों ने अनेक राज्यों के अंदर मानहानि का मुकदमा दर्ज किया। पटना की सीजेएम कोर्ट में राहुल गांधी को आना पड़ा था। अभी उनको अपीयरेंस एग्जामिशन मिला हुआ है और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि अगर सूरत की कोर्ट ने उनको दोषी करार किया है तो पटना और बाकी जगह भी इस मामले में उनको जरूर सजा मिलेगी।
किस आधार पर आपने डिफेमेशन का केस फाइल किया पटना कोर्ट?
कहा था कि मेरा भी नाम मोदी है और जब मोदी सरनेम वाले लोगों को चोर कहा तो मैं अपमानित महसूस कर रहा हूँ। और मुझे कई लोगों ने कहा कि क्या आप भी चोर हैं? राहुल गांधी तो कह रहे हैं कि मोदी चोर है। तो सही है कि ये मानहानि का मामला बनता था और इसलिए मैंने सीजेएम कोर्ट में मानहानि का मुकदमा दर्ज किया।
आपको लगता है सूरत कोर्ट का जो ये फैसला है इसके दूरगामी असर हो सकते हैं?
दूरगामी असर तो होंगे ही, क्योंकि अब कितने दिन की सजा होती है ये मुझे पता नहीं है कि क्या उनको सजा उन्होंने दी है। लेकिन अगर 2 साल से ज़्यादा की सजा होती है तो वैसी स्थिति में उनकी सदस्यता भी जा सकती है।
जी, हमसे बात करने के लिए शुक्रिया।
Right, Sushil Modi there talking about how he was also hurt when Rahul Gandhi made that statement in 2019 in Karnataka's Kolar, where he said when he spoke about about Nirav Modi and Lalit Modi and asked why all Modis are thieves, why all thieves have the Modi surname. And Sushil Modi too filed a case against Rahul Gandhi at that time in the Patna court, as he said there. So that's the big breaking news we're tracking right now. Rahul Gandhi has been convicted for 2 years by a court in Surat in this case of defamation for making those statements about Prime Minister Narendra Modi's surname. And this is, however, he has been granted bail and his sentence has also been suspended for 30 days to let him appeal this decision. Congress is protesting in various parts, in Dehradun, in Chennai, in Guwahati, in Delhi. Congress workers are protesting over this conviction. Rahul Gandhi himself is on his way back from Surat. He was in the court and he's on his way back from Surat at 4 o'clock. The Congress is going to be addressing a press conference, and Abhishek Manu Singhvi, senior Congress leader and legal eagle, he will be addressing that press conference. But the big question now is about what it means about Rahul Gandhi's disqualification from Parliament, from Lok Sabha, and as far as the legal precedents and what the law is that he can automatically be disqualified, given that it was a 2-year sentence that he has been found guilty in. The Section 8(3) of the Representation of People's Act 1951 says the moment a member of parliament is convicted of any offence and sentenced for at least 2 years, he or she attracts disqualification. So the question is whether the BJP is going to move fast or whether the Congress can move faster and get that conviction stayed. We'll slip into a short break and return with more.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
When the first camera phone was introduced in the early 2000s, nobody thought this technology would evolve to the point that smartphone cameras would slowly compete with high-end cameras. It's happening now.
So I was traveling, I was backpacking across Europe, and at that point in time, I happened to be in Iceland. I saw Aurora, which is also called as Northern Lights. My interest towards the astroimaging or nightography completely developed because of that particular moment.
We met Amit to know more about how he got into astrophotography.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
When the first camera phone was introduced in the early 2000s, nobody thought this technology would evolve to the point that smartphone cameras would slowly compete with high-end cameras. It's happening now.
So I was traveling, I was backpacking across Europe, and at that point in time, I happened to be in Iceland. I saw Aurora, which is also called as Northern Lights. My interest towards the astroimaging or nightography completely developed because of that particular moment.
We met Amit to know more about how he got into astrophotography.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, Right and Center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Welcome back. Well, moving on to other news now. In a development in Rajasthan, BJP, a new party chief, has been appointed. JP Nadda appointed low-profile Chittorgarh Member of Parliament CP Joshi as the BJP president in Rajasthan. Well, let's go across to Harsha for more on this. And Harsha, tell us more about Mr. Joshi. It's his caste that's key in this appointment. Also, with the BJP very divided there, Vasundhara Raje, etc. What does his appointment now mean?
Well, I think it's very, very significant that they've chosen someone like Mr. CP Joshi. He is a youth face. He's a low-profile MP. Also, to see that, he has been someone who has, so far stayed away from controversies. He's got a brilliant track record about winning elections. He won this Lok Sabha election with the highest number of votes in Rajasthan. 5 lakh plus votes is what he got. Now, why have they chosen him? Well, clearly, the BJP is pulling in different directions in Rajasthan. There is Vasundhara Raje, who is definitely a power center in the party, a very popular ex-chief minister, still has a number of MLAs and MPs who seem to support her. Then there was Mr. Satish Punia, who in one sense was diametrically opposed to her. In fact, he organized a march to the Vidhan Sabha at the paper leak case on the very day that she was holding her big ticket birthday celebrations in Salasar. And then there is Mr. Kirodi Lal Meena, who is a party by himself in one sense, or maybe a party within a party. So Mr. Kirodi Lal Meena, Rajya Sabha MP, has been picking up his own issues. For example, the issue that he picked up about the widows of those who died in the Pulwama attack, soldiers who died in the Pulwama attack. It was really not part of the party's program. And then as it picked up pace, a number of people from the BJP had to sort of go and show their support to Mr. Meena. And then in that rally that was held, by Mr. Punia, some of Meena's supporters actually heckled Mr. Punia. So clearly, with the party sort of going in different directions, I think it was time that the BJP sort of felt it was time to send a signal, a strong signal down the line. Elections are now barely 9 months away. So you go with a face. Of course, he fits into the caste mathematics because the Rajputs and the Jats traditionally again pull in different directions in Rajasthan. So you choose a third face, that's the Brahmin face, and also you choose someone who is expected to string all these factions together and go into the next election.
All right, Harsha, thanks so much for joining us. With that, Mr. Joshi there appointed as the president of the Rajasthan BJP. Well, let's get to the latest now on pro-Khalistan leader Amritpal Singh. And we now know, changed at least 5 vehicles in 12 hours on Saturday when he was making his great escape. As the police have said, the hunt for him across Punjab is now in day 6. And the Punjab police launched a massive operation to arrest Amritpal Singh on Saturday, just weeks after his supporters had broken into a police station with swords and guns for the release of one of his close aides. Now, on the day of the crackdown, the cell-style preacher was seen inside a Mercedes SUV before he jumped into a Maruti Brezza in Jalandhar's Shahkot area. He then changed his clothes as well, as was visible in the CCTV footage. And another changeover took place in Nangal Ambiyan, where Amritpal Singh got onto a Platina motorcycle with one of his aides, identified as Papal Preet. When the bike ran out of fuel, he actually got into a diesel 3-wheeler along with his associate and the bike. So there you can see that vehicle that's popularly known as a Jugaad in Punjab and Haryana. So various vehicles that he had to then change to make his great escape, and now we're in day 6 and still the police have not been able to locate him. NDTV Saurabh Shukla sent us this report.
It's day 6 of Operation Amritpal. Amritpal is still out of the reach of Punjab police. But Punjab police is also saying that they are very close. Maharashtra ATS is on high alert along with the police force of Haryana and Himachal Pradesh. On 18th of March, when police launched Operation Amritpal, Torres Amritpal, Amritpal started on a Mercedes car from his village, Jallupur Kheda. When police started chasing Amritpal, Amritpal managed to escape at Mehetpur of Jalandhar rural, where Punjab police arrested 7 of his associates who were there in 2 Endeavour cars. But somehow Amritpal managed to escape on Mercedes. He called his close associate Papal Preet at Shahkot of Jalandhar rural. Papal Preet reached there. They left Mercedes car there along with mobile phone of Amritpal. Amritpal disposed his mobile phone, and then they got into Brezza car of Papal Preet. Papal Preet is driving, and there are 3 close associates of Amritpal with him. Amritpal is sitting at the back of the seat. Then they reached Nangal Ambiya village of Shahkot. They went to a Gurudwara and asked Granthi of that Gurudwara to provide Amritpal with clothes. They said that he has to go for some program, that is why he need to change. Amritpal changed the clothes, had food in that Gurudwara, and after that he left from there. When he left from Nangal Ambiya, he left that Brezza car and got into a Platina motorcycle registered under the name of Nirmal Singh, resident of Shahkot. On that Platina motorcycle, we have those visuals also. He fled from there. Papal Preet was riding that Platina motorcycle. At Darapur of Jalandhar, almost, which is 45 kilometers from Jalandhar city, petrol of Platina motorcycle ran out. Then they stopped a diesel 3-wheeler rickshaw, got Platina motorcycle on that rickshaw along with Papal Preet and Amritpal left on that 3-wheeler rickshaw. We have that picture also where we can see Amritpal fleeing on that 3-wheeler rickshaw, sitting, hiding, escaping from police. And then at Darapur only, they left Platina motorcycle and they looted another motorcycle on gunpoint. Punjab police has recovered a CCTV footage from Shekhupur of Ludhiana at 6:46 p.m. Punjab police says that Amritpal passed from Shekhupur. They have that footage of CCTV. Amritpal avoided taking highway, avoided going to a petrol pump. He knew there are CCTV cameras there and police is patrolling. To avoid arrest, he took narrow lanes of villages and small towns of Punjab. Amritpal is still out of the reach of Punjab police. Punjab police is saying that they have intelligence that he may have escaped from Punjab. That is why high alert on all the airports, all the railway stations. They have circulated pictures of Amritpal in Maharashtra, in Haryana, in Rajasthan, in Himachal Pradesh. They have sensitized all the gurudwaras of Himachal Pradesh and Haryana. But the bitter reality is they have recovered all the vehicles, but not Amritpal. They have not able to arrest Amritpal. So far, this operation of to arrest Amritpal has not been successful. In Jalandhar, with Sanjay Kaushik, Saurabh Shukla for NDTV.
News now from Assam, and Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has written a letter to the Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde over comments by an MLA on sending stray dogs to Assam, referring to dog meat consumption. Multiple police cases have been filed against the Maharashtra MLA Bachchu Kadu in Assam for making those remarks. Now, Mr. Kadu had made the statement on dog meat consumption in Assam during a session of Maharashtra Assembly on March 4th. Following Mr. Kadu's statement, the people of Assam had protested against the Maharashtra MLA and demanded an apology from him, as there's no such practice of consuming dogs in Assam. While addressing the Legislative Assembly, Sarma said, "I've written to the Maharashtra Chief Minister to ask the MLA to withdraw the statement made on dog meat consumption by people of Assam," is what the Chief Minister said, further adding that if the statement was not recorded in the House, action would have to be taken against the MLA, as police cannot take action against a statement made inside the House.
This letter from Assam Chief Minister Mr. Himanta Biswa Sarma to Mr. Eknath Shinde, the Maharashtra Chief Minister, comes in the backdrop of this very controversial comment which was made in the Maharashtra Assembly during the Assembly session on the 4th of March, when this particular MLA Bachchu Kadu actually made a statement in the Assembly saying that the stray dogs in Maharashtra should be sent to Assam because there is a demand of consumption of dog meat. This led to a lot of criticism in Assam, particularly by civil society groups, by opposition parties, and also the Assam government was cornered by the opposition, saying that although this kind of a remark with such a prejudice and ignorance and wrong information about Assam has been spread, had been told by a lawmaker in Maharashtra, the Assam government was quite silent about it, and this was the allegation which was made inside the assembly by the state opposition as well in Assam Assembly. And remember, in fact, when Assam Governor Mr. Kataria was delivering his speech in the State Assembly, the opposition actually disrupted it on this issue, and therefore Himanta Biswa Sarma has now written to his Maharashtra counterpart asking him to request the Maharashtra MLA to withdraw his statement.
In other news now, the US Federal Reserve has raised its key interest rate by a quarter point despite concerns that higher borrowing rates could worsen the turmoil that has gripped the banking system. The hike is the 9th consecutive rate hike, though it is within expected lines, and Chair Jerome Powell said the process of getting inflation back down to 2% has a long way to go and is likely to be bumpy. Interest rates are now at their highest level since late 2007, but the Fed suggests the end is near, and the Fed statement did not explicitly, however, refer to any future increases, instead saying additional policy firming may be appropriate in order to attain a stance of monetary policy that is sufficient restrictive to return inflation to its 2% target. US markets fell over 1% after the rate hike.
Inflation has moderated somewhat since the middle of last year, but the strength of these recent readings indicates that inflation pressures continue to run high. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation is 3.3% for this year, 2.5% next year, and 2.1% in 2025. The process of getting inflation back down to 2% has a long way to go and is likely to be bumpy. We remain committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Reducing inflation is likely to require a period of below-trend growth and some softening in labor market conditions.
U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is trying to calm investors globally after 3 banks failed in the U.S. Yellen says the U.S. banking system is sound, but she said that the additional rescue arrangements could be warranted if any new failures at smaller institutions pose a risk to financial stability, but that the situation overall is stabilizing, and she said that the overall the situation is stabilizing now.
The Fed's new lending facility, the Bank Term Funding Program, is designed to help banks meet the needs of all of their depositors. The situation is stabilizing, and the U.S. banking system remains sound. The Fed facility and discount window lending are working as intended to provide liquidity to the banking system. Aggregate deposit outflows from regional banks have stabilized. And as you know, 11 banks, including the very largest and some regional banks, announced $30 billion in deposits into First Republic Bank last week. This support represents a vote of confidence in our banking system.
Well, that time for us to slip into a short break. On the other side, all the international news with Priyanshi. Stay with us.
When the first camera phone was introduced in the early 2000s, nobody thought this technology would evolve to the point that smartphone cameras would slowly compete with high-end cameras. It's happening now.
So I was traveling, I was backpacking across Europe, and at that point in time, I happened to be in Iceland. I saw aurora, which is also called as Northern Lights. My interest towards the astroimaging or nightography completely developed because of that particular moment.
We met Amit to know more about how he got into astrophotography.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
Let us begin the big fight.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for 2. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right, and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Let's now get you the big international stories, starting with the drama surrounding U.S. Former President Donald Trump's possible indictment over the hush money case in which it involved a porn star actress. Now that entire case has taken a new twist after a New York grand jury failed to convene as expected. Now the indictment decision has been potentially pushed into next week. Remember, the speculation that a historic indictment of the former president may be imminent has been building ever since Trump himself announced that he was expecting to be arrested Tuesday, and he called on supporters to protest against it too. But that arrest didn't happen as Trump had predicted. And a possible tornado touched down southeast of Los Angeles on Wednesday, ripping pieces of roofing off a line of commercial building and sending the debris twisting into the sky. Now, the National Weather Service tweeted that it was sending teams to assess damage in Montebello and the southern Santa Barbara County city in Carpinteria, where another possible twister had hit on Tuesday. Now, videos on social media and TV news stations showed debris strewn across parking lots and some even damaged cars. And after a funnel cloud was spotted near Los Angeles, according to preliminary information, it's very possible that this apparent funnel cloud spotted a few miles south of downtown Los Angeles was in fact a tornado. Now, the rare and violent weather came amid a strong late-season Pacific storm that brought damaging winds and more rain and snow to saturated California. After Uganda passed one of the world's most anti-gay laws criminalizing identifying as LGBTQ, the United Nations Rights Chief has urged Ugandan President Yoweri Museveni to block this bill. The anti-LGBTQ bill prescribes harsh penalties for some homosexual offences, including death and life imprisonment. The UN High Commission for Human Rights said that the passing of this discriminatory bill, probably among the worst of its kind in the world, is a deeply troubling development.
The passing of this discriminatory bill, probably among the worst of its kind in the world, is a deeply troubling development. If signed into law, it will render lesbian, gay and bisexual people in Uganda criminals simply for being who they are and for existing. It could provide a carte blanche for the systematic violation of nearly all of their human rights and serve to incite people against each other.
Now, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson has started testifying to a crucial hearing on whether he misled the Parliament about lockdown parties. Johnson denies deliberately lying, but if found to have done so, he could face suspension or he could even lose his seat in the Parliament.
To understand, I'm here to say to you, hand on heart, that I did not lie to the House. When those statements were made, they were made in good faith and on the basis of what I honestly knew and believed at the time. When this inquiry was set up, I was completely confident that you would find nothing to show I knew or believed anything else, as indeed you have not. I was confident not because there's been some kind of cover-up. I was confident because I knew that is what I believed, and that is why I said it.
And protests continued in the streets of Paris over President Emmanuel Macron's pension reforms, which aim to raise the retirement age from 62 to 64. As a protest in northern Paris degenerated, riot police surged forward. They tried to corral rowdy demonstrators down a side street. Officers, in fact, used their shields to slam journalists against the wall, pinning them there despite their clear identification as members of the media. And the holy month of Ramzan has begun. While Muslims in India will start a day late, Muslims across Pakistan offered special prayers called Taraweeh late last night after the sighting of the new crescent moon that marked the beginning of the holy month of Ramzan. Since Muslims follow a lunar calendar, Ramzan begins on different days in different parts of the world, and that's why for Indians, the fasting will begin tomorrow.
When the first camera phone was introduced in the early 2000s, nobody thought this technology would evolve to the point that smartphone cameras would slowly compete with high-end cameras. It's happening now.
So I was traveling, I was backpacking across Europe, and at that point in time, I happened to be in Iceland. I saw Aurora, which is also called as Northern Lights. My interest towards the astroimaging or nightography completely developed because of that particular moment.
We met Amit to know more about how he got into astrophotography.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
Let us begin the big fight.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebrations.
Hello and and welcome. The big breaking news right now. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi found guilty and sentenced to 2 years in prison. This in a 2019 criminal defamation case over his remarks about Prime Minister Narendra Modi's surname. And this conviction was by a court in Surat in Gujarat. He was though granted bail for 30 days and allowed to appeal the decision. But protests have broken out with the Congress protesting in various parts of the country, in Delhi, in Chennai, Dehradun, Assam as well. Now, the case was filed against Rahul Gandhi by a BJP MLA and former Gujarat minister who said that he felt insulted by his statement, which was said at that rally where Rahul Gandhi said, how come all thieves have the common surname Modi? He was referring to Nirav Modi as well as Lalit Modi when he made that statement. Now, more key here is what happened to Rahul Gandhi in terms of his membership of parliament. Does he face disqualification? Is it going to be immediate? There seems to be a lot of grey there, but let's go across to Sanket, who joins us in studio. And Sanket, that is something that we're all trying to, right now ascertain what happens exactly, how soon, though according to what the law says, it seems that if it's a 2-year conviction, it's an automatic disqualification.
Exactly, and we've got some information from sources in the Bharatiya Janata Party, and this is what they say. And I'm reading this message out. Why Congress MP Rahul Gandhi faces immediate disqualification as per the landmark Supreme Court judgment of 10th of July 2013. The BJP says the trial court has held Rahul Gandhi guilty of criminal defamation, sentenced him to 2 years in jail. The Supreme Court has said this should lead to immediate disqualification. In the Lily Thomas versus Union of India judgment of the 10th of July 2013, the Supreme Court of India ruled that any MP, MLA or MLC who is convicted of a crime and given a minimum of 2 years jail loses membership of the House with immediate effect. Supreme Court of India's 10th July 2013 judgment negates previous position which allowed convicted MPs, MLAs, MLCs to retain their seats until they have exhausted all judicial remedy in lower state and Supreme Court of India. So the Bharatiya Janata Party is also giving the example of Abdullah Azam Khan, who was an SP MLA, who was immediately disqualified from the UP Assembly after a trial court convicted him to 2 years in prison in a criminal case. The BJP goes on to say that in a democracy, nobody, absolutely nobody is above the law. All are equal. The law, therefore, equally applies to Rahul Gandhi. So it's very clear, Gargi, that the Bharatiya Janata Party is raising the pitch for an immediate disqualification of Rahul Gandhi. But here is the catch. There are many legal angles that are being spoken about right now, and we'll only know closer to the evening.
Right, this cognizable, non-cognizable, the charge against him, and again, it's a race in the sense the Congress has to approach the higher court, not the high court, but the sessions court.
But that's what the BJP is saying. They're saying that whether you approach in a higher court or not, the Supreme Court in 2013 judgment clearly said that if your punishment is 2 years, a minimum of 2 years, then the immediate disqualification happens. I'm saying this again, this is the BJP's version. What eventually happens, we do not know, and we'll have to wait for what the decision is taken. But politically, this entire episode is loaded. And why do I use that word? You see, all of this could have ended or not happened. This disqualification, talk of disqualification, conviction could have ended had Rahul Gandhi apologized. He chose not to apologize. And now the messaging on the part of the Congress is, and if you must have seen some posters that have now been put out by the Congress, by Srinivas BV, who's of course a Congress leader, who says, Gandhi hai Savarkar nahi. The messaging now here is that Rahul Gandhi will not apologize whatever the consequences. Why do I say that this is a sort of a win-win politically? If he stands to lose his membership, he goes to the people claiming to be a martyr, being politically an attempt being made to sideline him or
but he may also be not allowed to stand for an election for a few years.
Again a win-win situation. I'll tell you why. You see, he lost in 2019, he lost Amethi, loss of face. He won from Wayanad. In any case,
a safe seat.
It was a safe seat. When there is an official order that you can't contest for the next 6 years, that pressure is off your back. then you can concentrate on your yatra, you can concentrate on whatever you want to do without having to suffer the indignity of having to select what many would call a safe seat. So from the Congress point of view, this could be used to their advantage. Remember, all of this could have ended had he apologized.
That's an interesting way to look at it. Like Arvind Kejriwal apologized in the past, and someone who's actually come out in support of Rahul Gandhi. We know Arvind Kejriwal back, several years when he apologized to Arun Jaitley in a similar sort of a case. And today, Arvind Kejriwal actually supported Rahul Gandhi and the Congress in this.
Exactly. So, this also gives an opportunity for the opposition camp to come together. I mean, who would have thought, given the recent utterances against one another, that Arvind Kejriwal will bat for Rahul Gandhi? This is the same Arvind Kejriwal who has accused the Congress party of in fact,
not standing, not helping with, and celebrating Manish Sisodia's arrest.
Celebrating
that was the Delhi Congress, yes.
And within months of that happening, Arvind Kejriwal showing him as the statesman-like, bigger man, standing for opposition unity. It has, this entire story will go way beyond just the disqualification of Rahul Gandhi. It is the messaging in the run-up to 2024 on the part of the BJP with the sort of messaging that they have started. It is very clear that the BJP also wants to position Rahul Gandhi as a convict in rally after rally, that here is a man who is a convict, convicted by a court.
The and Congress for castiest remarks, yes.
Exactly. The Congress party positions Rahul Gandhi as a martyr. The opposition unity
in fact, he already spoke about today being Martyrs' Day, and today was the day Bhagat Singh was hanged, and he said they were revolutionaries and we learned from them. So, tweeting that was his second tweet. The first tweet he quoted Mahatma Gandhi, in the second tweet he spoke about Bhagat Singh and the martyrs, and how long live the rebellion, or they were leading the revolution.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. In fact, it's interesting why he got a 2-year conviction, and the Surat court in its judgment has said that giving him a reduced sentence would set a bad precedent and send a negative message in society. So keeping that mind that the accused of being was given this 2-year imprisonment, given that he's a member of parliament and can impact larger parts of society. So that was the justification for a 2-year conviction in this criminal defamation case, Sanket.
Exactly. I mean, again, see, legalities, technicalities aside, because that's for the lawyers, the lawyers will now step in, they will give their versions, as you've been, I'm sure, privy to, because, you must have been speaking to a lot of these lawyers, but I'm looking at the political ramifications or the fallout of this development and how this is going to play out. Look at the Congress's messaging. Daro mat, Savarkar nahi hai, Inqilab Zindabad, and by not apologizing, thus creating a situation where there has been a conviction, it is very clear that the Congress has chosen a war path. They have chosen this path. So that's what they are going into.
And we've seen immediate protests breaking out in several towns, in Dehradun, in Chennai, in Delhi, of course, and in Guwahati as well. And what we are expecting is that Rahul Gandhi is en route. He's on a flight back to Delhi. He left from Surat earlier today, and a press conference is going to be addressed.
And there will be a show of strength when he lands. We believe that many Congress MPs, or in fact all Congress MPs, are going to be there to welcome him. There may be a sort of a victory lap or a road show. I don't know. So the idea is politically for the BJP to isolate Rahul Gandhi and present himself to the people as a convict, and for the Congress to present Rahul Gandhi as a martyr, as someone who's fighting up to the powers that be, and for the opposition to look at some form of index of opposition unity in a situation like this. So very, very interesting developments that are going to take place. I don't think this development of this story is going to end today or tonight. These developments will only just continue.
All right, Sanket, let's just take a look at what the reactions have been. And earlier today, we had former law minister, BJP leader Ravi Shankar Prasad addressing a press conference where he said, look at what Rahul Gandhi said. He said the Congress is defending him, but they're not talking about what he said and this remark that he made, and how did he expect that no investigation would be done about this remark. You also have Ashok Gehlot defending Rahul Gandhi and saying this was a political statement. It was made in a rally, and how can he be found guilty of and found of defamation, and this case slapped against him for political comments made during a rally. Let's just listen into some of those reactions.
कांग्रेस पार्टी बाकी लोग बहुत कुछ कह रहे हैं, लेकिन ये नहीं कहने कि राहुल गांधी ने कहा क्या। ये शिकायत इस बात पर थी कि उन्होंने 2019 के चुनाव की रैली में कर्नाटका में कहा था, कर्नाटका में, हाउ कम ऑल द थीव्स हैव मोदी एज द कॉमन सरनेम। सारे चोरों का सरनेम मोदी क्यों होता है? इसका मतलब क्या है? मतलब सरनेम नहीं, कहीं की मोदी जाति होती है। मोदी लोग स्पोर्ट्समैन होते हैं, पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स होते हैं, बड़े बड़े डॉक्टर्स होते हैं, प्रोफेशनल्स होते हैं, बिजनेसमैन होते हैं, और आपने ये कह दिया तो आपके खिलाफ कार्रवाई नहीं होगी क्या?
राहुल जी को इस सच्चाई को स्वीकार करना चाहिए कि शब्दों की चोट शस्त्रों की चोट से ज्यादा गहरी और पीड़ादायी होती है, और शब्द जब अनर्गल और झूठे हों तब तो चोट और गहरी और कष्टदायी हो जाती है। इसलिए हमारी कानूनी व्यवस्था में अनर्गल बेतुके आरोप लगाने वालों पर सजा का सीधा प्राविधान है, और मुझे विश्वास है इस न्यायिक आदेश से सीख लेते हुए हम सभी को यह सुनिश्चित करना चाहिए कि सार्वजनिक जीवन में शब्दों की मर्यादा किसी भी सूरत में टूटने न पाए।
राहुल गांधी जी के ये जो कमेंट है, ये तो पॉलिटिकल कमेंट चलते रहते हैं। हम तो 40-50 साल से देखते हैं ऐसे पॉलिटिकल कमेंट। पता नहीं वाजपेयी जी ने, अडवाणी जी ने कितने किए होंगे, कोई सोच नहीं सकता।
राहुल गांधी जो भी बोलते हैं वो आजकल ऐसा हो गया कि उससे सिर्फ नुकसान ही होता है। उनका पार्टी के लिए नुकसान होता ही होता है, लेकिन सबके लिए, देश के लिए भी अच्छा नहीं है। कांग्रेस के कुछ एमपी और कांग्रेस के कुछ नेता मुझे बताया, आज भी बताया, कि राहुल गांधी का जो रवैया है उसके वजह से सब खराब हो गया। उनके पार्टी भी डूब रहा है और साथ साथ में बाकी को भी नुकसान होता है।
सूरत कोर्ट ने राहुल गांधी को दोषी करार दिया। मेरे साथ दिग्विजय सिंह हैं। आप कैसे देखते हैं सूरत कोर्ट के फैसले को?
ये भी बड़ा चिंतनीय विषय है कि
जी
आज के समय में मोदी जी का मोदी सरनेम का कोई नाम भी ले ले तो मानहानि हो जाती है। ये सोचना चाहिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी को,
सोचना चाहिए। बीजेपी ने यह मांग की है कि और दूसरे राज्यों में भी उनके खिलाफ मानहानि के मामले दर्ज किए गए हैं और इसका असर पड़ेगा दूसरे कोर्ट के।
देखिए क्या होता है।
2 साल की सजा तक का प्रावधान है। सर, आपको लगता है ये एक गंभीर मामला हो सकता है राहुल गांधी के खिलाफ?
ये कोई गंभीर मामला है भाई? उन्होंने किस संदर्भ में कहा नीरव मोदी, ललित मोदी देश का पैसा लेकर भाग गए, तो उसके खिलाफ बोलना भी अपराध है आजकल।
सूरत कोर्ट ने राहुल गांधी को दोषी करार दिया है। मेरे साथ बीजेपी के वरिष्ठ नेता और राज्यसभा सांसद सुशील मोदी हैं। आपकी पहली प्रतिक्रिया, आप कैसे देखते हैं सूरत कोर्ट के फैसले को?
देखिए, मुझे बड़ी खुशी है कि राहुल गांधी को मानहानि के इस मुकदमे में दोषी करार दिया गया है। और पटना में भी मैंने भी एक सीजेएम कोर्ट के अंदर एक मुकदमा दर्ज कर रखा है, क्योंकि 2019 में कर्नाटक की एक सभा में भाषण करते हुए श्री राहुल गांधी ने कहा था कि क्या कारण है कि मोदी सरनेम वाले सारे लोग चोर हैं। और इस भाषण के बाद मोदी सरनेम वाले अनेक लोगों ने अनेक राज्यों के अंदर मानहानि का मुकदमा दर्ज किया। पटना की सीजेएम कोर्ट में राहुल गांधी को आना पड़ा था। अभी उनको अपीयरेंस एग्जामिशन मिला हुआ है, और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि अगर सूरत की कोर्ट ने उनको दोषी करार किया है तो पटना और बाकी जगह भी इस मामले में उनको जरूर सजा मिलेगी।
किस आधार पर आपने डिफेमेशन का केस फाइल किया पटना कोर्ट?
कहा था कि मेरा भी नाम मोदी है, और जब मोदी सरनेम वाले लोगों को चोर कहा तो मैं अपमानित महसूस कर रहा हूँ। और मुझे कई लोगों ने कहा कि क्या आप भी चोर हैं? राहुल गांधी तो कह रहे हैं कि मोदी चोर है। तो सही है कि ये मानहानि का मामला बनता था, और इसलिए मैंने सीजेएम कोर्ट में मानहानि का मुकदमा दर्ज किया।
आपको लगता है सूरत कोर्ट का जो ये फैसला है इसके दूरगामी असर हो सकते हैं?
दूरगामी असर तो होंगे ही, क्योंकि अब कितने दिन की सजा होती है ये मुझे पता नहीं है कि क्या उनको सजा उन्होंने दी है। लेकिन अगर 2 साल से ज़्यादा की सजा होती है तो वैसी स्थिति में उनकी सदस्यता भी जा सकती है।
जी, हमसे बात करने के लिए शुक्रिया।
Well, with that, we'll slip into a short break. More news coming up on the other side. Stay with us.
Punjab Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360,
Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Welcome back. Now, in the backdrop of multiple attempts being made by different leaders to cobble up an alliance of opposition parties, NCP's Sharad Pawar has today invited all opposition leaders, including the Congress, for a meeting in the evening. Now, the official reason cited is EVMs, a discussion on EVMs and doubts that political parties have been raising over a time and again. But will this meeting be limited to just EVMs? One would imagine not, as EVMs hasn't been a major issue of late. And this as the push for TMC-SP BJD alliance, and G8 is already in the works.
इतने फ्रंट खोलना हो समाजवादी पार्टी या विपक्ष के भाजपा विरोधी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी विरोधी नेता और दल, वह सारे के सारे लोग फ्रंट खोल लें, लेकिन देश की जनता की नज़र में एक फ्रंट है, वो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारतीय जनता पार्टी का फ्रंट है। उत्तर प्रदेश से 80, देश में 400 पार, फिर 2024 में भाजपा की देश के इतिहास की सबसे मजबूत सरकार।
And there's another interesting meeting of opposition leaders, and despite its ambiguity, West Bengal, unambiguity that is, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's clarification about her meeting with Odisha counterpart Naveen Patnaik later today has done little to dissuade those reading between the lines. That's because the tete-a-tete follows one with Samajwadi Party chief and former UP Chief Minister. Last week, she met Akhilesh Yadav in Kolkata, in which they announced a new political front aimed squarely at cutting out the Congress and challenging the BJP in next year's national elections. And now Ms. Banerjee is scheduled to also meet former Karnataka Chief Minister and Janata Dal secular leader H.D. Kumaraswamy on Friday for a possible one-on-one with Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal in the national capital later this month. So a lot of speculation around her meeting with Naveen Patnaik.
Regional parties is always strong. State they are regional, but at the national level they are national also. So they are very much competent. Central government just give the policy, but implementing authority is the state government.
News now from Rajasthan, and ahead of elections in the state today, a new BJP chief has been appointed in the state. JP Nadda has appointed a relatively low-profile leader, Chittorgarh MP CP Joshi, as BJP president. Let's go across to Harsha for more. And Harsha, the BJP is having a bit of a challenge there in Rajasthan, keeping everyone together. And now the appointment of CP Joshi, whose caste, it seems, is very key in this appointment.
Well, yes, a number of factors. The caste, of course, because remember, Satish Punia was from the Jat community. That's a very crucial vote bank. But the Jat and the Rajputs are an antithesis to each other politically and have been in the history of Rajasthan, especially in electoral politics. Then you have, of course, the fact that, he's a Brahmin. So a Brahmin face so far has not really been projected in the Hindi heartland too much. And projecting a Brahmin face was like choosing the middle path. It's like a consensus candidate. Also, the fact that he's young, he is non-controversial, low profile. He, in fact, won this election last year, the last Lok Sabha election, with a record votes of over 5 lakhs in Rajasthan. The highest number of margin that he had was CP Joshi's margin, over 5 lakh votes. And also the factionalism, definitely a very, very key consideration, and this is definitely part of their strategy. They're going into elections just about 9 months from now. You have Vasundhara Raje, very popular ex-chief minister, still a power center and a crowd puller in Rajasthan. Then you have Satish Punia, the outgoing incumbent, who was in many senses, opposed to Ms. Raje. He, in fact, organized the paper leak march at the Vidhan Sabha on the very day that she organized her birthday celebration. So pulling in two different directions. And then you have Rajya Sabha MP Kirori Lal Meena from Eastern Rajasthan, who is in many senses, a sort of a freewheeling politician. He very often picks up issues, and then party leaders have to kind of join in. So he doesn't go according to the party's agenda. He in many ways picks up, issues on his own and, people's agendas rather than going by what the party perhaps may want him to do. Sometimes moves ahead without taking the party leaders into confidence. So the CP Joshi's appointment is definitely a well thought out strategy, that you appoint someone who is not, who's perhaps maybe, even if not acceptable to all, then at least somebody who everyone is not going to be against. And then, clearly in this election, the BJP wants to take all leaders along, because they know that they need Vasundhara Raje and they need the other leaders. They need Gajendra Singh Shekhawat. They need their MPs. And they're not looking just at Assembly elections 2023, but also Lok Sabha 2024, because they need to win 25 out of 25 seats in Rajasthan, to keep going the way they have. So keeping all these considerations in mind, that's the reason why someone like CP Joshi has been chosen.
All right. Thanks so much, Harsha, for joining us with those details. News from Assam now, where Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has written a letter to Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde over comments by an MLA on sending stray dogs to Assam, referring to dog meat consumption there, which is false. Multiple police cases have been filed against the Maharashtra MLA Bachchu Kadu in Assam, and Mr. Kadu had made the statement on dog meat consumption in Assam during a session of the Maharashtra Assembly on March 4th. Ratnadeep reports.
This letter from Assam Chief Minister Mr. Himanta Biswa Sarma to Mr. Eknath Shinde, the Maharashtra Chief Minister, comes in the backdrop of this very controversial comment which was made in the Maharashtra Assembly during the Assembly session on the 4th of March, when this particular MLA Bachchu Kadu actually made a statement in the Assembly saying that the stray dogs in Maharashtra should be sent to Assam because there is a demand of consumption of dog meat. This led to a lot of criticism in Assam, particularly by civil society groups, by opposition parties, and also the Assam government was cornered by the opposition, saying that although this kind of a remark with such a prejudice and ignorance and wrong information about Assam has been spread, had been told by a lawmaker in Maharashtra. The Assam government was quite silent about it, and this was the allegation which was made inside the assembly by the state opposition as well in Assam assembly. And remember, in fact, when Assam governor Mr. Kataria was delivering his speech in the state assembly, the opposition actually disrupted it on this issue, and therefore Himanta Biswa Sharma has now written to his Maharashtra counterpart asking him to request the Maharashtra MLA to withdraw his statement.
With that, time for us to slip into a short break. On the other side, news non-stop with Divya.
QS
20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense-paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
When the first camera phone was introduced in the early 2000s, nobody thought this technology would evolve to the point that smartphone cameras would slowly compete with high-end cameras. It's happening now.
So I was traveling, I was backpacking across Europe, and at that point in time, I happened to be in Iceland. I saw Aurora, which is also called as Northern Lights. My interest towards the astroimaging or nightography completely developed because of that particular moment.
We met Amit to know more about how he got into astrophotography.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense-paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, Right, and Center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating.
Very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vada. Let's get to your top story, and that's Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, who was found guilty and sentenced to 2 years in prison today in a 2019 criminal defamation case after his remarks about Prime Minister Modi's surname by a court in Gujarat's Surat. He was also granted bail for 30 days and allowed to appeal the decision. The case was filed against Mr. Gandhi by BJP MLA and former Gujarat Minister Surname Modi for saying, how come all thieves have the same common surname, Modi? The Lok Sabha MP from Wayanad made the remarks while addressing a rally in Karnataka ahead of the 2019 Lok Sabha elections, targeting Prime Minister Modi over his last name, which he shares with fugitive businessmen, and that's Nirav Modi and Lalit Modi. And Khalisani leader Amritpal Singh changed 5 vehicles in a matter of 12 hours to escape his arrest. The police have said today, as the hunt for him continues, it's day 6 and there's no sign of him. The Punjab police launched a massive operation to arrest Amritpal Singh on Saturday, that's the 18th of March, just weeks after his supporters broke into a police station with swords and guns for the release of one of his aides. On the day of the crackdown, the self-styled preacher was seen inside a Mercedes SUV before jumping into a Maruti car, and then from there he apparently changed his clothes in the car itself before he got onto a motorbike with one of his aides. Identified as Papal Preet, and when the bike ran out of fuel, he then got onto a diesel-run 3-wheeler with the bike, then finally went onto another bike with his associate, and that's how he managed to get away. Now, in the backdrop of multiple attempts are being made by different leaders to cobble up an alliance of opposition parties, NCP's Sharad Pawar has invited all opposition leaders, including the Congress party, for a meeting that's going to be taking place this evening. The official reason cited is EVMs and the doubts that the political parties have been raising over it time and again. And Assam's Chief Minister Hemanta Biswa Sarma has written a letter to Maharashtra's Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. This is in regard over comments made by an MLA from Maharashtra on sending stray dogs to Assam. Referring to dog meat consumption, multiple police cases have now been filed against Maharashtra MLA Bachu Kadu in Assam. Mr. Kadu made the statement on dog meat consumption in Assam during a session of the Maharashtra Assembly, which took place on the 4th of this month. Following his statement, the people of Assam and several other organizations have protested against the Maharashtra MLA and even demanded an apology from him. And it's poster versus poster. The war continues and it's escalated here in the national capital. Now, anti-Kejriwal posters are up after posters targeting Prime Minister Modi, which were up yesterday. The posters say Kejriwal Hatao, Delhi Bachao, which is basically meaning that move Kejriwal in order to save Delhi. The BJP says that at least we have put up posters with our name on it, while the Aam Aadmi Party didn't have the courage to put their name on the anti-Modi posters, which were removed yesterday from the national capital.
आज दिल्ली की सड़कों पे भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कुछ कार्यकर्ताओं ने पोस्टर निकाला है जिसका स्लोगन है अरविंद केजरीवाल हटाओ दिल्ली बचाओ। कल मोदी के बारे में जिस प्रकार से पोस्टर निकालने के बाद हल्ला मचा था, आज जब हम भारतीय जनता पार्टी पोस्टर निकाला है तो आम आदमी पार्टी को मिर्ची क्यों लगने लग रही है समझ में नहीं आता। अरे आपने तो पीछे से निकाला, आपने तो बिना नाम दिए निकाला, हमने तो नाम दिए हैं। जैसे नरेंद्र सिरसा का नाम है, उन्होंने पोस्टर निकाला तो नाम दिया है। हम डरते नहीं हैं आपकी तरह।
And the US Federal Reserve has raised its key interest rate by a quarter point despite concerns that higher borrowing rates could worsen the turmoil that has gripped the banking system. The hike is the 9th consecutive rate hike, though it is within expected lines. Let's listen into what the chair had to say. Speaking of the issue, the process of getting inflation back down to 2% has a long way to go and is likely to be bumpy. The interest rates are now at their highest level since late 2007, but the Fed suggests that the end could be near. Let's listen in to what the chair had to say.
Inflation has moderated somewhat since the middle of last year, but the strength of these recent readings indicates that inflation pressures continue to run high. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation is 3.3% for this year, 2.5% next year, and 2.1% in 2025. The process of getting inflation back down to 2% has a long way to go and is likely to be bumpy. We remain committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Reducing inflation is likely to require a period of below-trend growth and some softening in labor market conditions.
And U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is trying to calm investors globally after 3 banks failed in the United States. She says the United States banking system is sound, but she's also said that additional rescue arrangements could be warranted if any new failures at small institutions pose a risk to the financial stability. But that the situation overall is stabilizing is what she had to say. Listen in.
The Fed's new lending facility, the Bank Term Funding Program, is designed to help banks meet the needs of all of their depositors. The situation is stabilizing, and the U.S. banking system remains sound. The Fed facility and discount window lending are working as intended to provide liquidity to the banking system. Aggregate deposit outflows from regional banks have stabilized. And as you know, 11 banks, including the very largest and some regional banks, announced $30 billion in deposits into First Republic Bank last week. This support represents a vote of confidence in our banking system.
And the drama surrounding Donald Trump's possible indictment over hush money paid to a porn star took a new twist on Wednesday, after a New York grand jury failed to convene as expected. Now, the indictment decision has been potentially pushed into next week. Remember, the speculation that a historic indictment of a former president may be imminent has been building ever since Trump himself announced that he was expecting to be arrested on Tuesday, and he called on to his supporters to protest against it as well. But that arrest hasn't happened, as was predicted by Donald Trump. And China's foreign ministry said that President Xi Jinping's visit to Russia has in fact had a lot of situation to the bilateral relationships that are between the two countries. Let's just listen to what he had to say.
中俄两国元首达成许多新的重要共识，双方一致同意本着睦邻友好、合作共赢原则，推进各领域交往合作，深化新时代中俄全面战略协作伙伴关系。习近平主席指出，中俄互为彼此最大邻国，同俄罗斯巩固和发展长期睦邻友好关系符合历史逻辑，是中方的战略抉择，不会因一时一事而改变。中俄合作潜力和空间很大，具有战略性、可靠性、稳定性。不管国际风云如何变幻，中方都将继续致力于推进中俄新时代全面战略协作伙伴关系。中方在乌克兰问题上没有私心，没有袖手旁观，更没有拱火浇油、趁机谋利。中方所做的归结为一句话，就是劝和促谈。我们奉劝美方审视、检视自己在乌克兰问题上所发挥的作用，纠正拱火浇油的错误行径，停止向中方甩锅推责。我们将继续坚定站在和平一边，站在对话一边，站在历史正确的一边，同国际社会一道，继续为推动政治解决乌克兰问题发挥建设性作用。
A possible tornado touched down southeast of Los Angeles on Wednesday, ripping pieces of roofing off a line of commercial buildings and sending the debris twisting into the sky. The National Weather Service tweeted that it was sending teams to assess the damage in Montebello as well as the southern Santa Barbara County city of Carpinteria, where another possible twister hit as well. Now, the video on social media and TV news channels showed debris strewn across parking lots and also damage to many cars. And after a funnel cloud was spotted near Los Angeles, according to initial information, it's very possible that this apparent funnel cloud spotted a few miles southeast of downtown Los Angeles was a tornado. The rare and violent weather came amid a strong late season, the Pacific storm that brought damaging winds and more rain and snow to saturated California. And after Uganda passed one of the world's most anti-gay laws, criminalizing identifying as LGBTQ, the United Nations rights chief has urged the president there to block this bill. The anti-LGBTQ bill prescribes harsh penalties for some homosexual offences, including death and life imprisonment. The UN High Commission for Human Rights said the passing of this discriminatory bill, probably among the worst of its kind in the world, is a deeply troubling development. And it's time to get to a very special interview with my colleague Ankit. Ankit, it's over to you.
Thank you, Divya. In fact, joining us now on the broadcast, Senior Congress leader Mr. Manish Tiwari, former Union Minister. And this, of course, in context with what has happened today in Surat, where Congress leader Rahul Gandhi was found guilty and has been sentenced for 2 years in prison after his remarks in 2019 election campaign, the criminal defamation case. Mr. Tiwari, thank you for joining us here on NDTV. I want to start by asking you, sir, the Congress party at this moment, there are protests going on in many parts of the country. The BJP says that everything has been done according to the law. Why is the Congress making it a spectacle?
Well, ultimately, there is a judgment which has been delivered by a court in Surat. And the text of that judgment is still awaited. Once we get the text of the judgment, we would peruse it as to why the judge came to the conclusions that he decided to come to. And obviously, there would be an appeal and the regular course of law in terms of whatever are the statutory appeals would be followed.
Mr. Tiwari, now, of course, coming to the question of what the BJP members are raising, they are now demanding immediate disqualification of Rahul Gandhi. They are quoting Lily Thomas versus Union of India, July 2013 case, in which the judgment, in fact, had said that any MP, MLA convicted and given minimum 2 years in jail loses membership of the House immediately. Is there a real threat to Rahul Gandhi's membership in the Parliament?
Well, as far as I understand from the news reports, the sentence has been suspended for 30 days, and he has been given time to appeal to the Court of Sessions, where the appeal would lie. So therefore, we'll have to really await the text of the judgment to exactly see what the judgment is and what is the subsequent order which has been passed. But I would like to reverse the charge and ask the Bharatiya Janata Party that if courts have arrived at certain conclusions, which in my respectful opinion as a lawyer, perhaps are erroneous, why is the BJP exulting over it so much? So therefore, if there is a legal process which has been followed, as they claim, that legal process will then be followed to its logical conclusion. After all, there is a series of appeals which lie till the Supreme Court of India. And Indian jurisprudence holds that you are innocent until proven guilty. And that innocence does lend itself into the appeal process also.
Sir, but till the time another court, a higher court, overturns this sentence, Rahul Gandhi will be presumed guilty till the time any other, higher court comes out and says anything on the contrary, isn't it?
Well, essentially, there is a judgment of the court of, I think it's an ACMM's court. And so therefore, that judgment does hold the field. But as I was earlier stressing that going by whatever reports are available in the public space, it seems that 30 days have been given to appeal. Now, I am not very sure whether the sentence has been suspended for those 30 days. We'll have to actually await and see the fine print of the order. But one thing seems very evident from whatever media reports are there, that the court has granted time, which is the statutory time available under the law, in order to approach a higher court.
Mr. Tiwari, by Mr. Rahul Gandhi, by not apologizing as far as this criminal defamation case is concerned, there are a lot of political commentators and, of course, others, watchers, those who are saying that he is trying to be a political martyr. Is this, a moment as far as Rahul Gandhi is concerned, a big political moment as far as Rahul Gandhi is concerned, a message being sent across ahead of 2024 elections?
Well, essentially, I'm in no position to second guess as to what is the position that Mr. Rahul Gandhi took in court. That is entirely between him and his lawyers. I have not had the occasion of actually perusing whatever proceedings took place in court. And so therefore, I am not in a position to comment about it. And as I said, that being a lawyer, I'm a little circumspect till the time I have not really studied the judgment carefully. I do not make off-the-cuff remarks.
But sir, you are a politician as well. Politically, how do you see the impact of what has happened, today in the court?
Well, it's a legal order by a court of law, and the remedy lies in law also. And the remedy is, as I've explained it to you, an appeal to the next higher court.
Right, but then of course the question would be that if it is just a legal process, and of course he has legal remedies left for himself, then why are the Congress members on the streets protesting against it?
Well, essentially, you have people who may possibly have a disagreement with the verdict, and therefore they are articulating their disagreement in whatever manner in which they deem fit. But insofar as the strict legal proposition is concerned, the strict legal proposition is absolutely clear. If you have a verdict by a particular court, the remedy lies in a higher court, and that remedy will be energized and that remedy will be availed.
Do you agree with your party colleagues, those who have been saying that this is another example of how law is being weaponized against the opposition leaders, to silence the opposition leaders?
Well, as I told you, I have not studied the fine print of the judgment. I am not very sure as to why the judge has arrived at those conclusions and why the maximum punishment available under Section 500 of the IPC has been meted out in this case. The little that I understand defamation law, and I have had the occasion of doing certain matters in almost every court, my understanding is that if there is a generic comment which has been made, that generic comment actually, the courts are circumscribed from taking cognizance of it. But obviously, there is a court which has given a judgment. It has handed out a sentence. We will study the judgment. We will peruse the fine print, and we will avail our legal remedies.
Do you find it ironic, sir, that Rahul Gandhi, along with few other prominent politicians in 2016, was one of the petitioners, one of the who went to the Supreme Court against the criminal defamation? I mean, to do away with the criminal defamation as far as the Supreme Court is concerned, which was later turned down, and now he finds himself being convicted in the same law.
Well, let me jog your memory a little and rewind it a little further back. In 2013, when I was the Minister of Information and Broadcasting, I had mooted a proposal that the criminal aspect of defamation needs to be done away with. I believe that it's a civil wrong, and the remedy actually must lie in civil law rather than criminal law. And therefore, that's a view that I held then when I was a minister in the union, and that's a view which I hold even now.
Before I let you go, sir, my last question to you, do you see this as an embarrassment or a political opportunity for the Congress party?
Well, essentially, all I see this as is a legal verdict. And a legal verdict where the remedy, which I have been stressing for the last 5 or 7 minutes, lies in the law, and that remedy would be energized.
Mr. Tiwari, only talking through the hat of a lawyer, not today as a politician, but thank you so much, Mr. Manish Tiwari, for taking the time out and speaking to NDTV.
Thank you.
Nice, bro. When the first camera phone was introduced in the early 2000s, nobody thought this technology would evolve to the point that smartphone cameras would slowly compete with high-end cameras. It's happening now.
So I was traveling, I was backpacking across Europe, and at that point in time, I happened to be in Iceland. I saw Aurora, which is also called as Northern Lights. My interest towards the astroimaging or nightography completely developed because of that particular moment.
We met Amit to know more about how he got into astrophotography.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
Let us begin the big fight.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Welcome back. Former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson has started testifying to a crucial hearing on whether he misled the Parliament about lockdown parties. Johnson denies and says that if he was to have found that he had done so, he could face suspension or he could even lose his seat in the Parliament.
I'm here to say to you, hand on heart, that I did not lie to the House. When those statements were made, they were made in good faith and on the basis of what I honestly knew and believed at the time. When this inquiry was set up, I was completely confident that you would find nothing to show I knew or believed anything else, as indeed you have not. I was confident not because there's been some kind of cover-up. I was confident because I knew that is what I believed, and that is why I said it.
And protests continue in the streets of Paris over President Emmanuel Macron's pension reforms, which aim to raise the retirement age from 62 to 64. As the protests in northern Paris degenerated, riot police surged forward. They tried to corral rowdy demonstrators down a side street. Officers used their shields to slam journalists against the wall, pinning them despite knowing clearly their identification as members of the media. And public screenings of a slasher film that features Winnie the Pooh were scrapped abruptly in Hong Kong, sparking discussions over increasing censorship in the city. The film distributor announced on Facebook that the release of Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey on Thursday had been cancelled with great regret in Hong Kong and in Macau as well. For many residents, Winnie the Pooh character is a playful taunt of China's President Xi Jinping, and Chinese censor in the past had briefly banned social media searches for the bear in the country. In 2018, the film Christopher Robin, also featuring Winnie the Pooh, was reportedly denied a release in China. The film's pull in Hong Kong has prompted concerns on social media over the territory's shrinking freedom.
You know, you're the first person I ever shown this place to.
The Egypt Fashion and Design Council announced the inauguration of Egypt Fashion Week at a press conference in Cairo. The event will kick off its first very edition in May under the title Past, Present and Future. The opening night will be held in Cairo's Egyptian Museum, featuring the work of prominent Egyptian designers, and will be curated by an American stylist. And Grey's Anatomy has long championed women's rights and female leadership on the off-screen. Not only does the long-running hospital drama cover contentious topics like abortion, but it also offers women on the show a chance to expand their roles behind the scenes.
There is a real fostering of kind of expanding beyond what your normal role is. And there's a welcoming of that. I mean, and it comes in many different forms, right? I think, you know, there's this thing that we say on Grey's in terms of like in medicine, see one, do one. And that's what doctors do, right? Like that's what the interns do with the attendings. And I feel like it's really interesting because Shonda and Debbie and Betsy Beers and Krista and Meg, and they all foster that feeling. And you see it in the fact that, for example, there are many women doing many different roles on set. So C1B1, right? I see other female directors. I see female editors. I see female boom operators. I see female camera operators and female DPs. And so it really, that also is pervasive in the sense that you realize that there are other possibilities.
And with that, we're taking a very short break. On the outside, my colleague Gargi will be here with the very latest. Stay tuned.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center, conversations that get to the core of the debate. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense-paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
When the first camera phone was introduced in the early 2000s, nobody thought this technology would evolve to the point that smartphone cameras would slowly compete with high-end cameras. It's happening now.
So I was traveling, I was backpacking across Europe, and at that point in time, I happened to be in Iceland. I saw Aurora, which is also called as Northern Lights. My interest towards the astroimaging or nightography completely developed because of that particular moment.
We met Amit to know more about how he got into astrophotography.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
Let us begin the big fight.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. The big story we're tracking. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi found guilty and sentenced to 2 years in prison in a 2019 criminal defamation case over his remarks about Prime Minister Narendra Modi's surname by a court in Gujarat's Surat. Rahul Gandhi has now left Surat and is expected to arrive in Delhi soon. In fact, many Congress leaders and members of parliament have gone to greet him at the airport. Rahul Gandhi, for the moment, has been granted bail for 30 days by the court and allowed to appeal the decision, but he remains convicted. A 2-year sentence has been handed out to him. Now, this case had been filed against Mr. Gandhi by a BJP MLA and former Gujarat Minister Purnesh Modi, who said, who was offended by Rahul Gandhi's remarks at a rally in Kolar in Karnataka in 2019, when Rahul Gandhi said, "How is it that all the thieves have the same surname Modi?" He was referring to Nirav Modi and Lalit Modi, and then obviously alluding to the Prime Minister, and he made that statement. In fact, several cases were filed in different parts of the country, but now this Surat court actually convicting Rahul Gandhi. He had made these remarks, as we said, in 2019, and in his first comments after this verdict came, Rahul Gandhi quoted Mahatma Gandhi in a tweet, and he said that my religion is based on truth and non-violence. Truth is my God, non-violence that means to get the means to get it. Meanwhile, BJP is already pushing for his disqualification. It seems they have reached out and put out information regarding why Rahul Gandhi needs to be disqualified from parliament immediately, given that he has a 2-year conviction. If we take a look at the judgment, because it's interesting that in this criminal defamation case, he's been handed a 2-year sentence, which is what is required. What if a member of parliament he gets automatically disqualified. It is a 2-year conviction that gets you automatically disqualified from parliament. So the Surat court said, although the accused was warned and advised by the Supreme Court, there's no evidence of any change in conduct. The accused is an MP who addresses the people in the capacity of an MP and impacts a large part of society. Therefore, the effect of this crime is comprehensive. Giving him a reduced sentence would set a bad precedent and send a negative message in the society. So that's what the Surat court said about giving him this 2-year sentence. So let's go across to Megha now for more. And Megha, in fact, the BJP is already, sources have been putting out reasons why Rahul Gandhi should be disqualified. It's an immediate disqualification under, the law that exists.
Well, of course, what BJP is doing, Gargi, is to perhaps try and take some recourse in the fact that the Supreme Court in one of its verdict has laid out, in what situations, or perhaps in a situation like this where a leader is facing 2 years of sentencing, he can be immediately disqualified. Now, why does Rahul Gandhi face immediate disqualification from the parliament? They are, of course, quoting the Lily Thomas versus Union of India case, but this had happened in July 2013. It was, of course, a landmark judgment that set grounds for grounds for immediate disqualification of any political leader if he is facing a sentence which is 2 years or more. The Supreme Court judgment at that point in time had said that any MP or MLA convicted and given minimum 2 years in the jail loses membership of the House immediately. The SC judgment also went on to say that earlier there was a period, a 3-month period, that was a reprieve actually, was given to leaders in such a situation where they could appeal. But there was another judgment from the Supreme Court as per which that 3-year period was struck down. It negated the previous position that allowed MPs and MLAs to retain their seats until exhausting all their judicial remedies, and for a period of 3 months, of course, where they could go to a higher court. The Supreme Court also, of course, struck down that entire period of 3 months, like I said, and they had to, for the appeal against the conviction. So all of these being put together, the BJP, of course, is trying to create a buzz. They are not telling you directly or clearly whether they are going to move for his disqualification in the lower house. Are they, are they going to take the first step towards in that direction? We have no confirmation. At this moment, we have no confirmation whatsoever. Whether they are mulling over this, well, sources within the party tell us, yes, they are, and why shouldn't they? Because this option's opened up, and this would not be the first attempt, Gargi. This would rather be the second attempt in the last 10 days. If at all, BJP moves this time, is that BJP is pushing for Rahul Gandhi's suspension from the lower house. So all of this put together, does create a situation where Rahul Gandhi finds himself in trouble. Of course, the leaders from the Congress party, who are also lawyers, and there are many of them, are suggesting that it's all right. They have all the legal recourse in front of them, and they will appeal in a higher court, and they will ask for a suspension of the verdict by a higher court, so that all of these sections, are not attracted in this case.
Right, Megha, just stay on with us. We're also joined by Arvind. Also, we're expecting the press conference by the Congress in a short while. Arvind, give us the latest. We know that Congress MPs and leaders are going to receive Rahul Gandhi at the airport. He's going to arrive in a short while. There's also going to be a press conference, and we can imagine that Congress legal eagles are working on, preventing this disqualification. Though we've seen Congress leaders on Twitter, etc., the youth Congress leaders sharing, posters saying he's not Savarkar, he's not going to apologize.
Yeah, Gargi, Rahul Gandhi is expected to reach Delhi airport at around 4:45 p.m. He has started from Surat, and he is expected to reach somewhere around 4:45 p.m. And that's why Congress MPs from Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha are reaching airport to receive Rahul Gandhi from the airport. So Rahul Gandhi will be reaching at around 4:45 p.m. On the other hand side, at around 4:15 to 4:30 p.m., we can expect the Congress party to address pressure on this very issue. Senior advocate and also Congress Rajya Sabha MP Abhishek Manu Singhvi will be addressing the pressure on this issue. So Congress party has decided to challenge the magistrate order which has sentenced Rahul Gandhi to 2 years imprisonment, simple imprisonment in the case of criminal defamation under section 499 and 500. The Congress party is planning to challenge this order before the Sessions Court in Gujarat, though the sentence, 2-year sentence, has been suspended for 30 days, allowing Rahul Gandhi to challenge it before the Sessions Court. But the conviction stays, so that means that Rahul Gandhi is facing disqualification under subsection 3, section 8 of RP Act. So, though we have not heard anything official, concrete from Lok Sabha Secretariat, but the ball is in the Lok Sabha Secretariat. It's for the Lok Sabha Speaker to take a call. If you could see the similar case of Lakshadweep MP Mohammed Faisal, after he was convicted in a case of attempt to murder, and the trial court sentenced him to almost 10 years, immediately he was disqualified and the seat was declared vacant, and even the Election Commission swung into action, and the Election Commission also announced by-election to that particular constituency. So there is no bar in the Lok Sabha Speaker from not disqualifying Rahul Gandhi. There is no bar from disqualifying Rahul Gandhi, because Section 8.3 of RP Act makes it very clear that after the Lily Thomas judgment by the Supreme Court in 2013, that the moment a person is convicted for any offence and if the sentence is not less than 2 years, if the sentence at least 2 years, then that particular person attracts disqualification. So we have to wait and watch when that particular disqualification notification or the communication will be put out by Lok Sabha Secretary. But the Congress party is also expecting that Rahul Gandhi will be suspended, will be disqualified by the Lok Sabha Secretary. That's why they are also moving fast. So we can expect Congress party to challenge the order, the magistrate order before the Sessions Court in a day or two, because the team is already working. They have just got the certified copy of the trial court order, and the order is being translated, and then the order, they will be challenging it in the Sessions Court. But the point is, even if they challenge the trial court order, the magistrate order before the Sessions Court, even they are not sure whether the Sessions Court will directly give an ex parte stay on the conviction order of the magistrate court. So until they secure a stay on the entire verdict, including the conviction, the disqualification sword still hangs over Rahul Gandhi. So we have to wait and watch how the Congress legal team takes this forward. But Rahul Gandhi is staring at disqualification under subsection 3, section 8 of the RCR.
All right. Thanks so much, Arvind, for joining us. With all those details, so in a short while from now, the press conference by the Congress party and Rahul Gandhi also arriving there. You can see all the reactions. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra also tweeting that my brother has never been afraid in his life. But let's go back to Megha for more. And Megha, the Congress really, capitalizing on this. They were, it seems, almost ready. They expected the verdict to go this way, and they were just ready. All protests broke out in Chennai, in Guwahati, in Delhi as well. You have Youth Congress workers putting out those posters where they're saying that, his name is Gandhi, not Savarkar, and he will not apologize. So really capitalizing on this.
Well, Gargi, the problem with Congress is that they are, situations and opportunities do present themselves before the Congress. But what happens with that party? I mean, politically speaking, this is a party that has failed in the last few years that we have seen. It has failed to sustain situations like this. So you'll have, perhaps you will have, protests breaking out in different parts of the country, 2, 3, 4, 5 places, but they'll die down tomorrow. They really don't know how to stick to it and, use it politically for as much capital as they can. That is where Congress fails. But anyways, today, yes, you're right, they were prepared. We had Mr. Harish Rawat, former Chief Minister in Uttarakhand himself there protesting and getting detained by the police in Dehradun. You had, protest in Assam, etc. The people outside Rahul's residence here in Delhi. But the BJP, of course, going on to say that here is a situation where your own leader has brought in so much of an embarrassment. It's a lesson for him. He should learn, because if he keeps doing this, there are, in fact, if you remember, in the morning also we played out an interview, Gargi, where you had Sushil Modi, the former Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar, who said, I have a similar case. In fact, on this very statement of Rahul Gandhi that he made in Kolar, he has a case that he has filed in Bihar. In that case, Rahul Gandhi is out on bail. So it's a case on the similar statement, the same statement that he made. One case was there today in Gujarat, the other in which you heard the verdict. The other case is there in Bihar, in which the verdict is awaited. So, and he made a pertinent point. He said, my name is also Modi, my surname is also Modi. And what is he trying to say? That I'm also a thief. So on that basis, of course, he has got this case filed against him. So a lot of things are happening in terms of both legal and in both the legal and the political aspect, and we'll see how the story progresses. But when you make that point about Congress trying to capitalize, it's just for 24 hours. They just forget about it. And yes, it's an amazing chance for them to try and portray Rahul Gandhi as a victim, which is what they've been attempting to do since morning. That here Rahul Gandhi, and Rahul Gandhi himself tweeting, Priyanka Gandhi tweeting, सत्य और अहिंसा का मार्ग पे चल रहे हैं और उसी मार्ग पे चलेंगे, लड़ाई हमारी जारी रहेगी. But then the thing is, they forget. 24, 48 hours later, you'll see there'll be absolutely no indications that this had happened some days back. So usually this is how they lose out. But the BJP, on the other hand, is expected to escalate the attack, Gargi. And how are they going to do it? Like I said, we do not have any confirmation from the Bharatiya Janata Party whether they are going to move for his disqualification in the lower house or not. What is going to happen? But the buzz, of course, is being created. The question was put to the former Law Minister Ravi Shankar Prasad when he was holding a press conference some time back. Whether they will, what is the BJP now expected to do next? And he said the option is there. He quoted the Supreme Court judgment that we just put out, saying that the option is there for his disqualification, though perhaps looks like BJP has still not made up their mind on this issue as to what they want to do next.
All right, Megha, thanks so much for joining us with all those details. And let's take a look at some of the political reactions from the BJP and from the Congress that came after that sentencing took place.
कांग्रेस पार्टी बाकी लोग बहुत कुछ कह रहे हैं, लेकिन ये नहीं कह रहे कि राहुल गांधी ने कहा क्या. ये शिकायत इस बात पर थी कि उन्होंने 2019 के चुनाव की रैली में कर्नाटका में कहा था, कर्नाटका में, हाउ कम ऑल द थीव्स हैव मोदी एज द कॉमन सरनेम. सारे चोरों का सरनेम मोदी क्यों होता है? इसका मतलब क्या है? मतलब सरनेम नहीं, कहीं की मोदी जाति होती है। मोदी लोग स्पोर्ट्समैन होते हैं, पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स होते हैं, बड़े बड़े डॉक्टर्स होते हैं, प्रोफेशनल्स होते हैं, बिजनेसमैन होते हैं, और आपने ये कह दिया तो आपके खिलाफ कार्रवाई नहीं होगी क्या?
Mr. Tiwari, now, of course, coming to the question of what the BJP members are raising, they are now demanding immediate disqualification of Rahul Gandhi. They are quoting Lily Thomas versus Union of India, July 2013 case, in which the judgment, in fact, had said that any MP, MLA convicted and given minimum 2 years in jail loses membership of the House immediately. Is there a real threat to Rahul Gandhi's membership in the Parliament?
Well, as far as I understand from the news reports, the sentence has been suspended for 30 days, and he has been given time to appeal to the Court of Sessions, where the appeal would lie. So therefore, we'll have to really await the text of the judgment to exactly see what the judgment is and what is the subsequent order which has been passed. But I would like to reverse the charge and ask the Bharatiya Janata Party that if courts have arrived at certain conclusions, which in my respectful opinion as a lawyer, perhaps are erroneous, why is the BJP exulting over it so much? So therefore, if there is a legal process which has been followed as they claim, that legal process will then be followed to its logical conclusion. After all, there is a series of appeals which lie till the Supreme Court of India, and Indian jurisprudence holds that you are innocent until proven guilty, and that innocence does lend itself into the appeal process also.
Sir, but till the time another court, a higher court, overturns this sentence, Rahul Gandhi will be presumed guilty till the time any other, higher court comes out and says anything on the contrary, isn't it?
Well, essentially, there is a judgment of the court of, I think it's an ACMM's court, and so therefore that judgment does hold the field. But as I was earlier stressing, that going by whatever reports are available in the public space, it seems that 30 days have been given to appeal. Now, I am not very sure whether the sentence has been suspended for those 30 days. We'll have to actually await and see the fine print of the order. But one thing seems very evident from whatever media reports are there, that the court has granted time, which is the statutory time available under the law, in order to approach a higher court.
Well, let's now go across to where Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann is in Delhi, and let's listen in.
संजय सिंह जैसे लोग अगर बता रहे हैं जनता को कि भाई देश बिक रहा है, हमारे सामने कुछ करिए, वरना आने वाली पीढ़ियां हमें माफ नहीं करेंगी, देश बिक रहा है, देश सेल पे लगा रखा है, अपने चंद पूंजीपति दोस्तों के पास देश सेल पे लगा रखा है, तो इसमें क्या आपत्ति वाली बात है जी? तो रोकना हमारा काम है। आज का दिन 23 मार्च है, आज के दिन मैं खटकड़ कलां जाके आया हूं भगत सिंह के गांव में, उसके बाद मैं हुसैनी वाला जाके आया हूं जहां उनकी समाधि है। आज के दिन अंग्रेजों ने 23 साल के 22 साल के 3 नौजवानों को फांसी दे दी थी, भगत सिंह, राजगुरु और सुखदेव। उनको ये लगता था इनको फांसी देने से सब खत्म हो जाएगा, लेकिन फांसी शरीरों को दी, उनके विचारों को नहीं दे पाए। विचार जिंदा है अभी भी। देखिए भाई साहब, विचार किसी भी उम्र में आ सकते हैं। भगत सिंह 17 साल की उम्र में घर से निकले थे और 23 साल की उम्र में फांसी हो गई, लेकिन 6 साल में उनकी बौद्धिकता अगर देखोगे, पढ़ोगे तो पता चलेगा क्या आदमी थे वो, क्या लोग थे वो। राजगुरु, सुखदेव, भगत सिंह, लाला लाजपत राय, बुकटेश्वर दत्त, राम प्रसाद बिस्मिल, चंद्रशेखर आजाद, क्या लोग थे वो। उन्होंने अपने सपनों की आजादी ये तो नहीं सोची थी जो आजकल है, ये तो उनके सपनों की आजादी नहीं है। शहीद आजम भगत सिंह जी को कभी भी ये चिंता नहीं थी कि आजादी आएगी या नहीं। वो कहते थे आजादी तो आके रहेगी, आजादी तो मिलेगी। चिंता सिर्फ एक बात की थी, जो चिंता बिल्कुल सही निकली। चिंता उनको ये थी कि आजादी के बाद ये देश कौन से हाथों में जाएगा, और वो चिंता उनकी सही निकली। 75 साल हो गए भाई साहब, अभी सीवरेज, गलियां, नालियां, छप्पड़, टोबे अभी वहीं रुके हुए हैं। 75 साल हो गए। और बड़े साहब हैं वो, उनको ये लगता है जब से मैंने ओथ लिया देश तब से याद हुआ है। वो 6 साल वाजपेयी वाले भी खा जाते हैं बीच में ही, उनमें भी कह देते हैं 70 साल से कुछ नहीं किया। ऐसा नहीं होता। जो सिकंदर था वो जीतना शुरू कर चुका था 18 साल की उम्र में, जीत कर आगे चला जाता था, अगले राजे को जीतता था फिर आगे चला जाता था। ये बात मैंने लोकसभा में बोली थी। अगले जीतता चला गया, क्या गलती हुई?
Punjab. When the first camera phone was introduced in the early 2000s, nobody thought this technology would evolve to the point that smartphone cameras would slowly compete with high-end cameras. It's happening now.
So I was traveling, I was backpacking across Europe, and at that point in time, I happened to be in Iceland. I saw Aurora, which is also called as Northern Lights. My interest towards the astroimaging or nightography completely developed because of that particular moment.
We met Amit to know more about how he got into astrophotography.
Since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebration.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
When the first camera phone was introduced in the early 2000s, nobody thought this technology would evolve to the point that smartphone cameras would slowly compete with high-end cameras. It's happening now.
So I was traveling, I was backpacking across Europe, And at that point in time, I happened to be in Iceland. I saw Aurora, which is also called as Northern Lights. My interest towards the astroimaging or nightography completely developed because of that particular moment.
We met Amit to know more about how he got into astrophotography.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/bestofndtv to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense-paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7. 20th year celebrations.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
Let us begin.
Welcome back. Some breaking news coming in on Amritpal Singh, the radical preacher who's on the run, and it's day 6. He still hasn't been found, but now we know more about his movements as he escaped during the crackdown on Saturday, and it seems he crossed the border into Haryana. Let's go across to Saurabh Shukla for more. And Saurabh, give us all the details, what we've learned about Amritpal Singh's movements.
One thing is sure, Gargi, he is not in Punjab. He escaped to Haryana on 19th, and hunt for Amritpal started on 18th morning. According to our top police sources in Punjab Police, Amritpal escaped to Haryana on 19th. On 19th, late evening, he reached Shahabad of Kurukshetra, Haryana. Over there, he stayed at a house owned by Baljeet Kaur, an MBA. She was aligned to Amritpal's ideology. Amritpal stayed with Baljeet Kaur at Baljeet Kaur's house in Shahabad of Kurukshetra on 19th night. Pappal Preet was with Amritpal. According to our sources, Amritpal and Pappal Preet arrived on a scooty and stayed at Baljeet Kaur's house on 19th night, and on 20th morning he left. He did not tell Baljeet Kaur where they are going. Baljeet Kaur was aligned with Amritpal's ideology. Baljeet Kaur was in touch with Pappal Preet. Pappal Preet called her and then reached to her residence on 19th night on a scooty and stayed there for a night, and in the morning he left. Punjab and Haryana police arrested Baljeet Kaur, and now she has been questioned by Punjab and Haryana police. Both are major lapse from the side of Punjab and Haryana police as well, because on 18th afternoon, Punjab police and Haryana police was on alert. When we reached Ludhiana, when we reached Jalandhar through Haryana on Saturday night, there was heavy barricading from Haryana police and as well as from Punjab police as well. But then too, they couldn't catch Amritpal because Amritpal changed his look. So Amritpal fled from Punjab on 18th night, and on 19th night he reached Kurukshetra, Shahabad of Kurukshetra. He stayed there for a night at Baljeet Kaur's residence. She is MBA. She stays in Shahabad. She is an MBA, and her brother is a government employee with Haryana government. That's we've been told by our top sources. Baljeet Kaur was arrested last evening, and she is being questioned by Punjab police and as well as Haryana police. So major lapse from Punjab police. Amritpal, despite of heavy security, despite of heavy surveillance, managed to escape Punjab on 18th night, reached Haryana's Kurukshetra, Shahabad. Sabad is a town in Kurukshetra. There is major chunk of that area is Sikh. Baljeet Kaur was aligned with Amritpal's ideology. She was in touch with Pappalpreet. Pappalpreet called her, and they stayed there on 19th and then left on 20th morning.
All right, Saurabh, thanks so much for joining us with that. And that house where he stayed in overnight also there on your screen. So now we know more about Amritpal Singh's movements and how he was actually in Haryana on the 19th. Well, let's just listen in, return now to our top story and Rahul Gandhi's conviction and union minister hitting out against him. Let's listen in.
Friends, we are all in public life. And all of us in public life have to choose our words wisely and have to maintain basic decorum and dignity in our public discourse. Shri Rahul Gandhi defies and disrespects every democratic institution, whether it is parliament or the judiciary. He should come out of this dynastic mindset and realize that no individual is bigger than the country, no individual is bigger than the people of India, no individual is bigger than the Constitution of India, and nobody should consider himself above the law. We have institutions of high integrity in this country whose working have never been questioned by anybody. Unfortunately, Shri Rahul Gandhi has never respected high constitutional offices, including the office of his own Prime Minister, Dr. Manmohan Singh ji, which you remember the way he attacked the then UPA government and tore a legal decision, a lawful decision taken by the whole cabinet headed by the then Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh. I think unless a member of the dynastic Gandhi family occupies these positions, they are not willing to accept and respect the high office of the Prime Minister. Even recently, the utterances, the comments made on foreign soil by Shri Rahul Gandhi, attacking all institutions, attacking Parliament in particular, have not been acceptable to the people of India and certainly not to the members of Parliament who expect that the dignity of Parliament is protected. I would urge Shri Rahul Gandhi, if he represents the politics of truth and love as he claims, he must come to terms with the fact that today Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji is the most loved, most admired and the most trusted leader in India and across the world. The people of India say this on more than one occasion. At every democratic election, this has been proven, and the same has been acknowledged by world leaders.
All right, Piyush Goyal, they're hitting out at Rahul Gandhi. Let's go across to Sanket now for more.
All right, joining us right now is Congress MP Manikam Tagore. Mr. Tagore, thank you very much for joining us. My first question, what is your reaction, initial reaction to, the developments in a Surat court?
It's a court decision is very upsetting for us, and it gives that free man's speech is not allowed to be spoken in Gujarat. And we as individual, as a citizen, whatever Mr. Rahul Gandhi has spoken, there is nothing wrong in it. He has not spoken which will hurt anybody. He has spoken. The speech of it, when you hear it also, it is very simple about the way those people who are looting this country and those person who is allowing that loot to continue. Therefore, I don't find that there is any mistake in it. And law has taken its course, and we will fight that legal process in a different way.
Which is exactly the question that I wanted to ask you, that this is not something which has been announced by a government, but a court. And now the court has also suspended the sentence for 30 days to let Rahul Gandhi appeal this particular decision. But having said that, do you feel that one option which was available to Rahul Gandhi to apologize and be done with this has not been exercised? And by extension, by not apologizing, in a way you chose this verdict for yourself. You as in the Congress party.
No,
and
we
Rahul Gandhi.
Always believe that court of law there will be justice in it. And we always thought that we are not living in a British India or something where defamation will go to this level. And if a defamatory section can be taken so seriously and used to going to the extent of putting a member of parliament in jail for 2 years. Therefore, we always believe that this process, what the BJP and Mr. Narendra Modi personally are taking regarding Mr. Rahul Gandhi is a very different path they are taking.
Okay, but you know, Mr. Tagore, my final question, do you feel that this is a political aapada mein avsar for the Congress party? I'll tell you why. Look at the messaging of the Congress ever since this verdict has come out. Gandhi hain, Savarkar nahi, maafi nahi mangenge, darenge nahi, right? So it appears as if this is a clear attempt to portray Rahul Gandhi as a crusader, at the same time for the BJP portray Rahul Gandhi as a convict. So your messaging is very clear. Do you feel in the run-up to 2024, it is this messaging that is more important to the Congress party? That you want to portray RG or Rahul Gandhi as some sort of a crusader against the Modi government?
No,
and also get opposition together.
We are not taking it as a political messaging or something. We are very clear that the democracy in India has been under attack, and in parliament, inside the parliament, outside the parliament, every right of individual has been curtailed in the past 8 years. The new India means it is a different thing for everybody. Individual rights has been curtailed. Media are being controlled. The parliamentarians are not allowed to speak, and our mics are switched off. Now it has gone to the level of disqualification, moving towards putting the opposition MPs in jail. We are fighting against this injustice. We are not seeing it as politically. It is going to be too dangerous for India's future itself. The autocratic way Mr. Narendra Modi and Amit Shah are moving is going to harm India's future itself. Therefore, we will continue to raise our voice against this injustice.
All right, Manikam Tagore, many thanks for joining us. Thank you so much.
All right, well, let's now go across to where Delhi Chief Minister Kejriwal is speaking at Jantar Mantar. Let's listen in.
भारत का सपना था 23 साल के 3 युवा, भारत का सपना था उनके दिल में कि एक दिन हमारा भारत आजाद होगा, एक दिन उस भारत के अंदर सबको अच्छी शिक्षा मिलेगी, हर किसान खुश होगा, मजदूर खुश होगा, सबको नौकरी मिलेगी, सबको रोजगार मिलेगा, सबको अच्छी स्वास्थ्य सेवाएं मिलेंगी, सबको बराबरी का अधिकार मिलेगा, सारे देश के अंदर प्यार और मोहब्बत होगी। दोस्तों, हमारे स्वतंत्रता सेनानियों ने, भगत सिंह ने, सुखदेव ने, राजगुरु ने, सुभाष चंद्र बोस ने, चंद्रशेखर आजाद ने, इन सब लोगों ने अंग्रेजों के टाइम पे अंग्रेजों के खिलाफ खूब पोस्टर चिपकाए थे। खूब पोस्टर चिपकाए थे। आज से 100 साल पहले अंग्रेजों ने भी पोस्टर चिपकाने के जुर्म में किसी को भी गिरफ्तार नहीं किया था। आज से 100 साल पहले भी अंग्रेजों ने किसी को पोस्टर चिपकाने के जुर्म में एफआईआर नहीं की थी। भगत सिंह ने सोचा भी नहीं था कि एक ऐसा भारत बनेगा आज से 100 साल के बाद, कि एक ऐसा प्रधानमंत्री आएगा कि पोस्टर चिपकाने के जुर्म में 138 एफआईआर हो जाएंगी। 138 एफआईआर। इस देश के अंदर किसी महिला के साथ कुछ गलत काम हो जाए तो एफआईआर दर्ज कराना नानी याद आ जाती है। इस देश के अंदर चोरी हो जाए, डकैती हो जाए, कोई छीना झपटी हो जाए, मारपीट हो जाए, मर्डर हो जाए तो एफआईआर नहीं होती। 24 घंटे के अंदर पोस्टर चिपकाने के जुर्म में 138 एफआईआर। 6 लोगों को गिरफ्तार कर लिया कहते हैं। एक कोई प्रिंटर है और 6 लोग हैं जो बेचारे गरीब आदमी दीवारों पे पोस्टर चिपका रहे थे उनको। यार ये चल क्या रहा है? प्रधानमंत्री जी की तबीयत ठीक है? मैं पूछना चाहता हूं, प्रधानमंत्री जी की तबीयत ठीक है? हमारे महान देश के इतने शक्तिशाली प्रधानमंत्री एक प्रिंटर और 6 गरीब आदमियों से भिड़े पड़े हैं परसों से।
Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, they're hitting out at the BJP over the posters controversy after posters against Prime Minister Modi were put up and the Delhi police removed them and arrested several people. So Arvind Kejriwal hitting out over that. Well, let's now return to our top story and Rahul Gandhi's conviction by a Surat court in a defamation case. And now Rahul Gandhi is in fact arriving from Surat to Delhi, and many Congress leaders have gone to the airport to receive him. Remember, the Congress has made this into a show of strength and has been protesting in various parts of the country, in Chennai, in Guwahati, in Delhi, in Dehradun as well. So let's go across to Arvind now, who joins us from the airport. And Arvind, the Congress also addressing a press conference just now, but many leaders and workers there at the airport to greet Rahul Gandhi as he arrives after his conviction.
Yeah, Gargi, Congress leaders have arrived here at the Terminal 1 of the Delhi airport to receive Rahul Gandhi. What we are seeing now is that Delhi Congress President Anil Chaudhary is here along with Delhi Congress workers. Not just Delhi Congress President Anil Chaudhary, almost most of the Congress Lok Sabha and Raj Sabha members have also arrived here at the airport to receive Rahul Gandhi. Members of Parliament are inside the airport to receive Rahul Gandhi, who is on his way from Surat. The Surat court has convicted him in a case of criminal defamation and has sentenced him to 2 years simple imprisonment. Though the court has suspended the 2 years sentence, and the court, though the court has suspended 2 years simple imprisonment, and the court has suspended it for 30 days, and Congress party Rahul Gandhi is all set to challenge this magistrate order before the Sessions Court in a day or two. But what's the imminent threat for Rahul Gandhi is that he will be losing his Lok Sabha membership because under subsection 3 of section 8 of the RP Act, it makes it very clear the moment a person is convicted and the sentence is more
Arvind,
than
sorry
2
to
years,
interrupt you. We're just going to go across to the press conference being addressed by Mr. Singhvi. Let's just listen in.
और ये चीज़ें अभी जैसा मैंने कहा इसके डिटेल्स चेक करने हैं, लेकिन जो उनको अभी तक तथ्य मिले हैं उसके अनुसार ये मामला काफ़ी अरसे तक एक मैजिस्ट्रेट मिस्टर एक्स के सामने था। जब वो वहाँ था तो याचक ने, कंप्लेनेंट ने बड़े कोर्ट में, हाई कोर्ट में जाकर इस पूरे प्रक्रिया का स्टे ले लिया, रुकवा दिया उसको काफ़ी अरसे तक, कई महीनों तक। जब उस व्यक्ति का स्थानांतरण हुआ या वो उस ओहदे से हट गए तो ये याचिका जो ऊपरी अदालत में डाली गई थी उसको विड्रॉ कर लिया गया और ये वापस नीचे आ गई एक भिन्न मैजिस्ट्रेट के सामने, जहां अभी आपको निर्णय अब आया है। तो इसकी तारीखें, इस प्रक्रिया को भी हम गौर से देखेंगे कि एक ठीक प्रकार से ये न्यायिक प्रक्रिया हुई है कि नहीं, लेकिन प्राथमिक दृष्टि से ये चौथा मुद्दा भी अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है। पांचवा, एक प्रावधान है कानून में, उसको 202 कहते हैं। 202 विशेष रूप से बनाया गया उनके लिए कि अगर वारदात हुई कोलार में और आपने जाके त्रिवेंद्रम में कंप्लेंट फाइल कर दी, वारदात हुई कोलार में और आपने जाके श्रीनगर में कंप्लेंट फाइल कर दी, तो कोई भी मैजिस्ट्रेट उसकी शुरुआत करने से भी पहले, निर्णय तो बहुत बात की बात है, शुरुआत करने से भी पहले एक जांच करेगा कि ये पूरी तरह से आउट ऑफ जुरिस्डिक्शन है या जुरिस्डिक्शन के अंदर यानी अधिकार क्षेत्र के अंदर है कि नहीं है। 202 का इसमें सीधा उल्लंघन हुआ है। सूरत के मैजिस्ट्रेट ने जिस आसानी से इस मामले में आगे बढ़ोतरी की है और फिर निर्णय दिया है कोलार वाले वक्तव्य के विषय में, वो अत्यंत आपत्तिजनक है कानूनी रूप से और क्वेश्चनेबल है, जो कि और हम इसका विश्लेषण करेंगे। छठा, ये भी सुनने में आया है और जहाँ तक तथ्य हमारे पास हैं जिनको हम चेक करेंगे कि आप जानते हैं कि कन्विक्शन के बाद सेंटेंसिंग, दंड के लिए अलग से हियरिंग होनी पड़ती है। वो अलग से हियरिंग ज़रूर हुई, लेकिन 15-20 मिनट की हियरिंग के बाद जो सबसे ज़्यादा सेंटेंस हो सकता है वो दिया गया 2 वर्ष का। वो प्रक्रिया भी किस हद तक सही है गलत है उसको भी देखा जाएगा। इस सब का मूल निचोड़ क्या है? मूल निचोड़ ये है कि जानबूझकर गलत केसेस को थोपकर आवाज़ को रोकना, बंद करना, डराना, धमकाना, ये प्रक्रिया ये सरकार भिन्न भिन्न रूप से कर रही है। साथ साथ इससे कहीं ज़्यादा आपत्तिजनक वक्तव्य दिन प्रतिदिन इनके द्वारा, इनके मंत्रियों द्वारा, इनके वरिष्ठ नेताओं द्वारा, इनके कार्यकर्ताओं द्वारा को अनदेखी, अनसुनी कर दिया जाता है। लेकिन इस भय से अगर वो सोचते हैं कि किसी रूप से जनहित के मुद्दों को उठाने में कांग्रेस हिचकेगी या राहुल गांधी हिचकेंगे, तो ये गलत धारणा है। जैसा मैंने कहा, ये एक पहला निर्णय है, सबसे निचले दर्जे का निर्णय है, जो कि हमारी न्यायिक हायरार्की में सबसे निचला दर्जा होता है मैजिस्ट्रेट का। इसके बाद सेशंस कोर्ट ले जाएंगे इसको, और उसके ऊपर भी कई अदालतें हैं। ये गलत निर्णय है, कानून में इसका समर्थन नहीं किया जा सकता, और हम आश्वस्त हैं कि जल्द से जल्द इस विषय में हमारे पास एक सकारात्मक निर्णय आएगा। फ्रेंड्स, we have a 170 page judgment which is still subject to translation, and I would like to be a little cautious before I start going into details, which I am sure we'll have shortly. It's in Gujarati. We believe that this is full of errors and legally unsustainable conclusions. But make no mistake, generally, all your attempts to create a chilling effect, a throttling effect, a strangulating effect on open, fearless speech relating to public interest will not stop either Rahul Gandhi or the Congress party. This particular speech was made in the context of price rise and unemployment, as the speech transcript shows. It was made in Kollar more than 3-4 years ago. And there are some disturbing aspects of this judgment which of course shall be subject to challenge proximately and immediately, but which I want to share with you very briefly. Firstly, the heart of the law of defamation, criminal defamation, is that persons who are complainants should be those who must be able to demonstrate how they personally, A, B or C, is defamed. How is he or she prejudiced? Now the admitted position is that no one which is the subject matter of the statement which is found to be offending has filed a criminal complaint. The first condition precedent of the law of defamation appears to have been patently not fulfilled and yet led to a conviction. Secondly, it is equally well established that malice is an essential ingredient of such offences. The very context of this speech shows that there could not have been any malicious intent. A leader of the political party of India with a pan-India footprint was speaking about unemployment, price rise, in the course of which there is a sentence which has been found to be offending, less than a sentence. The focus of the speech was not these three persons. The intent of the speech was not these three persons. The thrust of the substance of the core of his speech was not these three persons. In less than half a sentence on a speech about public interest, political issues in the country, major economic issues like unemployment and price rise, social issues, there cannot be any possible malicious intent, which is again another vital condition precedent to make out the criminal defamation. And that is patently missing. Thirdly, friends, it appears, and I think we are right more or less, but again we will check up and revert to you, that after this complaint was filed and the magistrate who was at that time one Mr. X took up the matter, a large chunk of the time of the last 2-3 years was taken up by the complainant himself in going to a higher court and getting a stay of the entire proceedings, which is rather unusual for a complainant who should be interested in expedition. The same complainant, after a long period of time where he himself stayed his own complaint, suddenly withdrew the complaint, apparently after the magistrate in respect of whom, before whom the matter had initially come, had ceased to hold office and a different magistrate had taken office. It is that second person, Y, who appears to have passed this order of conviction. Fourthly, as we all know, this was an event in the course of a political speech completely dealing with various public interest issues in the state of Karnataka at Kollar. Without meaning to be technical, there is an established provision which has been expounded and elaborated by several Supreme Court judgments called Section 202, precisely created to prevent, without jurisdiction, mischievous prosecution complaints in areas where no cause of action has arisen. Clearly, a Kollar speech has no connection with Surat, although specious pleas can always be made that today in the internet world or a global village, the same statement goes everywhere. That certainly does not mean that 202 can be nullified by filing complaints in Kashmir and Sikkim for a speech in Kollar. Now the object of 202 is that the magistrate, before issuing process, namely before initiating process, must first examine whether reasonably it can be said that his jurisdiction has been rightly invoked. And he can simply reject the complaint saying, please go. He's not rejecting the complaint on merits. He can simply say, please go to the appropriate place, because I do not prima facie have any jurisdiction. The point of 202 was specifically taken. It does not appear to have been dealt with or dealt with satisfactorily, and that would be another major issue in the appeal, which is immediately going to be filed. Another issue, as fifth issue or facet, is that very short arguments appear to have been heard on the issue of sentence, and somewhat near the maximum sentence appears to have been imposed after very short arguments. As you know, sentencing is a different, separate, distinct procedure which requires proper hearing and arguments apart from and irrespective of conviction. As I said, this government is clearly relying, if it is in Parliament, one set of techniques to throttle voices. If it is outside Parliament, a second set of tactics which in recent times has had an effect inside Parliament. So you say something outside Parliament and we won't allow Parliament to run. The third strategy is to file
QS in 20 years since we started, this music has been with you. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Let your inner artists out by creating an incredible remix of the NDTV signature track. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
When the first camera phone was introduced in the early 2000s, nobody thought this technology would evolve to the point that smartphone cameras would slowly compete with high-end cameras. It's happening now.
So I was traveling, I was backpacking across Europe, and at that point in time, I happened to be in Iceland. I saw Aurora, which is also called as Northern Lights. My interest towards the astroimaging or nightography completely developed because of that particular moment.
We met Amit to know more about how he got into astrophotography.
20 years since we started, this music has been with you, playing in your homes, at work, and in your car. Now, we want you to share your version of it. Calling all music buffs from across India to let your inner artists of the NDTV signature track for the world to hear. Log on to ndtv.com/best of NDTV to access the original track. Get inspired and submit your rendition. One winner gets an all-expense paid holiday for two to the luxurious Alila Fort, Bishangarh, Rajasthan. NDTV 24/7 20th year celebration.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
In a deeply polarized world, where space for disagreement is shrinking, where take it or leave it defines discourse, we take a step back. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center.
Hello, I'm Sneha Koshi, and the big story that we are bringing to you is what's happening around the conviction of Rahul Gandhi. These are the visuals that you are seeing outside the airport in the national capital, where Congress workers and supporters have gathered outside in support of Rahul Gandhi, where he's expected to arrive any moment. He was supposed to land by 4:45, so he should be out at the airport any moment. A show of strength and a show of solidarity by the Congress. Why is all of this happening? It's because Rahul Gandhi, the Congress leader, has been found guilty and sentenced to 2 years in prison on Thursday in a 2019 criminal defamation case over his remarks about Prime Minister Narendra Modi's surname by a court in Gujarat's Surat. He was also granted bail for 30 days and allowed to appeal the decision. But this conviction could have a lot of political repercussions. We'll come to that in a bit. The case was filed against Mr. Gandhi by BJP MLA and former Gujarat Minister Purnesh Modi, who for saying, how come all thieves have the common surname Modi. The Lok Sabha MP from Wayanad made the remarks while addressing a rally at Kolar in Karnataka ahead of the 2019 Lok Sabha elections, targeting Prime Minister Modi over his last name, which he shares with fugitive businessman Nirav Modi, as well as another fugitive businessman, Lalit Modi. In his first comment after the verdict, Mr. Gandhi quoted Mahatma Gandhi, tweeting, "In Hindi, my religion is based on truth and non-violence. Truth is my God, non-violence the means to get it." Now, these are the show of strength and support by Congress workers, party workers and supporters who have gathered outside the Delhi airport. Now, what are the repercussions of this? Rahul Gandhi's team says the Congress leader plans to challenge the verdict in the High Court. And Congress leader Rahul Gandhi may be at the risk of being disqualified from the parliament following his conviction. And top Congress sources have advised Rahul to not attend parliament immediately. These are the visuals that you are getting from outside the airport, where the party workers have gathered to welcome Rahul Gandhi, who will be landing, who must have already landed at the airport and is expected to arrive outside any moment. In fact, a lot of Congress parliamentarians and MPs are also expected at the airport. A major show of strength. But what has been the response from the opposition largely? You have Arvind Kejriwal, the Delhi Chief Minister, who has come out in support of Rahul Gandhi. And we also have DMK, who has come out in support of Rahul Gandhi. But a large number of opposition parties, even right now, silent hours after the conviction of Congress top leader, Wayanad MP Rahul Gandhi. It's been few hours since that conviction, which happened around 11 in the morning, but not a major show of solidarity from the opposition after the conviction of Rahul Gandhi. And we'll keep getting you all the details. For now, let me go over to my colleague Megha, who joins us. Megha, you have the show of strength of the Congress outside the airport. You have parliamentarians, Congress parliamentarians who are expected. You have some opposition leaders who have spoken out in support of Rahul Gandhi. But what does one make out of the larger silence, and what is Congress really looking at?
Well, Congress, of course, is looking at both a legal and a political battle ahead, Sneha. As far as their legal position is concerned, you just heard Mr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who was talking both as a lawyer and as a Congress leader. And he has, of course, pointed out what, of course, they see as flaws in the judgment, which, of course, they will, try and base upon these flaws that they have been able to identify in the judgment of the Surat court, and then, of course, appeal in the higher court. He, of course, pointed out 2-3 important things. He said when the complainant came to the Surat court, he should have been told to go to the location where the alleged offence was right. So these visuals of Rahul Gandhi, all right, we will, these are the live visuals that we are getting of Rahul Gandhi. He's arrived at the Indira Gandhi International Airport, and you can see so many supporters there, Sneha.
Right, Megha, thank you. In fact, we are being joined by my colleague Arvind Gunashekhar right now, who's at the airport. Arvind, a show of strength by Congress?
Yeah, Sneha, Congress leader Rahul Gandhi has just arrived here at the Delhi airport. The Congress MPs, both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha MPs, have arrived at the airport to welcome, to receive Rahul Gandhi. So what we are seeing on our screen is that Congress leader Rahul Gandhi has just got into his car and his vehicle is moving. The convoy has just started. So several Congress members from Congress, along with Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha members, have come to receive him at the airport. So Rahul Gandhi is in this car. Rahul Gandhi just came out, and then he made with the Lok Sabha Rajya Sabha members of the Congress party, and then he just entered the car. His convoy is ready. Rahul Gandhi will be leaving the airport. Rahul Gandhi, after being convicted by the Surat court in connection with this criminal defamation case, has just arrived here at the Delhi airport, received by Congress MPs, Lok Sabha MPs. Then Rahul Gandhi will be heading to his residence, is what we are hearing. What we are seeing here is commotion, security personnel ensuring that the situation here, so they are clearing the media. So Rahul Gandhi vehicle, Rahul Gandhi will be leaving from this place. The movement here. So we are also here. We have Karti Chidambaram, Congress Lok Sabha member. So Karti, Rahul Gandhi has just arrived after being convicted by the Surat court in connection with this criminal defamation case. Now with this 2-year sentence, what do you think that his Lok Sabha membership will be disqualified?
See, the speaker has revealed his hand, and he's going to go by the classic playbook of the BJP. We know what the fallout is going to be, but we are going to fight this politically and legally. This judgment is liable to be set aside. There is no court, no higher court which will endorse this absurd judgment. To convict somebody given in one state and to find that defamatory in another state is unprecedented. This will be set aside, but we do anticipate certain fallout reactions immediately.
Legally, you are challenging it. What about the political fallout of this?
Politically, I think that this is only going to reinforce the argument Rahul Gandhi has been making, that democracy has had in India, where you're using outdated colonial laws to quell the voice of dissent and to distract the people from the pressing issues of the day, and to distract the people from the issue of why we've been demanding a JPC in Parliament. So the people will realize it. It only strengthens Rahul Gandhi's hand and his argument which he's been making all the time.
So that's a response from Karti Chidambaram, who's the Lok Sabha MP from Congress. So Rahul Gandhi has just left the Delhi airport. Congress member of Parliament from both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha came here to welcome Rahul Gandhi along with Delhi Congress President and Delhi Congress workers. Now Rahul Gandhi has just left the airport. Sneha?
Arvind, do we know anything, Arvind? The Parliament is supposed to reconvene at 6 p.m. Do we know, you mentioned that Rahul Gandhi is heading towards his residence. Do we know what to expect after that?
Now, for now, what we are being told is that Rahul Gandhi will not be going into Parliament. In fact, what we are being told by his legal team is that unless and until Rahul Gandhi gets a stay on this conviction per se, it will be untenable. It won't be right for Rahul Gandhi to enter Parliament, because that will create more trouble, because BJP members will, of course, oppose the presence of Rahul Gandhi inside Lok Sabha, inside the Parliament, saying that he is a convicted under Section 3 of Section 8 of the RP Act. He cannot be inside the Parliament. So unlikely that Rahul Gandhi will be taking part in the Parliament proceedings. But for now,